Chapter 1726. Destiny Song Hua Kai-yin couldn't help but smile bitterly. It turned out that although they seemed successful, this was just a huge trap meticulously set by Heavenly Court. Precisely so. Zhang Yin and the rest smiled calmly. Fang Yuan and the rest finally reacted. In order to assure us, you actually let me enslave old man Beifeng. Your schemes are truly deep. Shen Songsheng said in a cold tone. This was not our intention. It was also not part of Lord Duke Long's plan. Zhang Yin shook his head. As the leader of the group, he said, do you know that everything that happened here was already part of Fairy Ziwei's deductions? She was the one who assigned us this task. One Song Chi Yuan's gaze landed on Dragon Palace again. So this means that the rank 8 Immortal Gu house is actually an enslavement path Immortal Gu house. It can actually enslave rank 8 Gu immortals, and even as many as 4. Even after that, it can still continue to suppress and enslave Di Zongsheng throughout history. This has to be the #1 enslavement path Immortal Gu house. Zhang Yin and the rest had a change of expression. Fang Yuan, Hua Kai-yin, and Shen Songsheng looked at Song Chi Yuan for a second, realizing that he had not given up. Even though there was this accident, Song Chi Yuan and the rest were rank 8 Gu immortals. How could they give up so easily? Even though they were sneak attacked and got injured, their battle strength was still quite well preserved. If they continued to fight, there was still hope. It was not easy to sneak attack rank 8 Gu immortals. Most immortal killer moves would release their aura when activated. Thus, Zhang Yin and the rest did not use any terrifying killer moves. They had a hard time concealing the aura of their killer moves to begin with. Methods that could conceal the aura of killer moves were very rare. Currently, only Southern Borders Wu Yong had such methods. Others, including Heavenly Court's members, did not have any. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions resounded again. Song Chi Yuan and the rest did not give up. They fought against Zhang Yin and the rest once more. Infallible Blessed Land Battlefield. Baicang Shui retreated alongside Chen Yi. Wu Yong and the rest attacked, trying to force her away from the formation behind her, so as to kill these 2 rank 8s from Heavenly Court outside the formation. Baicang Shui moved around in different directions, dodging fatal attacks time and again. Southern Borders Immortals gave her huge pressure, especially Wu Yong. All of his killer moves' auras were concealed before they were unleashed. Baicang Shui was very wary of him. Even if Wu Yong did not attack, she had to keep her attention on him at all times. Let me down. You should escape. Chen Yi said. He was hit by the unorthodox farewell friend wind. He could not move and could only wait for his death. Right now, his clothes, eyebrows, and hair were vanishing. His limbs were also disappearing. The terrible might of farewell friend wind was about to completely erode his limbs, followed by his body. Thankfully, farewell friend wind did not spread among people. It only targeted Chen Yi. That gave Baicang Shui the courage to protect him. You think I want to save you? Baicang Shui transmitted secretly. Chen Yi was stunned. He suddenly realized. As he expected, Baicang Shui continued. I am purposely doing this and pretending that I do not want to give up on you. To put myself in danger and attract the attention of the Southern Border Immortals, so that we can stall for time and let the others set up more immortal formations. You are definitely dying, but you can still be useful. I might die too, but we must stall for time. For Heavenly Court, for Central Continent, for the people in this world. So what if we sacrifice ourselves? One Chen Yi was silent. He suddenly wanted to smile. At this moment, death seemed so insignificant. Even though he was someone obsessed with authority, he was also someone who upheld humanity's righteousness. He was like Baicang Shui. He did not fear sacrifice. If not for this, Fairy Ziwei would not have made him a member of Heavenly Court. But Chen Yi could not smile. His face showed even more pain and bitterness. He needed to act, to cooperate with Baicang Shui and deceive the Southern Border Immortals. Let me be useful at the final moment of my life. Chen Yi spoke openly. He was resolved to die. But at this moment, he heard a song playing by his ears. In such an intense fight, who would have the mood to sing? Chen Yi was stunned before his attention was fully drawn to the song. Baicang Shui, Wu Yong, and the rest were in the same situation as him. The singing voice was illusory and deep. It was filled with conflict and was very unique. Initially, the song was like a small stream of water in the mountains, flowing slowly. Gradually, the stream turned into flowing lava that expanded the river's width. In the range of mountains, it sounded like a dragon's roaring echo. At the same time, the river of lava on the mountain turned into a raging tide. Swish, swish, swish. Ebb and flow. It continued without stopping. The lava and waves collided, reacting and creating steam that covered the entire sky. The steam condensed into clouds that wanted to fly towards the high heavens. Suddenly, lightning struck and thunder roared. The lightning bolts landed on the clouds as the immortals felt like they had fallen from the sky. They felt a sense of hollowness in their hearts. Phantom or real, high or low, being proud and confident at times, feeling lost and desperate during disasters, bending one's back at times, spreading one's words at times. In the battlefield, all conflict had ceased. Everyone was engrossed in the song. They forgot everything else. But suddenly, the song stopped. Everyone woke up immediately. Chi Chuyu had a solemn expression. What song is this? It is terrifying. It actually made all of us so engrossed in it without resistance. Xiao Zhikai had a pale face as he said with lingering fear. Thankfully it stopped. Otherwise, none of us would have gotten free. We would have been hit badly. What song is this? Yihao Fang asked. A rank 8 Gu Immortal walked out of the formation. He wore a red and white robe. He had extreme elegance as he smiled. This is my newly created Destiny song. It was Feng Gu. Destiny? You talk big. Ba Ba snored coldly. Unbelievable. This Destiny song actually saved my life. Chen cheered. He only had his body and head left, but Farewell Friend Wind had stopped. Even though his injuries were severe, Chen Yi's life was not over. The southern border immortals were dazed. Wu Yong's Farewell Friend Wind was rank 8. Feng Ji's Destiny song used Fate armor as the core. It was also rank 8. You again. Wu Yong stared at Feng Gu with deep anger. Last time, he wanted to kill Fang Yuan, but Feng Gu saved him. This time, he wanted to kill Chen Yi, but Feng Gu stopped him yet again. Twice, Feng Gu had ruined Wu Yong's plans twice. And these were two crucial timings. Even with Wu Yong's supreme disposition and ability to endure any circumstance, he could not help but become very angry. Feng Gu, you are truly an unrivaled genius. Wu Yong squinted his eyes. His voice was cold as a blizzard. It could send a chill down someone's spine. Come, show me everything you've got. I'll take you on myself. Saying so, an intense wind blew. This was Wu Yong's unlimited wind. It had been ravaging the battlefield, like a huge pillar supporting heaven and earth. This move expended 10,000 of Wu Yong's wind path Dao marks. Two unlimited wind was unceasing and grand. It approached Feng Gu and the rest with divine might. Feng Gu smiled bitterly. Lord Wu Yong is truly powerful. I have no choice but to avoid you. Bai Tsang Shui grabbed Chen Yi. It is time, let's go. Behind the three, the formation expanded. They were successful in retreating back into the formation. Once they were inside the formation, Feng Gu spit out a mouthful of blood. His face was pale as paper. He was standing shakily. What happened? Bai Tsang Shui quickly supported him. Feng Gu smiled with an ugly expression. His breathing was very weak. My Destiny song was only created in a rush. I have not even finished half my song. Because I had no choice but to use it this time, I suffered heavy injuries as a result. Brother Feng risked your life to save me. I will never forget this debt of gratitude. Chen Yi sighed. Right now, Central Continent is in chaos. Southern borders immortals are here with vengeance. I save you for the sake of Central Continent. Feng Gu shook his head. Chen Yi looked at Feng Gu and Bai Tsang Shui. Thinking of their relentless actions, he laughed with heroism. No matter how dangerous it is, with people like us that do not fear sacrifice or death, Central Continent will definitely win. Heavenly Court will emerge victorious. Heavenly Court. Fairy Ziwei, who had been observing infallible blessed land, let out a breath of air as she smiled. Truly incredible. Feng Gu and Destiny Song. Fairy Ziwei knew about Heavenly Court's plan for Destiny Gu. Longevity Heaven was also ambitious towards it. Earlier, Heavenly Court wanted to obtain fortune rivaling Heaven Immortal Gu, while now, Longevity Heaven was after Fate Gu. They were all trying to obtain Destiny Gu. However, the one who took a big step in this direction was not the two supreme forces, but a lone Gu Immortal. Feng Gu. Fairy Ziwei muttered. Even though she had always thought highly of his talent and ability, she realized now that she had vastly underestimated him. Chen Yi's sacrifice was certain in Fairy Ziwei's perspective, because Farewell Friend Wind could not be undone unless they had defended against it beforehand. To think that this rule was overwritten by Feng Gu today. In history, there had never been any case of Farewell Friend Wind being broken. Undeniably, after Assimilation Wind song, Feng Gu has written history once again. Comment Emperor City Battlefield. A wave of cheers resounded in Emperor City. The final competition of Central Continent's Refinement Path Convention had ended. This meant that this was no longer Heavenly Court's weakness. The Western Desert Gu Immortals who sensed this quickly retreated. They wanted to escape. They did not manage to destroy Emperor City or the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention. Everything has ended. Sigh. Heavenly Court succeeded in the end. Western Desert's Gu Immortals were dejected. It was not easy to retreat now. Central Continent was supported with heroes among people. They could not escape so easily. Fang Yuan had a heavy heart. He had tried his best, but there was no helping it. Heavenly Court's methods were truly out of his expectations. He could not handle them. In the end, Heavenly Court's foundation was too deep. Fang Yuan was not their match. Even though he had obtained many venerable inheritances, through plunder his strength also grew rapidly at an unprecedented speed. Heavenly Court and Central Continent had gone through 3 million years of accumulation. It was nurtured by the efforts of countless generations of elites. Chapter 1727. Killing Fang Yuan to save the world. Fang Yuan's achievements were due to his own hard work and also the help of many predecessors. Heavenly Court and Central Continent were the same. It was not strange that they could defend against Fang Yuan and Western Desert's immortals. This was their strength and foundation. Countless generations of people in Central Continent and Heavenly Court had achieved this. Their hard work was undeniable, be it past or present. There is no choice. I need to retreat. Fang Yuan thought. Li Huang and Qing Yi were trying hard to stall Fang Yuan, but with his methods, he was confident of breaking out. Fang Yuan no longer had any intention of destroying Emperor City. At this point, it was useless. Furthermore, Central Continent's Gu immortals were protecting it. It was too hard to destroy it now. But at this moment, there was a loud sound. The earth cracked open as a huge earth trench emerged from the north to south, devouring all forests or mountains in its path at an extreme speed. And of all coincidences, Emperor City was right ahead of this expanding earth trench. Oh no! Protect Emperor City. This was out of everyone's expectations. Central Continent's immortals were busy as they quickly tried to protect Emperor City. But the might of heaven was unpredictable. Earth trenches were not normally formed. They were created because the earth veins of the 5 regions were combining. This was such a grand power of heaven and earth. How could a bunch of Gu immortals resist it? Thus, Central Continent's Gu immortals could only watch as the earth trench devoured Emperor City. Emperor City was unable to fly. It was huge, and as the ground cracked, it fell into the earth trench, disintegrating continuously. In this huge city, there were nearly 1 million people. There were countless Gu masters. They were all elites gathered from all over the world. Especially when this gathering was meant to resist Fang Yuan's luck, there were many people with strong luck gathered here. Yi Fan and Hong Yi were part of this group. There were many others similar to them. Quickly save them, Li Huang shouted. Ha ha, wishful thinking. Fang Yuan attacked. He was in Emperor Yama form now. It was easy to use soul path killer moves. Fang Yuan dived into the crowd of 1 million. He saw Hong Yi and Yi Fan. These two were luck connected to him. It was no wonder that his luck was suppressed all along. Immortal killer move, Luo Pasil. Immortal killer move, Spring Scissors. Immortal killer move, Summer Fan. Fang Yuan first used Luo Pasil before turning into the immemorial Year Monkey and using 2-time path killer moves. No, Li Huang could not block Fang Yuan's vicious attack in such a rush. He shouted angrily, but could only watch as countless life forms died in Fang Yuan's hands. 2 among them were the elites who took part in the finals of the Refinement Path competition. Hong Yi and Yi Fan were not spared. 2. Fang Yuan, as a grand rank 8 Gu immortal, you actually slaughtered mortals. You are so vicious and evil. You should die. You deserve death. Qing Yi's eyes were bloodshot and red. He was incomparably angry as he charged at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's attack caused huge losses to Central Continent. Qing Yi knew that this Emperor City was an important location of Central Continent. It had human path arrangements that attracted and nurtured generations of elites. With the accumulation over time, there was an abundance of human chi here. It was the greatest breeding ground of Gu immortals. Central Continent followed the sect system after all. It was not like the other regions. Emperor City produced many talented people. They were all geniuses with abundant luck. If these people obtained sufficient resources and grew properly, there was a high chance of becoming Gu immortals. In the future, during the 5 regions chaotic war, many Gu immortals would die. These people were Gu immortal seeds for Central Continent, so they could produce more immortals in the future. Fang Yuan's attack almost wiped out people in the city. He killed a good portion of Central Continent's seeds. Their potential during the war was greatly lowered. The losses were too severe. How could Li Huang and Qing Yi not feel enraged? They wanted to tear Fang Yuan to shreds. After Hong Yi, Yi Fan, and a bunch of talents died, Fang Yuan felt a sensation of relief. He knew that his luck path was starting to show its advantage. Taking a final look at the lingering pieces of the descending Emperor City and the corpses that he created, Fang Yuan retreated rapidly. Li Huang, Qing Yi, and the immortal Gu houses started to chase after him relentlessly. Demon! Demon! He almost killed everyone in the city. My family was inside. Kill him. Rid the world of this great harm. Central Continent's Gu immortals were full of rage and killing intent. Fang Yuan laughed maniacally. Can you stop me? They could not. While Fang Yuan could not do anything to these Central Continent people, their immortal Gu houses and the rank 8 Gu immortals could not blockade Fang Yuan even though they could encircle Western Desert's immortal Gu houses, unless they used an immortal Gu formation or an immortal battlefield killer move. But in this short time, how could they set it up? Even if they could set up an Immortal Gu formation or battlefield, unless they could kill Fang Yuan rapidly, with his wisdom path attainment and powerful methods, he could escape. Zhou Xiong Xian's death was the best evidence. Not only could they not trap him, Fang Yuan could even retaliate. Boom. With a strong attack, Fang Yuan almost dismantled an Immortal Gu house. Gu Yufang Zheng was inside this house. He was breaking out in cold sweat from fear. This Immortal Gu house quickly moved back to heal, while the other Immortal Gu houses moved to fill up the gap. Fang Yuan looked at this house regrettably. Even though he did not know that Fang Zheng was inside, his intuition told him that if he destroyed it, he would benefit greatly. Fang Zheng's existence was a type of restraint and burden on him. Fang Yuan. At this time, Bing Sichuan contacted him again. Bing Sichuan, you still have the face to contact me? Today's loss was because of you. Fang Yuan showed an angry expression. The truth was, even though Central Continent's heavenly court had deep foundation, it was still at a disadvantage against all 4 other regions. However, Central Continent's people's united hearts made them a collective force, while the other 4 regions had their own agendas. Even though they were strong, they could not work together. And in fact, all 4 regions preserved their strength. For example, even though Eastern Sea attacked with many rank 8s, they did not mobilize many rank 7 Gu Immortals or Immortal Gu houses. Western Desert sent rank 6 and 7 Gu Immortals as well as Immortal Gu houses, but did not send rank 8 Gu Immortals. Many experts like Shi Clan's first Supreme Elder did not join the battle. They were staying in Western Desert. Bing Sichuan sighed bitterly. I cannot hold on much longer. We suffered huge losses, but there is still a chance. That is infallible blessed land. Originally, Heavenly Court used human path methods to host the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention. Its goal was to use the countless refinement failures to create the success Dao marks in infallible blessed land. Right now, Fate Gu had not fully recovered. It still lacked the final batch of success Dao marks. Even though the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention was completed, the final batch of success Dao marks was still being produced. It was going to take some time before it was transported to Heavenly Court. This was because infallible blessed land was surrounded in immortal formations now. Even though these immortal formations stopped the attacks of Southern Borders Immortals, it also created problems for the transportation of success Dao marks. Comment after hearing Bing Sai Chuan's explanation, Fang Yuan's mood brightened up. It seems that infallible blessed land is our last hope. Fang Yuan did not hesitate. He turned around and went towards infallible blessed land instead. Behind him, Li Huang and the rest, including the Immortal Gu houses, chased with determination. Infallible blessed land battlefield. Unlimited wind was like a tall pillar sweeping everything in its path. It tried to destroy Heavenly Court's immortal formation with an unstoppable advancement. The immortal formation shot out with golden light, resisting it fully. Wu Yong and the rest had solemn expressions. Rank 8 Gu Immortal Chi Chu Yu said in a low tone. Unbelievable, their Immortal Gu formations were also amplified. What kind of human path methods actually created these countless white lights? Immortal formations were immortal killer moves in essence. They were manipulated by Gu Immortals. Since Gu Immortals were boosted by heroes among people, immortal formations were naturally powered up too. Wu Yong expended his own foundation to create the powerful killer move, Unlimited Wind. Even though he still had the advantage now, his gains were smaller than before. It seems that we need to cooperate with the outside if we want to destroy the formation. We'll leave the outside to Unlimited Wind. We need to find the weak point from the inside. Yihao Fong said with deep concentration. Ba Shirba pondered. Times are different now. Earlier we attacked by surprise and caught them off guard. But a long time has passed already. We need to be wary of Heavenly Court's reinforcements. Thus, we need some people to stay outside the formation. Everyone agreed with Ba Shirba's words. Even though Unlimited Wind was powerful, it was just a killer move. Killer moves were fixed, but people could think. Wu Yong had a heavy heart. Because they could not destroy the formation rapidly, their sneak attack failed. They had to use brute force now. Even though Heavenly Court lost many formations in the meantime, they might have lost Immortal Gu, but their foundation was untouched. Chen Yi was meant to die, but Feng Jiu Gu actually managed to save him. Wu Yong knew that the longer this went on, the more disadvantageous it was for them. They needed to split up now. A group would enter while the rest stayed outside. Of course, that would mean that they could not work together. Their efficiency in destroying the formation would be much lower. If Heavenly Court's reinforcements arrive, they would also face greater pressure. Wu Yong sighed to himself. Even though there were great problems in splitting up, they had to do it. If only we had more people with us. Even though I became the Southern Alliance leader, I cannot mobilize too many people. With the 3 rank 8s that we have, this is already the best outcome. Wu Yong breathed in deeply. He started to make arrangements. Chi Chuyu had the highest formation path attainment. He naturally had to go inside. Wu Yong had the #1 battle strength. He also had to go into the formation to protect Chi Chuyu and also to fight against strong enemies inside. Meanwhile, Yihao Fang and Ba Shi Ba cultivated transformation path and rule path respectively. They could stay outside. After all, Heavenly Court's reinforcements might be powerful. Letting 2 rank 8 stay outside was safer. Right when Southern Border's Gu Immortals discussed their next action, there was a commotion. Wu Yong's expression changed. He looked towards the north, saying softly, "Someone's coming." There were quite a lot of people. They were led by 3 rank 8s. An old man carrying a walking cane. He had a kind aura and was the former first Supreme Elder of Northern Plains Yao tribe, and the current South Desolation Immortal of Longevity Heaven, Yao Huang. The second person wore a white robe. He had thick hair, a long and tall body. He was the first Supreme Elder of Northern Plains by Zhu tribe, Heavenly Lord by Zhu. The third wore a tall crown and golden cape. He had incredible disposition. It was Gong tribe's external Supreme Elder, Prince Feng Xian. 2 those after them were all elites among immortals. There were Domination Immortal Chu Du, Toad Fiend Immortal Nu Air Qian, Spear Deity Yuan Rang Zun, Wealth Devouring Boy Nian Air Fu, and others. 1 Northern Plains Gu Immortals gathered towards the Southern Border Immortals. "Friends from Northern Plains, what do you want?" Wu Yong asked loudly. Yao Huang chuckled as he said, "The enemy is before us. We would like to work together with you and attack Heavenly Court." Wu Yong laughed loudly. Heavenly Court's reinforcements did not come. Instead, he gained some new allies. Chapter 1728. Agreeing to ally with Fang Yuan infallible blessed land battlefield. "What formation is this?" Wu Yong asked. Beside him were the 2 rank 8s, Yihao Fang and Chi Chuyu, followed by Southern Border's band of rank 7 elites. Not far away stood the leader Yao Huang, followed by the Northern Plains Immortals such as Heavenly Lord by Zhu and Chu Du. After some discussion, both sides made a temporary agreement. They decided to cooperate and attack Heavenly Court. But this was the first time they were working together. The alliance agreement was quite relaxed. They were still wary of each other. Despite this, Wu Yong was already quite satisfied. Southern Border and Northern Plains are cooperating. This is an unprecedented event in history. With the help of Northern Plains, we will not lack numbers. Even if Heavenly Court sends reinforcements, Ba Shi Ba and Prince Feng Xian who are outside will be able to last for a while. We will have enough reaction time. Wu Yong thought to himself. Beside him, Chi Chuyu spoke. "This should be a new formation. I have never seen any records of this." Wu Yong nodded as he purposely spoke loudly. "In that case, we can only explore and probe this formation." Over at Northern Plains, Yao Huang heard this as he smiled while grasping his walking cane. "Southern Border allies, wait a while and recover first. My side has just arrived. We are in good condition. We will do the probing." Wu Yong showed delight on his face. He cupped his fist. "The bravery of Northern Plains is known to all. We will wait here and recover. If anything happens, we will definitely lend a hand." Yao Huang nodded as he instructed someone to explore the formation. This batch of Northern Plains Gu Immortals were purposely chosen by Bing Sichuan. After receiving orders, Yao Huang gathered these people in the name of Longevity Heaven and brought them here. Before this, Bing Sichuan had already brought Calamity Luck Altar and his comrades to attack Heavenly Court. It was not that Bing Sichuan had purposely diverted his forces, but he had his reservations. Attacking Heavenly Court was an important matter. It needed to be kept secret. He was afraid that if they expanded the numbers and called too many people, the invasion would fail, they would get exposed, and end up losing the battle in the end. Thus, Bing Sichuan only chose the few people he trusted the most. And undoubtedly, his decision was correct. Because Prince Feng Xian was the spy of Spirit Affinity House, he was one of the most successful spies in terms of status. The Northern Plains group was naturally led by Yao Huang. After losing in Heavenly Court, Bing Sichuan sent out orders to Yao Huang first, before contacting Fang Yuan. Yao Huang knew how important this mission was, because the hope of getting Fate Gu from Heavenly Court was getting slimmer now. Infallible Blessed Land had become the most important battlefield. As long as they destroyed it, Heavenly Court's plan of repairing Fate Gu would be foiled. This way, Heavenly Court would need to try and restore Fate Gu once more. The longer this dragged on, the more hope there was for the 4 regions. Thus, Yao Huang and Southern Border's Immortals joined forces with great sincerity. Wu Yong purposely spoke loudly. Yao Huang knew his intentions and quickly offered to help. It was his display of sincerity. Heavenly Court was united in ideals. Central Continent had people's united hearts, while Southern Border and Northern Plains had joined hands for the first time ever. This was truly a new page of history, despite both of them not trusting each other fully yet. In order to succeed in this attack on Heavenly Court's formation, both sides cooperated earnestly. Northern Plains sent none other than wealth-devouring boy Nian Fu. This person had a child's appearance. He had peak rank 7 battle strength and cultivated space path. He was able to protect himself. This formation was not ordinary. It was like an underground cave. The cave was huge. And the Gu immortals were like ants. There were countless stalagmites and stalactites that hung down from the ceiling or protruded from the ground like growing grass. They had all sorts of color and emitted a light that was a dazzling sight. Nian Fu carefully went into the formation under everyone's observation. He was famous in Northern Plains. He cultivated space path and moved unhindered around battlefields. He was able to preserve his life in dangerous situations and even earn huge profits from it, gaining an immense wealth. This was also why he was called Wealth-Devouring Boy. But at this moment, Nian Fu was very alert. He did not dare to be careless. This was Heavenly Court's formation. Any accident and his life would end here. Nian Fu entered the formation as it started to activate. The stalactite and stalagmites started to grow as the rainbow lights enveloped Nian Fu. In everyone's perspective, this underground cave created by the formation was like a fierce beast opening its mouth. It was shutting its mouth now. Countless stalactites and stalagmites joined together and wanted to chew this Nian Fu into bits of flesh. Nian Fu was very alert. Upon sensing this problem, he turned around and ran. The rainbow light was very troublesome. It hindered his movement ability. It could even penetrate his defense. This rainbow light is the exquisite 7 orifices formation. Let's quickly attack the light and help Nian Fu to escape before it's too late. Chi-Chu saw something amiss as he quickly shouted. Southern Borders and Northern Plains Immortals worked together as killer moves erupted. Nian Fu received a lot of help as he narrowly avoided the gathering of the rainbow light, returning to the main group. So close. Without all of you, I would have died in there. Nian Fu felt great after fear. Your face. Suddenly, New Chen pointed at Nian Fu's face, showing a look of terror. What is it? Nian Fu touched his own face, but felt a hard jade stone texture. You were still hit. It seems that this formation is not a simple, exquisite 7 orifices formation. There is also the jade spike formation. Black Extremity said. Northern Plains Longevity Heaven had 4 Desolation Immortals and 8 Extremities, among which Black Extremity was skilled in formation path. He had incredible talent and had once cheated old ancestor Shui Hu by disguising as Sun Ming Lu. Black Extremity's words received Chi-Chu Yu's acknowledgement. This is likely a combination formation made from exquisite 7 orifices formation and jade spike formation. Then how do we break it? Wu Yong looked at the permeating rainbow light and countless stalactites and stalagmites as he said. Chi-Chu Yu smiled confidently. With just the few of us, it is very hard to break this formation. But with the friends of Northern Plains here, this is merely a troublesome issue. Right when Southern Border and Northern Plains joined forces, Fang Yuan was also fighting against Qing Yi and Li Huang. This human path killer move is truly troublesome. Fang Yuan's eyes shined with a cold, flickering light. Li Huang and Qing Yi were boosted by killer move heroes among people. They pursued Fang Yuan relentlessly. As for those Immortal Gu house, only 2 remained chasing Fang Yuan, while the rest were either dealing with Western Desert's Immortals or saving the Central Continent Gu Masters in the Earth Trench. After getting the information from Bing Sichuan, Fang Yuan flew with rapid speed, but the direction was the opposite. He went further and further away from infallible, blessed land. It is time. Fang Yuan suddenly waved his sleeves as countless Yama children flew out. Immortal killer move, familiar face. Fang Yuan, who was in Emperor Yama form, quickly transformed into a Yama child as he mixed in with the crowd. Fang Yuan, where do you think you're going? Li Huang shouted. He was covered in a blazing cloak, burning with intense flames. You were hit by the investigative killer move. How can you escape through this method? Qing Yi snickered in his white robe. The 2 Immortal Gu houses were quite lost, but these 2 Heavenly Court rank 8s targeted Fang Yuan's main body instead. Evidently, Central Continent's Heavenly Court had already started to make countermeasures against Fang Yuan's familiar face. So troublesome. Without a choice, Fang Yuan ascended to heaven, entering White Heaven. Rank 9 Immortal Killer move, Heaven Form. Using this move, Fang Yuan quickly found a bunch of black-white overturning clouds. Oh no, stop him. Destroy these overturning clouds. Li Huang and Qing Yi had rich battle experiences. They could tell that Fang Yuan was trying to use the clouds to escape. Fang Yuan laughed heartily. Why don't you try and deduce my main body again? Immortal Killer move, Myriad Ghost Sword Dragon. This was a fusion move that comprised Ancient Sword Dragon transformation, Myriad Self, Yama Child, Emperor Yama, and Familiar Face. It was also one of Fang Yuan's greatest achievements in his killer move modification a while back. Once the killer move was used, a loud explosion occurred as countless black dragon-shaped soul beasts flew out. These soul beasts had silver-white claws, teeth, horns, and scales. They were emitting an eerie sword chi at all times. Countless ghost dragons flew in the sky. Some attacked the pursuers while the rest continued to fly aimlessly in a chaotic manner. Such an amazing method. After a brief fight, Li Huang and Qing Ye's expressions changed. This killer move was threatening to them, especially when the ghost dragons self-detonate. They had incredible might. There was the explosive force of the soul beast, and also the rampaging sword chi that gave it extraordinary power. Li Huang wore his verdant sun flame cloak, but it could not hold up. After tens of self-detonations, the cloak was flickering. The flames had weakened tremendously. Qing Yi was in an even more pitiful state. He tried to defend himself as he thought to himself in great shock. How can this move be so powerful? This was only natural. Myriad Ghost Sword Dragon had the same weakness and price as Wu Yong's Unlimited Wind. It expended the Dao marks of the Gu Immortal permanently. However, Unlimited Wind used 10,000 Dao marks each time, while Fang Yuan's Myriad Ghost Sword Dragon used 4,000 Soul Path Dao marks per use. Li Huang and Qing Yi were busy defending themselves while Fang Yuan used the opportunity to escape into the black-white overturning clouds. After going from white heaven to black cloud, Fang Yuan immediately destroyed the cloud as he used fixed immortal travel as the core to activate a killer move. After a few breaths of time, he vanished on the spot, arriving in infallible blessed land. To think that infallible blessed land was here. Fang Yuan sighed. Since Bing Sichuan called him, he naturally gave him the location of infallible blessed land. This place was not like the Stone Lotus Island or Dragon Whale Grotto Heaven. Fang Yuan could enter using his killer move. Fang Yuan's appearance triggered the alertness of the southern border and northern plains army. Me. Fang Yuan snorted coldly. The Gu Immortal asking him was full of cold sweat. He felt a strong pressure. Even before Fang Yuan answered, he had already realized this. He regretted his action of asking in reflex almost immediately. After all, Fang Yuan was the fiercest demon currently renowned in the 5 regions. Fang Yuan quickly observed the battlefield. The giant tornado that supported heaven and earth, Unlimited Wind, was the thing that attracted his attention the most. Next, he looked at Prince Fengxian for a second before turning to Ba Shirba and the other defending Gu Immortals. You are here. Chu Du was moderately injured. He flew towards Fang Yuan and greeted. Prince Fengxian and Ba Shirba looked at Fang Yuan with a complex expression. Li Huang and the rest had chased Fang Yuan too relentlessly. He only managed to find a chance to teleport here after so long. Right now, Wu Yong and Yao Huang had not only broken the Jade Spike Exquisite formation, they had also gone past the next 2 formations. They were stuck at the 4th now. Chu Du displayed incredible worth during the 2nd formation, but he was injured as a result. Because Fang Yuan was coming, he stayed outside to wait for him. With Bing Sichuan's arrangements, Northern Plains side knew that Fang Yuan was coming. That also meant that the southern border immortals knew as well. Fang Yuan created huge chaos in Northern Plains and southern border. The righteous path forces of both regions had suffered losses due to him. Northern Plains' 88 True Yang building was destroyed by Fang Yuan, while many of southern border righteous path super forces were extorted by him. But now, they were all cooperating against a common enemy, Heavenly Court. No matter how strong the formation is, how can it obstruct my path? Time is pressing. I won't explain further. Open a path for me. I am going to detonate the pure dream reality seeker physique bodies. Fang Yuan nodded towards Chu Du as he attacked the formation, not wasting any time. Chu Du and the rest were overjoyed. They waited for Fang Yuan and were willing to cooperate with him because of this. Fang Yuan had dream path methods. As long as he detonated the pure dream reality seeker physique bodies and spread the dream realm, this formation would break without fail. Fang Yuan's arrival was soon found out by Yao Huang and the rest. Yao Huang took a glance at Wu Yong and the rest, asking purposely, "Oh, Fang Yuan is here already?" Wu Yong's expression froze slightly before he turned to Yao Huang. "Let Fang Yuan undergo the alliance agreement first, then tell him that I am willing to forego our feuds and cooperate temporarily." Chapter 1729, 99 consecutive unceasing formation. Because of Yao Huang's notice, Wu Yong was mentally prepared that Fang Yuan was coming. He was an ambitious person. Even though he had deep enmity with Fang Yuan, Heavenly Court was the common foe now. Dealing with Heavenly Court and preventing Fate Gu from being fully repaired would give Wu Yong the greatest benefits. For this sake, he could put down his feuds and cooperate with Fang Yuan now. Friend Wu Yong is truly wise and clear-headed. Yao Huang praised. Immediately after, Qi Chu Yu and the rest also resounded. Not just Alliance leader Wu Yong, the super forces of Southern Border are also willing to resist Heavenly Court with Fang Yuan ignoring our past feuds. Fang Yuan had killed many Southern Border Gu Immortal captives for his own gains. but they were also making the same decision now for the sake of the big picture. They were being logical, but the bigger reason was that this situation was truly dangerous, and Heavenly Court was very powerful. Bing Sichuan not only told Yao Huang and Fang Yuan about Heavenly Court's current situation, the information was also given to Wu Yong and the rest. This made the Southern Alliance Immortals even clearer about their current situation. Heavenly Court and Emperor City were hopeless already. The only chance of victory was here. Only by using their time well and destroying the formation rapidly could they prevent the final batch of success down marks from being sent to Heavenly Court. That would force them to hold the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention once again. Pure Dream Reality Seeker Physique Bodies, go destroy this formation. At this time, Fang Yuan sent several Pure Dream Reality Seeker Physique Bodies towards the formation. In the current era, Dream Path was still underdeveloped. There were only several seeds. It had not grown yet. Against the corrosion of the Dream Realm, almost all Immortal Gu formations, regardless of ranks, could not block it. Unless it was an Immortal formation possessing Dream Path Gu worms, or had relevant Dream Path methods to block that corrosion. But right when the Pure Dream Reality Seeker Physique Bodies got close to the formation, a change occurred. Immortal Killer Move, Shatter Dream. Immortal Killer Move, Pure Dream Reality Seeker Transformation. With the use of 2 killer moves, Fang Yuan's Pure Dream Reality Seeker Physique Bodies shattered at the first moment. They started to spread towards the surroundings. Next, these shattered dream realms gathered into new Pure Dream Reality Seeker Physique Bodies as they attacked Fang Yuan instead. Fang Yuan's pupils shrunk. He was secretly shocked. He did not expect that Heavenly Court would obtain such methods already. Even though he knew it was a matter of time, he did not think it would be so fast. But soon, his dejected feelings vanished. He regained his calm and icy temperament. Thoughts appeared and clashed in his mind. He rapidly tried to think of a solution to this. They can actually reverse my control over the Pure Dream Reality Seeker Physique Bodies and the transformation? Is it because Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was captured and his memories were obtained by them? Fang Yuan was approached by several Pure Dream Reality Seeker Physique Bodies as he quickly retreated. He had many powerful killer moves, but against the Pure Dream Reality Seeker Physique Bodies, they were quite lackluster. This move was quite invincible in this world. Back then, Heaven Overseeing Tower, and even Duke Long and Purple Mountain True Monarch were forced to avoid the Dream Realm. But thankfully, Fang Yuan was not helpless. Inside the Sovereign Immortal Aperture, the Time Path clone was bathed in the light of wisdom. It continued to make deductions for him. Even though Fang Yuan did not have Shatter Dream Killer move to deal with the Pure Dream Reality Seeker Physique Bodies, he was very familiar with the killer move Pure Dream Reality Seeker Transformation. Even Heavenly Court could not truly comprehend Pure Dream Reality Seeker Transformation in just a few years. The likely reason was that they had obtained Spectral Soul's memories. Precisely so, Fang Yuan could use his original Pure Dream Reality Seeker killer move to retaliate, and use the Light of Wisdom to create a counter-killer move instead. The Time Path clone's deductions will take some time. Fang Yuan considered his countermeasures as he flew into the sky. Several Pure Dream Reality Seeker Physique Bodies chased him relentlessly, while a few went towards Unlimited Wind and the other Gu Immortals. The Pure Dream Reality Seeker Physique Bodies self-detonated as Unlimited Wind was greatly affected. Its power was falling rapidly. Prince Fengxian and the rest had no choice but to dodge. Fang Yuan contacted Wu Yong, but his first sentence made Wu Yong shook. Northern Plains Prince Fengxian is a spy of Heavenly Court. Wu Yong attacked the formation as he asked. Evidence. My words themselves are evidence. In this situation, I have no reason to lie. Fang Yuan immediately answered. I do not have enough dream realms now. I need to gather more dream realms from Southern Border and create Pure Dream Reality Seeker Physique Bodies to fight. Quickly inform the Gu Immortals there to support me. Fang Yuan and Heavenly Court were opposing enemies. His accusation towards Prince Fengxian had no evidence, but it was like he said, his words were clear evidence. After all, the world knew about his spring Autumn Cicada. This secret had once caused Fang Yuan great problems when it was exposed, but now, it gained Wu Yong's trust. At the crucial moment, Wu Yong did not hesitate. Since he was working with Fang Yuan already, they might as well enter a deeper cooperation. Heavenly Court was the true enemy now. All right, I will tell the others, you can go now. At this moment, Wu Yong felt a complex emotion. He had never thought that one day, he would purposely give the orders to receive Fang Yuan's arrival. At this moment, Qi Chuyu's voice resounded in Wu Yong's ears. I have already deciphered this formation. Quickly attack this place. It is the true formation core. Wu Yong was overjoyed. He forgot about Fang Yuan for a moment as he gave orders to attack the location that Qi Chuyu pointed out. After destroying the formation core, this formation became much slower and duller. Black Extremity Sun Ming Lu looked at them with great admiration and surprise. After entering the formation, Chi Chu-yu had always outperformed him and comprehended the profundities of the formations using a shorter time. He had no choice but to feel admiration. We should follow Lord Chi Chu-yu's arrangements. Let's assist these southern border allies. Black Extremity put down his competitive spirit as he suggested towards Yao Huang, who was beside him. Yao Huang frowned but agreed. Fang Yuan easily got rid of his pursuers. These pure dream reality seeker physique bodies were inferior to Li Huang and Qing Yi. Using fixed Immortal Travel's killer move, Fang Yuan went back to southern border and obtained a large number of dream realms. With them, he created more pure dream reality seeker physique bodies and went for Heavenly Court's formation. In this situation, dealing with the enemy's pure dream reality seeker physique bodies was secondary. The main goal was to destroy the formation and stop Heavenly Court from repairing Fate Gu. Fang Yuan had never forgotten his true motive. However, all the pure dream reality seeker physique bodies who got close to the formation shattered and were turned into enemies as they attacked Fang Yuan once again. Furthermore, these pure dream reality seeker physique bodies could communicate. Fang Yuan's side was suffering more losses than gains. These situations started to make Fang Yuan realize. It seems that Heavenly Court has already modified the pure dream reality seeker physique bodies. At this time, Wu Yong transmitted. Fang Yuan, continue to send more pure dream reality seeker physique bodies at the formation. We have already found many flaws of the formation. Fang Yuan thought in his mind. It seems that Heavenly Court did not truly merge dream path methods with this formation. Each time they deal with my pure dream reality seeker physique bodies, they are also disrupting with the formation's operations itself, causing flaws to form. These flaws were simply too obvious to Chi Chu-yu and Black Extremity. Using these chances, Wu Yong and the rest attacked with great results. But this way, Fang Yuan's dream realms would continuously be turned into Heavenly Court's resources. They will gain an increasing number of pure dream reality seeker physique bodies. It seems that I really need to unravel their pure dream reality seeker physique bodies. Fang Yuan's heart sank slightly. This was a problem that he could not avoid resolving. It was not that he did not want to enter the formation to help out, but there were already Chi Chu-yu, Wu Yong, and others. With his monopoly over dream path methods, he was much needed outside. Fang Yuan started to fight against these pure dream reality seeker physique bodies. At the same time, he transmitted to the rest. There is an important thing now. Heavenly Court's human path killer move. Can anyone get rid of these white lights? Nobody answered. In the end, Yihao Fang answered dejectedly. Human path specialty is in support, because human path Dao marks will not interrupt other paths Dao marks or conflict with them. Unless we use human path methods that are at least rank 8, we cannot resolve this. 2. Yihao Fang cultivated transformation path, but he was also very skilled at supporting others. This was because of his signature killer move, human transformation. With his words, Fang Yuan gave up on this aspect. They could not unravel heroes among people, while Prince Fengxian was also a huge threat. Fang Yuan, Wu Yong, and the rest did not want to expose him for now. Killing a rank 8 was too difficult. They might as well pretend to not know and focus on breaking the formation instead. Preventing Heavenly Court from succeeding was more important. As time passed, Fang Yuan finally gained some breakthrough in his deductions. He took a risk and captured an enemy pure dream reality seeker physique body successfully, experimenting on it. This is actually a complete pure dream reality seeker physique body. It has been modified entirely. It is now truly the 11th extreme physique. Fang Yuan sighed at his great gains. He quickly modified pure dream reality seeker transformation as he started to learn Heavenly Court's method. As his pure dream reality seeker physique bodies became modified again, they accompanied Wu Yong and Yao Huang, destroying many formations in succession. There are still more? Yao Huang frowned deeply. One formation after another formation. It was as if Heavenly Court had an unlimited number of formations. This scene made Wu Yong and the rest feel a little dejected. Strange. How can Heavenly Court possibly set up so many immortal formations? Unless, Black Extremity hesitated. Chi Chu-yu pondered as he said, I understand. This is the 9-9 consecutive unceasing formation. 9-9 consecutive unceasing formation. This name is quite familiar. Wu Yong had a bad feeling. Chi Chu-yu sighed. Legend says that star constellation Immortal Venerable predicted Heavenly Court's problem in the future and set up the 9-9 consecutive unceasing formation. When Limitless Demon Venerable attacked Heavenly Court, he entered this formation and only broke out after destroying 100 formations. This formation is actually a giant compound formation. It can mix and match using its 9 subformations. The true problem is that when we destroy a formation, Heavenly Court would be able to set up a new one at the core area. As long as our breaking speed is not as fast as their setting up speed, this will be endless. Chi Chu-yu's words were like a cold bucket of water poured onto these immortals. What should they do now? Chapter 1730. Situation. Wu Yong, Yao Huang, and the rest were a little lost. The 9-9 consecutive unceasing formation was created by star constellation Immortal Venerable to deal with Limitless Demon Venerable. According to legends, Limitless Demon Venerable had to break 100 formations before he escaped. How could they possibly do the same? And the most unsettling thing was, they needed to fight against time. Once Fate Gu recovers completely, there would be zero chance of victory. What do we do? Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu frowned. This is star constellation Immortal Venerable's arrangement. No wonder. No wonder. Black Extremity realized at once. Chi Chu Yu was very troubled. Even if we gather all the formation path Gu immortals in the world to deduce this formation, I'm afraid the chances of victory are slim. Moreover, we have less and less time now. This formation path great expert who had displayed great value in this battle as one of the Southern Alliance's leaders had the intention of backing down. Wu Yong suddenly laughed loudly. Alliance leader, why are you laughing? Do you have any way to break this formation? Chi Chu Yu asked in perplexity. Wu Yong shook his head. Even though I have no method to do so, I have already seen through Heavenly Court's facade. Don't worry too much, in my opinion. We are overestimating this difficulty. Why? Think about it. Back then, the 9-9 consecutive unceasing formation was created by star constellation Immortal Venerable. It was used by countless Heavenly Court Gu immortals to resist Limitless Demon Venerable. But it was unable to succeed. Limitless Demon Venerable broke out in the end. Since it was broken before, this 9-9 consecutive unceasing formation had already been damaged once in a brutal manner. Even if Heavenly Court had immense foundations and repaired all of the Immortal Gu, in the worst-case scenario, we are facing the complete and even modified 9-9 consecutive unceasing formation. But the defending Gu immortals are not all Heavenly Court members. In fact, there might be few Heavenly Court members here. Li Huang and Qing Yi are at Emperor's City. Duke Long, Fairy Ziwei, Yuan Xiongdu, Che Wei, and Song Yin are fighting in Heavenly Court. Central Continent is being attacked by all 4 regions now. They were forced to set this formation here. It shows that they are low in manpower. Their members are too sparsely distributed. They can only go on the defensive now. Wu Yong's eyes were shining with bright light. He displayed overwhelming confidence and great wisdom in his grasp over the situation. He continued, and most importantly, they've already shown how weak they are. Earlier, Chen Yi and Bai Song Shui came to fight us. Chen Yi was nearly beaten to death. Everyone, if this 9-9 consecutive unceasing formation is truly impenetrable, why would Chen Yi and Bai Song Shui risk their lives? They must be stalling time for more formations to be set up. Earlier, our attack caused them to take this huge risk. Right now, we have the help of our Northern Plains friends. This is a great opportunity. Even though this 9-9 consecutive unceasing formation is powerful, it still depends on who is controlling it and who is attacking. That's right. That's very logical. Haha. Indeed, the urgent matter now is to attack quickly. Heavenly Court's defenses are not as strong as they seem. I am ashamed. I was actually fear-stricken due to the reputation of star constellation Immortal Venerable. Wu Yong's words raised everyone's morale. Their offenses became stronger. They were more determined now. Wu Yong smiled, but he mentally sighed. Everyone here was an elite, but they were actually intimidated by this 9-9 consecutive unceasing formation. It was not because they were stupid, but because they were facing huge pressure. Bing Sichuan notified many people of the situation. They worked together and attacked this formation, desperately holding on to this final hope. But this action had a weakness. It made everyone aware of the urgency of this situation. If they were careless, they would incur huge losses as Heavenly Court retaliates. This was Central Continent after all. They did not have fixed Immortal Travel's killer move. Even if they did, Heavenly Court had methods to counter them. Thus, it was difficult for the Immortals to retreat. To play safe, now was the time to retreat. The longer they dragged it, the harder it would be to leave Central Continent. Eastern Seas and Western Deserts Gu Immortals are probably already retreating. These 2 regions are in disunity. They are not like our southern border and northern plains which can gather the strength of many righteous path forces. Now, it will depend on us, whether we can rapidly break the formation and intercept the final batch of success down marks. Sai, we were still banking on Fang Yuan's dream path methods earlier to deal with this formation. To think that Heavenly Court also had methods to control the pure dream reality seeker physique bodies. Was it because they captured Spectral Soul? I wonder who the person inside this formation that stopped Fang Yuan is. Wu Yong continued to guess and evaluate the situation. Inside the 9-9 consecutive unceasing formation, Feng Jiuge had a pale expression, but he smiled warmly. Huang Er, good job. He looked at Feng Jin Huang as he smiled, feeling extremely proud. The one who stopped Fang Yuan was none other than Feng Jiuji's daughter, Feng Jin Huang. Feng Jin Huang pursed her lips as she said, Father, I do not dare to claim credit. I could use the Immortal Gu and activate an Immortal Killer move because of this formation's help. Even so, resisting Fang Yuan is an incredible feat. Feng Jin Huang, you have already done an amazing job for Heavenly Court. Baicang Shui smiled. Chen nodded as he looked at Feng Jiugu and Feng Jin Huang. She truly takes after her father. Feng Jiugu saved his life, while Feng Jin Huang was shockingly talented. This made Chen feel a sense of gratitude and admiration towards this pair of father and daughter. Heavenly Court. A round of ferocious attacks had ended. Duke Long's rapidly breathing slowed down. He looked at the 7 extreme desolation, which was covered in injuries but remained standing, as he snorted coldly. I did not destroy it after all. Is it because of my injuries? Normally speaking, Duke Long with the support of Heavenly Dragon's last stand had incredible power. He could definitely defeat the 7 extreme desolation, even if this ancient battle formation was in its strongest form in history. But Duke Long was restrained by his injuries. These were mostly old injuries that were sustained earlier when Duke Long snatched Dragon Palace. He was hurt by the Eastern Sea Gu Immortals. Without these injuries, I would have destroyed the 7 extreme desolation already. My estimations were slightly off, but as time passes, it will not obstruct me anymore. Duke Long snorted coldly in his mind. Earlier, he ignored his own injuries to fight, but now, he had to face the 7 extreme desolation. The contest between experts usually depended on minor details like this. Even though Duke Long could suppress the 7 extreme desolation, he was initially stuck at a passive spot, but even now, he could not gather enough strength to destroy it. After an intense eruption of attacks, Duke Long's offenses became weaker. He started to move around. Bing Sai Chuan and the rest found some relief. Duke Long was giving them too much pressure. Fairy Ziwei and the rest had complex expressions. More and more Heavenly Court members learned that Duke Long's time was almost up. This was the final battle of his life. He was like a firework. He could only shine right before he fades away for good. After this battle, Heavenly Court would lose this legendary, great expert. Suddenly, Fairy Ziwei received Duke Long's transmission. Fairy Ziwei, how is the situation? Fairy Ziwei quickly answered. Emperor City was destroyed, countless mortals died. Li Huang and Qin Yi are rushing to infallible blessed land. Over at Hidden Dragon Cave, the Eastern Sea Rank 8 Gu Immortals are fighting intensely as well. Duke Long muttered to himself for a while before he said to Fairy Ziwei, "Very good, I was not wrong about you. Thanks to your arrangements and planning, we managed to secure all 3 locations. Emperor City was destroyed by a natural disaster. It was not your fault." Duke Long did not stint on his praise towards Fairy Ziwei. He knew that although he was putting up an incredible fight now, it was thanks to Fairy Ziwei who kept control of the situation from the background. Fairy Ziwei felt even more admiration towards Duke Long. She said sincerely, "This was all thanks to Lord Duke Long. You obtained Dragon Palace." Who would think that Dragon Palace actually contains the Rank 8 Dream Path Immortal Gu Dream Token? It allows Dream Token to enslave Rank 8 Gu Immortals. With Zhang Yin and the rest, our weakness in manpower was eliminated. Lord Duke Long even sustained huge injuries to conceal the identities of Zhang Yin, Granny Rong, and the rest. This allowed our plan in Eastern Sea to succeed. Otherwise, if these Eastern Sea Rank 8s joined any of the 3 battlefields, we would be in trouble. Duke Long. That's right, I was also surprised by the existence of Dream Token. He thought back to the battle in Eastern Sea. Zhang Yin and the rest appeared together. It was a surprise to Duke Long. They were either lone immortals or demonic cultivators. They were lofty and proud Rank 8 existences. To think that they would be working together despite having no relationship in usual times. Duke Long became more suspicious at the later parts of the battle. Zhang Yin and the other immortals trusted each other deeply during the fight. And what truly made Duke Long confident of his guess was that after Duke Long defeated the 4 Gu Immortals, Dragon Palace flew away. The 4 returned and did not chase after Immortal Gu House Dragon Palace. Instead, they continued to attack Duke Long. If they all had their own intentions and wanted Dragon Palace, how could they stay to deal with Duke Long in such a manner? Normally speaking, with Duke Long's battle strength, these 4 would chase after Dragon Palace. After all, Dragon Palace had flown away with great commotion. There were possibly other Eastern Sea Rank 8 Gu Immortals too. By fighting Duke Long, it seemed like they were helping Dragon Palace stall for time. Refer to Chapter 1689. Duke Long had sensed acutely that these 4 Gu Immortals were related to Dragon Palace. After he obtained Dragon Palace and refined it, his guesses were confirmed. Comment because he was prepared for it. He did not let Zhang Yin and the rest get exposed. If they were exposed then, the other Eastern Sea Gu Immortals might not die anyway. The main matter for Heavenly Court now was to repair Fate Gu. Thinking about it, Duke Long instructed Fairy Ziwei. Pay more attention to Hidden Dragon Cave. We cannot be careless. The 5 regional walls are vanishing. The regions are becoming one. By then, there will be chaos and huge battles. Dizongsheng's battle strength will reach a terrifying level. He will be on par with me. Towards Dizongsheng, Duke Long had a clearer understanding than Fairy Ziwei. Fairy Ziwei immediately understood Duke Long's intent. The situation was turning more stable now. Infallible Blessed Land, Heavenly Court, and Hidden Dragon Cave were under Heavenly Court's control. Li Huang, Qin Yi, and the Immortal Gu houses were about to reach Infallible Blessed Land. The only possible problem was Hidden Dragon Cave. Duke Long was not afraid of Dragon Palace changing owners. He placed Dragon Palace there as a trap to begin with. The design of Dragon Palace was such that only dragon men could control it. It was impossible to work around this limitation unless they took apart Dragon Palace. Even most transformation path methods were not effective. Duke Long was afraid that Dragon Palace would destabilize and release Dizongsheng. Dizongsheng hated Heavenly Court and Duke Long immensely. With a boost in strength, it would definitely take revenge. Duke Long was going to die soon, but Dizongsheng was virtually undying. If Fang Yuan and the rest made use of this battle strength, there would be huge problems. Chapter 1731. 5 Regional Formation Infallible Blessed Land Battlefield. The tornado resembling a heavenly pillar whipped up a storm as it crashed towards Heavenly Court's formation. Prince Fengxian and Ba Ba, who were outside, stared at the horizon. There, 2 specks of light tore through the sky. The figures of 2 rank 8 Gu immortals were shown gradually. They were Li Huang and Qin Yi. We finally arrived. Not bad. We were not late. Li Huang and Qin Yi had finally arrived. Where is that scoundrel Fang Yuan? Li Huang's eyes shined with orange-red light. He tried to investigate. He was filled with grudge towards Fang Yuan. Earlier when Fang Yuan retreated, he purposely chose the opposite direction of Infallible Blessed Land. He made Li Huang and the others go very far away. After that, Fang Yuan found a chance to use fixed immortal travel and arrived at Infallible Blessed Land. Li Huang and the rest were left in the dust. Central Continent's Heavenly Court did not have beacon towers. Li Huang and Qin Yi had to rush to Infallible Blessed Land through a very long distance. They should be inside the formation. Qin Yi responded. His gaze swept past the formation and landed on the unlimited wind. This killer move is very strong. It is very threatening to our formation. We should get rid of it. This Wu Yong has such a killer move and farewell friend wind. If possible, we should try to kill him. If he returns to southern border, he will be a huge problem for Heavenly Court in the future. Li Huang and Qin Yi discussed before they changed directions, moving towards the unlimited wind killer move. Prince Fengxian and Ba Ba had sensed them already. They also rushed there. Go! Prince Fengxian shouted as he waved his sleeves. Hundreds of fireballs blew out. You're using fire to attack me? Laughable. Li Huang snorted and did not dodge. Verdant Sunflame Cloak was blazing on his back. Prince Fengxian's fireballs landed on Li Huang, but did not cause any damage. It even increased the power of Verdant Sunflame Cloak. Prince Fengxian's expression did not change. He pointed at Li Huang. Whoosh. The flames on Li Huang turned purple instantly. The purple flames infiltrated the orange-red Verdant Sunflame Cloak as it tried to disintegrate the defensive killer move. Li Huang's expression changed. Prince Fengxian wanted to keep him busy. He charged towards Li Huang. The two fought in the sky, causing blazing flames to emerge and scorch the earth. The temperature of the battlefield was rising. Ba Ba watched Prince Fengxian's battle as he thought. Humph, this Prince Fengxian is still acting. He is really well concealed. Fang Yuan's side left Prince Fengxian and Ba Ba outside to guard the formation. Ba Ba had already been informed of Prince Fengxian's identity through Wu Yong, but he pretended to not know. It was like how Wu Yong and Fang Yuan predicted. Unless it was necessary, Prince Fengxian did not want to expose his identity. The truth was, Heavenly Court would rather make some sacrifices than to expose Prince Fengxian. During the 5 regions chaotic war, he would have more value. Prince Fengxian and Li Huang were Fire Path rank 8s. The two fought in the sky before fighting on the ground. They dyed the sky red. They made rivers dry up. The ground cracked from their attacks. Clouds vaporized. Countless life forms fled for their lives. Ba Ba and Qin Yi cultivated Rule Path and Dark Path respectively. Even though their fight did not cause as much of a commotion as Li Huang and Prince Fengxian, it was much more ruthless. Li Huang knew about Prince Fengxian's true identity. They were just acting even though the commotion was huge. But Ba Ba and Qin Yi were true enemies. Ba Ba shrieked in a strange tone as many profound lights stabbed or slashed towards Qin Yi like blades or swords. 3 consecutive hits. 4 consecutive hits. 5 consecutive hits. Each profound light had moderate power, but when they landed on Qin Yi, the damage accumulated rapidly. This was the consecutive attack method that Ba Ba trained in his life. This kind of rule path supplementary killer move could allow a certain killer move to gain a huge boost in power. The condition was that Ba Ba had to use that killer move and could not change to other methods. Qing Yi was forced to retreat gradually. Sweat appeared on his forehead. I cannot let him continue. Once he reaches 18 consecutive hits, my defenses will fail. Qing Yi has activated an immortal killer move. His figure vanished and turned into darkness. In the sky, it was like a blob of ink had landed in water and expanded endlessly. Ba saw this and hesitated. This is likely Qing Yi's signature killer move, expanding night sky. Both sides had information about each other. Ba and Qing Yi had a certain level of understanding of each other. Expanding night sky was an immortal battlefield killer move. It was quite special. Normal immortal battlefields were formed after some preparation. Meanwhile, expanding night sky would continue to increase in size and range. This move had no limit in theory. As long as Qing Yi had enough time, he could even spread this immortal battlefield killer move to cover the whole of White Heaven. Ba flew backwards. He thought about it and decided to avoid the enemy. Expanding night sky was an immortal battlefield. If Ba went in, his rule path would be weakened by the dark path environment. Of course, the bigger reason was Prince Fengxian. Ba knew that Prince Fengxian was a traitor. If he went into the immortal battlefield, he would not be able to see anything outside. Qing Yi might even let Prince Fengxian and Li Huang into the battlefield to deal with Ba. By then, Ba would have to fight 3 enemies. It would be dangerous. The battle of 2 pairs of rank 8s went into a short deadlock. A moment later, many Immortal Gu houses appeared on the horizon. Among them were Frost Dragon Manor and Wind Sweeping Building. These Immortal Gu houses were originally protecting Emperor City. Now that Emperor City was history, the Immortal Gu houses carried all their Gu immortals and arrived here as reinforcements. Frost Dragon Manor was at the front. It started to shine in a light blue aura. The light formed into a dragon shape. It was a hornless dragon. The light blue hornless dragon opened its mouth as countless hailstones shot towards Ba. Ba's speed fell drastically. He snorted coldly, avoiding Qing Yi as he used his killer move on Frost Dragon Manor. Boom, boom, boom. Frost Dragon Manor continued to take a beating. Its walls were cracking, tiles were sent flying. As it resisted, the second light blue hornless dragon formed. It coiled around the first one before coiling around the entire Frost Dragon Manor. Frost Dragon Manor's defense surged as a result, while the light blue hornless dragon opened its mouth and shot out a tattered mysterious light. This Immortal Gu house has the power to expel my killer move's damage. Ba's expression sank a little. He could not destroy this Immortal Gu house in a short time. If they continued, expanding night sky would trap him. He had to retreat and pull some distance now. At this time, Wind Sweeping Building entered the battlefield as well. It did not assist Qing Yi or Li Huang. Instead, it directly entered the unlimited wind killer move reaching towards the sky. Good wind, good wind. Give me some time. I will be able to make this wind my own. The current generation Wind Sweeping Building Lord laughed loudly. Due to Wind Sweeping Building's interference, unlimited wind started to weaken again. More and more Immortal Gu houses joined the battlefield. Fang Yuan's side was getting more perilous. Hold on, we're coming. At the crucial moment, a crack formed in the Heavenly Court formation. Many Immortal Gu houses flew out. There were southern borders clear jade, dripping wind, tiny bamboo building, great space. Temple, Bay Pavilion, unfixed manor, as well as Northern Plains fingerprint bridge, demonic ape hall, and minor sun building. With these 7 Immortal Gu houses helping, Ba's pressure fell greatly. Both sides entered a chaotic battle. Immortal Gu houses rampaged and exchanged killer moves. Intense fireworks that had dazzling colors were created. At once, the battle was stuck in a deadlock yet again. Within the formation, Wu Yong and the rest had dark expressions. Even though they opened a crack in time and sent out the Immortal Gu houses, stabilizing the situation outside, they had also expended their trump card in advance. The situation was getting more disadvantageous. Prince Fengxian was a problem. Heavenly Court's battlefield was also hopeless. It all depended on whether Fang Yuan and the rest could destroy the formation now. At our speed, the chance of victory is becoming increasingly slim. Fang Yuan sighed as he asked, is Tao Zhu's 5 regional true inheritance able to deal with this formation? Back then, he had set a trap in the 5 regional mountain range to target the southern border and Heavenly Court Gu immortals. During the battle, Wu Yong destroyed the entire 5 regional mountain range and accidentally awakened Tao Zhu's will. He had a chance to inherit the 5 regional true inheritance. Fang Yuan had to retreat at that time, so the 5 regional true inheritance ended up in the hands of the southern border Gu immortals. According to Fang Yuan's deductions, the 5 regional true inheritance could mimic the 5 regions' regional walls. Within the regional walls, Gu immortals would be suppressed, they would face a backlash whenever they used any immortal killer move. Be it Immortal Gu House or Immortal Formation, they were immortal killer moves in essence. Fang Yuan thought about it. If they could use the methods in the 5 regional true inheritance against Heavenly Court's formation, it might have some effect. Wu Yong and Qi Chuyu looked at each other. Wu Yong said, I obtained the 5 regional true inheritance. There is indeed a method to create the 5 regional walls in the true inheritance, but, Qi Chuyu added, but this method uses the earth veins to set up the formation. It is very troublesome and complicated. Tao Zhu was able to create the 5 regional mountain range back then because he used the earth vein and a formation. After Fang Yuan left the battlefield, Wu Yong obtained the 5 regional true inheritance, but he found that the essence of it was the 5 regional formation. Wu Clan was not proficient in formation path. Wu Yong thus worked together with Qi Chuyu, as the latter also learned about the profundity of the 5 regional formation. Comment, do we really need the earth vein to set up the 5 regional formation? Fang Yuan frowned deeply. Wait, I heard that not long ago, Ho Clan's Gu Immortal obtained a wild earth vein, Immortal Gu from the earth trench. Can we use that Gu in place of the earth vein? The Immortals heard this as they shook. Wu Yong and Qi Chuyu looked at each other, sighing at Fang Yuan's quick thinking. Qi Chuyu shook his head. The truth is, I have already obtained earth vein Immortal Gu through a transaction with Ho Clan. But to use this earth vein Immortal Gu in place of the actual earth vein, we will need to modify the 5 regional formation. I have been trying and have made some progress, but I am still far from success. Often, Gu Immortals took years to modify one immortal killer move. Even though Qi Chuyu had high formation path attainment level, his wisdom path methods were lacking. He could not make rapid progress. Fang Yuan's eyes flickered with bright light. This 5 regional formation is likely our breakthrough chance. Qi Chuyu, even though you cannot do it alone, with me and Black Extremity, there is a chance. Let's try. Chapter 1732. Calamity Luck alters counterattack infallible blessed land battlefield. What are they trying to do? Chen Yi and the rest discovered the irregular behavior of Fang Yuan's group. Feng Jiuge was still pale. He sized up the situation and frowned. They are actually setting up a formation. Formation within a formation? Bai Tsang Shui snorted. They are simply underestimating us. Arranging a formation within a formation was very difficult, and this difficulty was further raised when trying to arrange the formation within an enemy's formation. One different from Immortal Gu houses, immortal formations had requirements towards their surrounding environment. The surrounding natural Dao marks would have a great influence on most immortal formations. Heavenly Court's side naturally would not let Fang Yuan's group do as they wished. They immediately activated the formation. Waves after waves of attacks charged towards the newly created formation base. You wish. With us here, you can set up the formation with peace of mind. Wu Yong, Yao Huang and others guarded the 4 directions around the formation base, blocking Heavenly Court's offenses. Within the formation base, Qi Chuyu, Black Extremity, and Fang Yuan were setting up a formation with urgency. 360 Fire Crow Gu have been placed. Black Extremity wiped the sweat on his forehead. We are still lacking 44 rank 5 Soul Blade Gu. When are they coming? Qi Chuyu spoke while contacting other Gu Immortals. Treasure Yellow Heaven had become their most effective form of goods transportation. Fang Yuan's body shook slightly. The Immortal Gu in his hand scattered down like rain that caused splattering noises. Several breaths later, he let out a breath of air and stopped his movement. Rank 6 Instant Chain Immortal Gu has been placed properly. Qi Chuyu and Black Extremity took a quick glance at him while thinking, unbelievable. Fang Yuan's wisdom path and formation path attainment levels are so high. Not only did he deduce a completely new 5 regional formation in such a short period of time, he is also setting up the immortal formation with such fluid movement. Fang Yuan's formation path attainment level was at Grandmaster, which was lower than Qi Chuyu's and Black Extremities, but he had plenty of experience in setting up formations. Self-cleansing formation, omnidirectional travel ancient battle formation, Dragon Scale Seas food path immortal formation, coiling thread Gu formation, immemorial year beast fishing formation, flood discharge formation, self-will heaven sealing formation, year essence pool, and so on had been personally set up by him. Thus, although it was his first time setting up the 5 regional formation, he was not overwhelmed but worked with great proficiency. If I had to set up the formation alone, it would take a lot of time. But with Qi Chuyu and Black Extremity's help, we can set up 5 regional formation quickly. We need to finish this quickly. Fang Yuan was fully focused and made use of every second. Heavenly Court battlefield. Li Huang, Qing Yi, and others have already reached infallible blessed land. Wu Yong's unlimited wind is suppressed by wind sweeping building. Prince Feng Xian's identity has not been exposed. But I don't understand the intention of Fang Yuan's group in trying to set up a formation within a formation. Additionally, Our reinforcements are about to reach Hidden Dragon Cave. Fairy Ziwei reported the situation to Duke Long. Duke Long responded while fighting. Although Prince Fengxian's identity is not exposed currently, we cannot rule out the case that Fang Yuan knows about it, but kept silent. You need to pay attention to this point. Let Chen Yi and the rest take note of the situation and be prepared to help out Prince Fengxian at any time. To Fairy Ziwei, yes. Knowing that the situation was still in their grasp, Duke Long concentrated on 7 Extreme Desolation again. It is time. Duke Long clenched his claws, feeling the vast force within his body. Immortal Killer Move, Heavenly Dragon's Last Stand. After using this killer move, his lifespan could only decrease and could not be increased. At the same time, it would provide Duke Long with increasing battle strength as time passed. In a short period of time, Duke Long's battle strength had soared once again and reached an astonishing level. Roar! A dragon roar resounded as purple-gold dragon-shaped chi erupted. Boom! 7 Extreme Desolation simply could not react in time. It only saw Duke Long suddenly disappear into thin air before it flew away like a meteor stuck by boundless force. 7 Extreme Desolation was sent flying and crashed into the chi wall violently. Countless cracks appeared on the giant's body. Damn it, his speed increased again. All our investigative killer moves are blocked by Duke Long. We are simply unable to catch his trace. We will be caught in a passive state if this goes on. If this continues any longer, Duke Long's battle strength will start suppressing us completely. In that case, let's use offense as defense. We will be able to hit Duke Long as we attack in every direction with our killer moves. The 7 Big Dipper Immortals conversed quickly. The 7 Extreme Desolation giant rose and was about to step into the battlefield again. Duke Long suddenly appeared above the giant. Still want to stand up? Duke Long gave a ferocious smile while slamming his right dragon claw down. Boom. The dragon claw was tiny like an ant compared to the giant's 7 Extreme Desolation, but it inflicted an enormous injury on the giant. As air currents surged, the 7 Extreme Desolation giant's head was smashed into paste. The headless giant was forced down to the ground, creating a human-shaped crater. Dust and stones were sent flying as the surroundings shook. Duke Long slowly retracted his claw while hovering in the air, letting out a satisfied grunt. Renewed strength spread throughout Duke Long's body again. His muscles expanded once again and bones grew rapidly. His dragon scales became bigger and tougher. His crown-like dragon horns turned increasingly ferocious as spikes extended everywhere. Duke Long's whole body, that had already surpassed normal people's height, expanded once again. A thatched hut ceiling would probably only reach his waist. His long purple hair had been soft and elegant, but now each strand was thick and strong and reached until his feet. Purple gold lightning flickered in between his hair. His dragon tail grew longer. It had been less than 10 feet before, but now it was tens of feet long. Duke Long, go and die. A Northern Plains rank 8 suddenly appeared behind Duke Long. He was determined to succeed as he smashed a killer move which he had prepared for a long time at Duke Long's back. Snap! In just an instant, Duke Long's dragon tail whipped and sent this rank 8 Gu Immortal flying. GUH. The Northern Plains Gu Immortal coughed out mouthfuls of blood. His spine was instantly broken and his organs were displaced. The most fatal thing was the backlash from his own immortal killer move which sent him to the verge of death. At the next moment, 3 Northern Plains Gu Immortals made their move at the same time. 3 killer moves struck Duke Long in succession. We hit him. But the joy on these 3 Northern Plains Gu Immortals' faces froze immediately. As dust dissipated, Duke Long could be seen standing upright. Purple gold dragon scales that flickered with metallic luster covered his whole body. There was not even a scar. What? We had already calculated it. Our 3 killer moves coordinated with each other and increased each other's power. What kind of defense is this? The 3 Northern Plains Gu Immortals were shaken before they felt uneasy and retreated immediately. Are you scratching my back? Duke Long slowly turned around. His expressionless dragon eyes stared at the 3 retreating Gu Immortals. The 3 Gu Immortals immediately felt alerts ringing in their mind. An intense sense of danger suffocated them, as if a mountain was pressing on them. Duke Long, don't try to leave. We are your opponent. The 7 Extreme Desolation giant had obtained a brief respite and stood up once again. Their smashed head had already mostly recovered. 7 Big Dipper Immortals, you are no longer able to obstruct me. Duke Long sneered as he gave an indifferent glance to 7 Extreme Desolation before moving his gaze to Calamity Luck Altar. Red Lotus Demon Venerable's call of the ancient killer move was reliant on Calamity Luck Altar. As long as Calamity Luck Altar was bombarded and dealt a certain amount of damage, Call of the Ancient would be destroyed. Without the interference of these past Northern Plains experts, Heavenly Court members would immediately have the advantage in numbers, and longevity. Heaven would no longer have strength to retaliate. Inside Calamity Luck Altar, Bing Sichuan's forehead was filled with sweat. Damn it. Fate Gu has recovered a little again. The Northern Plains experts from Call of the Ancient are greatly weakened. On the contrary, Heavenly Court members are being strengthened by the Human Path killer move. Most importantly, Duke Long cannot be stopped. His battle strength has already greatly surpassed the realm of rank 8. Even the Human Path killer move has no amplification effect on him. While Bing Sichuan was thinking, Duke Long had once again smashed down on 7 Extreme Desolation. After getting rid of the hindrance, Duke Long directly charged towards Calamity Luck Altar. Huff! Bing Sichuan breathed out heavily as a resolute light shone in his eyes. This is our final attempt. Boom! Calamity Luck Altar suddenly erupted with an extremely intense light that resembled the sun. All the Gu Immortals had no choice but to shut their eyes. Even Duke Long had to squint his eyes. He was puzzled. Bing Sichuan is activating Calamity Luck Altar's abilities so intensely. Is he not afraid of affecting Call of the Ancient? Call of the Ancient was only attached to Calamity Luck Altar. This time Path Killer Move and Calamity Luck Altar conflicted with each other. Calamity Luck Altar did not use its powerful abilities so that it could sustain Call of the Ancient. So it was surprising to see Bing Sichuan suddenly activating its ability. The intense light of Luck Path temporarily obstructed everyone. Within the light, Calamity Luck Altar was like a beast let out of its cage as it ferociously smashed towards the Refinement Path formation. Quick, stop him! Fairy Z Wei cried out. Duke Long discovered to his surprise that Call of the Ancient was still working. The River of Time phantom image was already imprinted in the battlefield. Although it was dissipating, its speed of dissipation was extremely slow and could clearly last for a long period of time. Red Lotus. Immediately, Duke Long was surprised and furious. When he realized he had fallen into Red Lotus Demon Venerable scheme. His understanding of Call of the Ancient came from the other half of its set, the killer move support of the future. Back then, in the battle with Red Lotus Demon Venerable, he had attacked Red Lotus many times and disrupted support of the future. Master, you are very perceptive. You actually saw through this move's flaw. In his memories, Red Lotus Demon Venerable was bleeding, but still had a smile on his face and radiance in his eyes. This defiant disciple, he said it intentionally. There is also this Bing Sichuan. He is truly crafty. He could move freely but purposely restrained himself. Duke Long was furious. This had happened too suddenly and caught him off guard. Calamity Luck Altar had already prepared the move for a long time, so it erupted with shocking might. The Heavenly Court members were strengthened by heroes among people and were suppressing Northern Plains Immortals. Unknowingly, the tight defense line had become dispersed. Looking at Calamity Luck Altar's charge, several Heavenly Court members activated Immortal killer moves without dodging. But under the intense light of Luck Path, most of their killer moves failed miserably, and they suffered from powerful backlash. Only a few killer moves activated successfully and struck Calamity Luck Altar, but were not even able to move Calamity Luck Altar. Calamity Luck Altar kept on charging straight, heavily injuring several Heavenly Court Gu Immortals in its path. It collided with the Refinement Path formation like a crashing meteor. Boom. The Refinement Path formation suffered serious damage and was mostly shattered. Heaven Overseeing Tower's peak was finally exposed to plain sight. Plop. Yuan Xiongdu, who had been in charge of the restoration work, blacked out and fell to the ground. He had already been injured before, and with the backlash from the damage to the Refinement Path formation, he immediately fainted. Without him, although success Dao marks were still arriving in small portions, Fate Gu's recovery was immediately paused. Even Song Yin was affected. This rank 8 Gu Immortal had collaborated with Che Wei to defend against Northern Plains Bull Demon and 5 Elements Grandmaster. Song Yin had already been prepared when Bull Demon and 5 Elements Grandmaster attacked the Refinement Path Gu formation. He bore the damage done to the Refinement Path formation with his own body. Now with Calamity Luck Altar destroying most of the Refinement Path formation, Song Yin also had to endure a large portion of the damage. Song Yin was dizzy. His ears kept on buzzing and his 7 orifices were bleeding. He had almost collapsed to the ground. Fortunately, Che Wei provided timely assistance and protected him. How is your condition? Che Wei defended against the joint attacks of Bull Demon and 5 Elements Grandmaster while asking. I'm still not dead. Song Yin coughed out a mouthful of blood. Go reinforce them quickly. Who can reconstruct the Refinement Path formation? Yuan Xiongdu had been in charge of restoring Fate Gu. Others won't be able to continue the work within a short period. It is better to wake him first. The light of Luck Path started dissipating. Heavenly Court's Immortals charged towards it like they had gone crazy. We failed to destroy it completely. Inside Calamity Luck Altar, Bing Sichuan's gaze shined coldly. His gaze turned, and he immediately gave a firm order. Bull Demon, 5 Elements Grandmaster, return immediately. The light of Luck Path could not last for long and was dissipating quickly. The Heavenly Court Immortals were all charging over. It would definitely be dangerous for Bull Demon and 5 Elements Grandmaster if they were to remain outside. Previously, the Heavenly Court Gu Immortals had been afraid of the Refinement Path Gu formation not being able to support many Gu Immortals, and so had not reinforced Song Yin and Che Wei. Bull Demon and 5 Elements Grandmaster understood the situation and quickly retreated to Calamity Luck Altar. Che Wei was helpless and could only watch. Bull Demon entered Calamity Luck Altar with a worried expression. Flower Lady is still trapped in Heaven Overseeing Tower. The situation there is unknown. Bing Sichuan nodded. His expression was resolute. We shall completely destroy this Refinement Path formation and then rescue. Boom. Bing Sichuan had yet to finish speaking when Calamity Luck Altar shook intensely. The 3 inside the altar could not stand stably and shook along with the altar. A gigantic figure had ruthlessly stepped on Calamity Luck Altar. Because of this action, most of Calamity Luck Altar sank and got buried in the ground. It was Duke Long. With me here, this is as far as you will go. Duke Long's expression was solemn. His gaze was cold. The anger from earlier had completely turned into ruthlessness. His killing intent pervaded the air and suffocated others. Boom, boom, boom. Duke Long started punching Calamity Luck Altar. A torrent of fists rained down on Calamity Luck Altar like a storm. Calamity Luck Altar shook endlessly, sinking down into the ground inch by inch. Cracks quickly appeared on Calamity Luck Altar's surface and started expanding before forming holes. Large amount of Gu worms died. Bing Sichuan immediately distributed the work. He started preparing a killer move to retaliate. Bull Demon was put in charge of repairing Calamity Luck Altar, and 5 Elements Grandmaster, who specialized in Formation Path, was given the work of deducing the half-destroyed Refinement Path formation. The speed of destruction is too fast. I have no time to repair Calamity Luck Altar at all. Several breaths later, Bull Demon shouted. 5 Elements Grandmaster's head was soaked with sweat as he tried to deduce the formation with all his strength. Bing Sichuan said through clenched teeth, "Persevere." Duke Long was extremely powerful. The rank 8 Calamity Luck Altar, an immortal Gu house created by Giant Sun Immortal Venerable personally, was already unable to endure Duke Long's endless punches. "Rise!" Bing Sichuan shouted. Calamity Luck Altar once again erupted with piercing light as it flew towards the sky. Duke Long, who had been punching continuously, felt a powerful force coming from Calamity Luck Altar. "Go down!" Duke Long shouted. He raised his fists above his head and smashed down like a giant hammer. Immortal killer move, world-shaking dragon hammer. With a loud bang, Calamity Luck Altar, which had just ascended, was smashed down like a ball. A huge amount of Gu worms died, their carcasses flying everywhere. A large hole was smashed open on the surface of Calamity Luck Altar from which one could see Bing Sichuan. Bing Sichuan could not hide his shock. Duke Long's strength had already surpassed his wildest imagination. Even Heavenly Court's members were dumbfounded. Everyone charge. At this moment, the Northern Plains Gu Immortals who were created by Call of the Ancient rushed to reinforce. The Heavenly Court Gu Immortals did not dodge or evade, meeting the Northern Plains Gu Immortals head-on. Chaotic battle erupted once again. And in the rear of this chaotic battle, Duke Long was continuously bombarding Calamity Luck Altar. Behind Duke Long was the Refinement Path formation that was being repaired hurriedly. 7 Extreme Desolation fought and killed, finally paving a path of blood as it arrived before Duke Long. Calamity Luck Altar cannot defend against Duke Long on its own. Bing Sichuan had to acknowledge this fact. After obtaining the reinforcement of 7 Extreme Desolation, Bing Sichuan finally had a chance to catch a breather. With some difficulty, he manipulated Calamity Luck Altar and fought Duke Long together with 7 Extreme Desolation. Immortal killer move, Spiraling Dragon Fang. Duke Long opened his mouth as his teeth flew out. 100 sharp teeth expanded along with the wind, becoming a group of snow-white dragon Fang blades that slashed at Calamity Luck Altar. Chink, chink, chink. The dragon Fang blades struck Calamity Luck Altar and produced intense sounds like the collision of hundreds of weapons. Calamity Luck Altar was like a hut in the storm, unable to even retaliate. Duke Long sneered. In just a short moment, teeth grew again in his mouth. They flew out once again, turning into snow-white blades that shrouded Calamity Luck Altar and 7 Extreme Desolation. Soon, 7 Extreme Desolation became heavily damaged while Calamity Luck Altar was filled with holes. Immortal killer move, Dragon Claw Strike. Immortal killer move, Chaotic Dragon Fist. Fist shadows flew in all directions and claw marks appeared everywhere. 7 Extreme Desolation's head was destroyed again and again, while Calamity Luck Altar was in ruins and Bull Demon was simply unable to repair it. Immortal killer move, 9 Dragons Protection. 9 huge purple-gold dragon shadows coiled around Duke Long. It was not that 7 Extreme Desolation and Calamity Luck Altar did not retaliate, but their attacks were all blocked by 9 Dragons' protection. The situation was obvious. Duke Long had an extremely huge dominance. As time continued to pass, Longevity Heaven's side would definitely fail. You have the guts to invade my heavenly court. You are going to pay for it with your lives. Duke Long snorted. What are you still resisting for? You have no hope left. Duke Long stepped and activated a killer move, pushing down the whole Calamity Luck Altar into the ground. He then punched with both hands and sent 7 Extreme Desolation flying far away. I already told you, this is as far as you can possibly go. You will all fail. Heavenly Court will remain invincible. For all eternity. Duke Long's voice reverberated throughout the whole battlefield, stirring everyone's hearts. What methods do you still have? Use them all. I will personally send you into the abyss of despair. He spoke slowly and steadily. His expressionless dragon eyes and cruel voice gave chills to others. Bing Sichuan was in a miserable state. Calamity Luck Altar could no longer provide comprehensive defense. He was filled with injuries. This was the result of spiraling dragon fangs. The situation was getting increasingly dangerous, but the light in his eyes had never been extinguished. He still held hope. In the depths of his mind, there was a memory which he would never forget. This is 88 True Yang Building. So amazing. It is truly worthy of being Lord's creation. Bing Sichuan stood beside Giant Sun Immortal Venerable and said with reverence. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable smiled. He had a satisfied expression. With this Immortal Gu house, all my children will become strong. Lord, you are truly considerate. Bing Sichuan praised. However, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable changed his tone. I feel more anticipation towards the time it collapses. While what? I created this building so that it would collapse one day. Bing Sichuan, you are a time path Gu Immortal, go hibernate. When 88 True Yang Building collapses in the future, it will be a sign that the opportunity to attack Heavenly Court has arrived. 5. Inside Calamity Luck Altar. Even if my injuries are fatal, even if the situation is desperate, even if we have used all our trump cards, I won't give up. Because this plan is Ancestor Giant Sun's arrangement. Oh Heavenly Court, the victor will be us. Bing Sichuan shouted. Blind confidence. Duke Long gave a disdainful scoff. You will only extend your suffering if you continue persevering. Bing Sichuan snorted. You will never understand that man's greatness. Not far away. Whoosh. Dogtail life extending ferret Mao Li Chiu suddenly turned into smoke and disappeared from the scene. We finally got rid of the killer move perfect pair. It is indeed worthy of being thieving heaven demon venerable's creation. Fortunately, this is Heavenly Court. With 4 rule path Gu Immortals, and with detailed information on perfect pair in our records, we could decipher it. If this were a normal situation, it would have been troublesome. The Dogtail Life Extending Ferret had been engaging in a fierce battle against 2 legendary immemorial desolate beasts of Heavenly Court, Ruandan and Shabi 95. With perfect pair, the Dogtail Life Extending Ferret and its clone were able to suppress them. But with Heavenly Court's members waking up, many people began to target perfect pair and were finally able to break it. Try to act wild again. Little dog, you pounced on me so many times that my feathers are all plucked out. Ruandan and Shabi 95 surrounded Mao Li Chiu, along with several Heavenly Court Gu Immortals. Mao Li Chiu might have outstanding strength, but falling into this situation, it was not able to fight against many and was soon filled with injuries with blood gushing out rapidly. But Ruandan and Shabi 95 were also not in a good state. Mao Li Chiu's counterattack was specially targeted at these two. Although Mao Li Chiu's injuries kept on increasing and was becoming increasingly weak, while Heavenly Court's dominance was increasing, Ruandan and Shabi 95 were still shaken and bewildered. This lunatic is not afraid of death. Even if it dies, it will probably bite a piece of my flesh off during its last attack. Heavenly Court's 2 legendary immemorial beasts could not help but feel apprehensive. One of them shouted, Mao Li Chiu, why are you wasting your life for Giant Sun Immortal Venerable? He raised you because of your innate ability and wanted to kill you to prolong his life. Mao Li Chiu was standing in a pool of blood. Its injuries were horrifying and many were so deep that its bones could be seen. Its glossy fur was now stuck together because of the blood. Its eyes had blacked out. Its body was shaking as if it would collapse at the next moment. It knew about its body condition. It would probably die here. And so what? Mao Li Chiu gave a soundless laughter as it opened its mouth. A memory surfaced in its mind. Under the setting sun, on a mountain, Mao Li Chiu curled up like a puppy beside Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's feet. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable stroked its head, but it was shivering. It had already heard of Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's plan. Now that Giant Sun Immortal Venerable was near the end of his lifespan and had summoned him, he probably wanted to kill it to extend his life. But Moonlight Gu did not dare to resist. It was extremely clear. Even if it possessed peak rank 8 battle strength, it was not Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's match. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable would not even need to attack for it to die. Don't be afraid, Moonlight Gu. I won't kill you to prolong my life. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable chuckled. Moonlight Gu's body stiffened. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable gazed at the evening sky that was dazzling like fire. I still remember the first day I took you in. How time flies. You have already grown to this extent. Speaking from the bottom of my heart, you are my child too. How different are you from my sons and daughters? As a parent, how can I harm my own children? Moonlight Gu knew Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's temperament. He would not lie because there was no need to do so. Moonlight Gu asked in a daze. But master, you can extend your lifespan by killing me. Extend my lifespan? Giant Sun Immortal Venerable laughed. I will only be dragging on the inevitable. People die in the end, isn't that so? He shook his head. What meaning is there to continue living under fate? Death is not that hard to accept. Furthermore, children are destined to leave their parents, and only then can they truly grow up. 1-inch master. Promise me, you must continue to live well. Do what you like, I won't give you any orders. Be yourself, and live happily. Master. The memory faded away as Moonlight Gu looked at the surrounding enemies. It raised its head and laughed wildly, its aura suddenly surging. Master, even if I die, I will repay the gratitude of raising me. It is already dying. Right, it is only overexerting itself. But be careful of its final counterattack. The Heavenly Court Immortals had cold expressions as they encircled it. Black Heaven. Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace. Giant Sun Immortal Zombie was sitting cross-legged without moving like a statue. He looked towards the south. The scenes of the battle in Heavenly Court were reflected in his eyes. His face showed no sadness or joy as he slowly raised his palm. Chapter 1734. Chen removes formation Infallible Blessed Land Battlefield. 9 consecutive Unceasing formation. Their formation. Our side is suffering from a strong backlash. First group, come back and recuperate. Second group, take over the first group. Third group, be on standby. Chen and Bai Tsang Shui controlled the formation while orderly commanding the Central Continent Gu Immortals. Who could have thought they would have such a strange move? Fang Yuan frowned slightly as he gazed at the 5 regional formation within the formation. This is troublesome. If we don't handle it well, the 9 consecutive Unceasing formation might. Fang Yuan had a bad feeling. The 5 regional formation constantly spread 5-colored smoke to the surroundings under Chu Yu's control. The smoke constantly spread out while becoming increasingly transparent as it invaded the 9 consecutive Unceasing formation. Good, this is the way. The others shall target the formation. Make the Central Continent Gu Immortals use it frequently. The more they use it, the stronger the backlash they will suffer. The stronger this 9 consecutive Unceasing formation is, the greater the injury these Gu Immortals will have to suffer. This is truly wonderful. The morale of the Southern Alliance and Northern Plains Immortals soared. They changed their battle tactic. They had already seen through this formation and could clearly target the flaw to destroy the formation, but now, they were not in a hurry to do so. The 5 regional smoke constantly spread, and they used this to deal with the Central Continent Gu Immortals who were inside the formation. In a way, 9 consecutive Unceasing formation had instead become the strong weapon for Fang Yuan's group to attack Central Continent and Heavenly Court's experts. How should we deal with this? Do we send people to destroy their formation? Bai Tsang Shui looked at Chen. The leader of this group was Chen. Chen looked unsightly as he said, this formation should have originated from the 5 regional true inheritance. It is the method of southern borders Taozhu. Heavenly Court had interfered in the 5 regional mountain range battle. Jun Xinguang was captured alive by Fang Yuan in this battle. Thus, Heavenly Court knew detailed information about Taozhu's true inheritance and the 5 regional mountain range battle. Taozhu could create the 5 regional mountain range. So this 5-colored smoke that is pervading the formation is clearly imitating the 5 regional walls and is making our side suffer from backlash. Chen Yi's tone was quite bitter. The 9 consecutive Unceasing formation is a multi-layered formation. We can easily get rid of or add a sub-formation and hence sustain it indefinitely. Back then, Limitless Demon Venerable had to break 100 formations to get out of this formation. But Taozhu's method gets around the 9 consecutive Unceasing formation and targets our Gu Immortals instead. Not only are they avoiding the formation, but the stronger our formation is, the stronger the backlash to the Gu Immortals in charge of the formation. If we activate the formation to deal with the enemy's formation, we will fall into the enemy's trap. We cannot do that. But if we temporarily stop the formation and send our people out of the formation, we will be giving up our advantage and fighting with our weakness. Moreover, the enemies include ruthless people like Wu Yong and Fang Yuan. The Gu immortals we send out will be in huge danger. Chen Yi had been struck by Wu Yong's farewell friend Wind and was saved by Feng Jiuge. He still felt lingering fear. More importantly, they only had 3 rank 8s, Chen Yi, Bai Tsang Shui, and Feng Jiuge. Moreover, they all had some level of injuries and were not suited to be sent out. Chen Yi sighed deeply as he analyzed until here. Who could have thought the 9-9 consecutive unceasing formation would be countered by the enemy? Tao Zhu was only an ordinary rank 8 Gu immortal who could not even be mentioned alongside Wu Yong and Fang Yuan, while the 9-9 consecutive unceasing formation was created by the famous and mighty star constellation Immortal Venerable. The 5 regional true inheritance was able to counter 9-9 consecutive unceasing formation. This was Tao Zhu's glory. One while alive, Tao Zhu was not prominent among rank 8 Gu immortals or even remotely famous. He only created the 5 regional mountain range. No one had expected his research to truly succeed. After this battle, Tao Zhu's name would spread throughout the world despite him having been dead for a long time already. Each generation brings forth new geniuses, and each will rule their domain for years to come. Like how Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's perfect pair killer move was countered in the battle in Heavenly Court, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's 9-9 consecutive unceasing formation was also countered by geniuses of the future generations. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable had died too long ago while the eras continued to progress. Their methods were powerful, but they could not escape from the trials of time as it flows continuously. Remove that subformation. Chen Yi ordered resolutely. The Gu immortals beside him were shocked. Chen Yi actually sent the command to remove the formation. Did he get muddle-headed? But soon after, Feng Jiuge was the first to react, his eyes shining brightly as he praised. Great idea. They actually removed the formation, haha. Inside 5 regional formation, some Northern Plains Gu immortals started laughing heartily at this sight. Wu Yong and Fang Yuan, however, had slightly sunken expressions. This is not good. Chen Yi is truly crafty. If we are inside their formation, the 5-colored smoke can invade faster and deeper. Now that they have removed the subformation, its efficiency will decrease greatly. Indeed, over at Heavenly Court's battlefield, Longevity Heaven is already unable to hold on, and Heavenly Court is firmly occupying the upper hand. Chen Yi probably considered this, so he adopted the delaying tactic. Fang Yuan's group would have been happy to see Chen Yi's side activating the 9-9 consecutive unceasing formation or sending people to attack their formation. But now, Chen Yi took the initiative to remove the subformation, choosing to defend passively. The 5-colored smoke's invasion slowed down greatly. Central Continent Immortals only maintained the formation and did not activate it, so they suffered from weaker backlash. On the contrary, Chen Yi was still behind the formation, continuing to arrange immortal formations. Fang Yuan's group needed even more time to destroy this 9-9 consecutive unceasing formation as a result. The most crucial thing was that Fang Yuan's group had to fight for every second. They could not delay for even one moment. Once Heavenly Court eliminates Longevity Heaven's forces, they would rush here to deal with Fang Yuan's group. Chen Yi was very calm with his deep experience. He purposely backed down. It was only a small step back in the overall picture, but it instead became an even more terrifying offensive move. He directly forced Fang Yuan's group towards the edge of the cliff. Sigh. If I had known this, I would have made Formation Spirit and Formation Flag Immortal Gu take part in the 5 regional formation. With that, 5 regional formation could be mobile and would not have to be fixed in one place. Fang Yuan mentally sighed. This was not his mistake, and it was not that he was unwilling to contribute. If Formation Spirit and Formation Flag Immortal Gu were to be joined with the 5 regional formation, the amount of things to deduce would increase sharply, and it would consume a lot of Fang Yuan's time. In fact, even if the 5 regional formation could be moved, Fang Yuan's group would not be able to resolve the current crisis. Chen Yi took the initiative to dispel the subformation and retreated to a defensive position. The 5 regional formation inside the subformation was now exposed. There was already a chaotic battle going on outside the 9-9 consecutive unceasing formation. For rank 8 Gu immortals, Qing Yi, Li Huang, Prince Feng Xian, and Ba Shi Ba were engaged in a ferocious fight. Clear Jade Dripping Wind Tiny Bamboo Building, Frost Dragon Manor, Wind Sweeping Building, and other immortal Gu houses were rampaging in the battlefield, occasionally colliding against each other or erupting with immortal killer moves. Dazzling lights and explosions resounded everywhere. Not good. Unlimited wind is getting out of my control. Wu Yong's expression changed. Previously, he had been inside the formation and had not clearly sensed it. Now that Chen Yi had removed the formation, Wu Yong clearly felt something wrong. Without any delay, Wu Yong flew out of the 5 regional formation and charged at wind-sweeping building. Yao Huang, Heavenly Lord by Zhu and others also made their moves. With their support, Li Huang, Qin Yi and others felt huge pressure. They had to retreat again, and soon, they along with Central Continent's Immortal Gu houses were getting suppressed. Fang Yuan quietly moved out before suddenly using Great Thief Ghost Hand. Central Continent's Immortal Gu houses immediately met with disaster as Fang Yuan stole a large amount of Gu worms. Fang Yuan grabbed repeatedly and soon obtained 3 Immortal Gu. Adding on his gains from the battle in Emperor City, he had already stolen over 10 Immortal Gu from Central Continent's Immortal Gu houses. As for these Immortal Gu, Fang Yuan recognized some of them, while there were some which he did not recognize. His Time Path clone was staying inside the Light of Wisdom, continuously deducing the ways in which these Gu worms could be used. Seeing that the situation was going awry, Li Huang got away from Prince Fengxian and hurried to fight Fang Yuan. The previous scene in Emperor City played out once again. Fang Yuan was entangled by Li Huang and was unable to easily target Immortal Gu houses. This Prince Fengxian is acting so well, intentionally letting go of Li Huang without commotion. Fang Yuan mentally snorted. Prince Fengxian was a problem. What made Fang Yuan feel even more problematic was Heavenly Court's rank 9 Human Path killer move, Heroes Among People. With the amplification from Heroes Among People, Li Huang, Qin Yi, as well as Central Continent's Immortal Gu houses had their strength increased by several times. Thus they were able to block the joint offense of Southern Border and Northern Plains. We don't have time to continue such a chaotic battle. Let's retreat to the formation. Fang Yuan called out. Wu Yong and the rest slowly moved back and collected their Immortal Gu houses before retreating to the 5 regional formation. The 5 regional formation was activated completely. Large amounts of 5-colored smoke quickly spread and shrouded the whole battlefield. Inside the 5-colored smoke, Central Continent's Gu Immortals felt a powerful suppression. Like the awkward state of Chen Yi before, these people who had been strengthened by Heroes Among People had their killer moves amplified, as well, which caused the backlash to increase steeply. I did not expect Tao Zhu's method to be so profound. Inside the formation, Ba Shirba was moved inside. Wu Yong was silent. This situation was within his expectations. Because he had already discovered this, he did not stint on exposing the contents of the true inheritance and seeking to collaborate with Qi Chuyu. Qi Chuyu also knew this was a good thing, but did not have a method to use it before. Now that the formation was modified and successfully arranged, it immediately showed its effects. It is a pity this 5-colored smoke does not distinguish between enemies and allies. Central Continent is suppressed, but we can also suffer from backlash. Only Fang Yuan can move freely. Yao Huang said encouragingly. Many people looked at Fang Yuan, revealing envious expressions. Such a pity. Fang Yuan inwardly sighed. If he could obtain Tao Zhu's true inheritance, relying on the Light of Wisdom as well as his powerful formation path and wisdom path attainment levels, his battle strength would rise sharply. For example, he had no way to deal with Heroes Among People, but if he had the 5-colored smoke, Li Huang's group would suffer from an even greater suppression. Who was to say if Fang Yuan might be able to suppress the battle in Emperor City single-handedly? Back then, when he had escaped from the 5 regional mountain range and could not take 5 regional true inheritance, he had felt it was a huge loss. Looking at it now, his premonition back then was not wrong. Chapter 1735, Giant Sun vs. Star Constellation Infallible Blessed Land Battlefield. The enemies entered their formation. Looks like they want to make full use of the 5-colored smoke. Li Huang and the others are in trouble. Chen Yi had been paying close attention to the battle situation. Should we go reinforce them? We can work together with them. Maybe we can destroy the enemy's formation. As long as their formation is destroyed and 1 or 2 of the core Immortal Gu are dead, they might have no way left to make a comeback. Bai Tsang Shui suggested. Chen Yi considered before shaking his head. No need to take a risk. The current situation is very favorable to us. Bring them into the 9-9 consecutive unceasing formation. Chen Yi was not willing to attack and even wanted to pull back Li Huang and others. He was determined to continue his plan of stalling for time. Fang Yuan flew out of the formation and began to fight Li Huang's group. Inside 5-colored smoke, Li Huang's group was greatly restricted when fighting with Fang Yuan. After suffering many losses, Li Huang gave the order to retreat and entered the 9-9 consecutive unceasing formation. In an instant, both sides had entered their respective formations. The noisy battlefield was only left with the sounds of unlimited wind. Wu Yong and Fang Yuan remained outside the formation. The former carefully controlled unlimited wind to evade 5-colored smoke and target Heavenly Court's formation. The latter was hiding in the 5-colored smoke, slowly approaching Heavenly Court's formation as the 5-colored smoke spread out further. Let's continue to hold on. as long as the battle in Heavenly Court ends, we will win. Inside 9 consecutive unceasing formation, Chen roused the morale of everyone. But he had just finished speaking when they heard a loud explosion. The Immortals quickly looked and saw surging 5-colored smoke. The 5 regional formation on Fang Yuan's side suddenly exploded. A figure flew out like an arrow from within the dense 5-colored smoke. Prince Fengxian, what did you do? Kill him. He is definitely Heavenly Court spy. Lord Qi Chuyu, are you okay? Quick, someone save Lord Qi. A change happened suddenly. Southern Border and Northern Plains Gu Immortals were in chaos. Prince Fengxian, don't even dream about escaping. Fang Yuan and Wu Yong, who were outside, turned around and stopped Prince Fengxian. Baicang Shui was exulted. So it was Prince Fengxian who destroyed the enemy formation from inside. Great job. Some Gu Immortals who were unaware of the inside information were dumbstruck at this sight. Quick, Prince Fengxian is our Spirit Affinity House's member. Go save him. A Spirit Affinity House's Supreme Elder urged. Even without his words, Chen Yi had already sent the command. Li Huang, Qing Yi, and Baicang Shui flew out of the formation to bring back Prince Fengxian. Fang Yuan and Wu Yong were obstructed by these 3. Prince Fengxian was not weak, and with help from the reinforcements, he entered the 9 consecutive unceasing formation successfully. Heavenly Court's Immortals, however, did not know. This Prince Fengxian who was brought into their formation was a fake. I finally got in. Fang Yuan sneered inwardly with surging killing intent. Immortal killer move, familiar face. This killer move was given a major modification by Fang Yuan, and adding on the transformation path Dao marks he obtained from annexing Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven. Its might had increased by several times. Even if Heavenly Court had made preparations, they could not discover Fang Yuan's true identity. At this moment, the true Prince Fengxian was actually still inside the 5 regional formation. The 5 regional formation had been modified by Fang Yuan, and he had naturally put in another formation inside. This inner formation was a cage to trap Prince Fengxian, and its formation core was being guarded by several rank 8 Gu Immortals. As for the Fang Yuan inside the 5-colored smoke, it was Yi Hao Fang's disguise. Southern Border's rank 8 Gu Immortal, Yi Hao Fang, was a transformation path Gu Immortal. Although he did not have a method like familiar face, he was inside the 5-colored smoke which protected him from the investigative killer moves of other rank 8 Gu Immortals. As for the 5 regional formation, it had truly been detonated. Countless mortal Gu died, and the immortal Gu used in the formation also suffered varying severity of damage. Only by doing this could they deceive Chen Yi's side. Chen Yi was still in the dark because of another reason as well. Fairy Ziwei had sent a notification to them. Chen Yi's group knew Prince Fengxian's true identity, which made them place attention on him constantly during the battle. Once there was any movement over on Prince Fengxian's end, and he backstabs the enemy, they were to actively cooperate and achieve greater success in the battle. Right now, Prince Fengxian had directly destroyed the enemy's formation. This was a huge battle merit. Chen Yi's group had already been mentally prepared, so they immediately accepted Fang Yuan. Since the secret that I was reborn has been exposed, Heavenly Court is definitely wary of Prince Fengxian's identity being exposed as well. Currently, this war pertains to Fate Gu. At the crucial moment, Heavenly Court will definitely use Prince Fengxian to maintain the situation. This is something I can exploit. Fang Yuan sneered inwardly. He was disguised as Prince Fengxian with a heavily injured look. Under the expectant gazes of Heavenly Court Immortals, he entered the core of 9 consecutive unceasing formation confidently. A Spirit Affinity House Supreme Elder welcomed him first. She smiled. Welcome home. Fang Yuan was ready and prepared to make a move. I am not the real Prince Fengxian. I will be exposed when I converse with them. And I don't have Wu Yong's concealing methods. My killer move's aura will definitely leak when I prepare it. So the perfect time to make a move is at this moment when I have just entered the formation. Because I was chased, the killer move aura on my body has yet to dissipate. Fang Yuan was about to make a fatal move when a change occurred. Everyone in the whole battlefield had a change in their expression. What is that? Rank 9 killer move. It seems to have come from Northern Plains. Luck Path's aura. Its direction seems like Heavenly Court. Both enemies and allies forgot about fighting as they all looked up at the sky. An enormous beam of light flew through the sky and shot towards Heavenly Court's direction at an extreme speed. This beam of light was so gigantic, like a large river that spanned across heaven and earth. Wherever it went, it pushed aside all the air. The light pillar's movement was accompanied by a deafening and majestic sound. Such a grand and powerful killer move shocked everyone and sent them into a daze. Chen Yi, Wu Yong, and even Fang Yuan felt how small and insignificant they were at this moment. Unstoppable. Invincible. The light pillar started from black heaven above Northern Plains, piercing through the regional wall and directly bombarding Heavenly Court. Heavenly Court shook intensely. The world seemed to tremble as countless Immortal Gu houses cracked and broke. This is... Duke Long looked up fiercely. The previous moment, he had been in high spirits, and with his awe-inspiring might, he had beaten 7 extreme desolation and calamity luck alter to the point where they did not even know their bearings. But when the light pillar charged towards him, he paled in horror. In an instant, he had become fish on the chopping board. He could not move. He was locked firmly by the beam like an insect trapped in amber. He could only watch quietly as the pillar of light crashed, even though his current strength could make all other Rank 8 Gu Immortals feel helpless and lament. Rank 9. Killer Move. This is Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's method. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable left behind a backup method after all. No, he is not targeting me. He is going after Fate Gu. Duke Long suddenly realized as his face turned malevolent. He struggled with all his strength, trying to activate his immortal killer moves desperately. But what he feared still happened. His killer moves did not even activate once. The continuous failure in activating killer moves inflicted heavy backlash on him. His mouth and eyes were both bleeding. The Heavenly Court Immortals were confused and shocked. Some who overestimated their own strength tried to obstruct the beam, but were all incinerated into ashes. No Rank 8 Gu Immortal could block the advancement of the light pillar. Lord Ancestor, Giant Sun. Master. At this moment, Bing Sai Chuan and Mao Li Qiu's eyes shined brightly. But right as the beam of light was about to strike the refinement path formation, suddenly, everyone heard a deep sigh. Following that, the image of 2 venerables playing chess appeared once again in Imperfection Regret Pavilion. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, who was playing chess with Limitless Demon Venerable, grabbed a chess piece and tossed it out. Instantly, countless starlight specks flickered and gathered. They were so dazzling that they did not lose to the huge yellow beam. Starlight specks formed a giant web that obstructed the beam's advancement. The beam of light became slower and thinner. The starlight specks that were surrounding it were absorbing and transferring the strength away. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. This is Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's method. The Heavenly Court Gu Immortals were exalted. They looked at Imperfection Regret Pavilion with reverence and excited emotions. Duke Long gasped for breath. The beam of light had approached him closely, almost touching his face. But in the end, the beam was completely stopped and trapped by the starlight web. Damn it, we were so close. Bing Sai Chuan was very upset. Duke Long was Heavenly Court's strongest battle strength. He was also their leader and banner. If he died, Heavenly Court's morale would definitely fall greatly, while Longevity Heaven, which still had Calamity Luck Alter and 7 Extreme Desolation, would have hope left. Star Constellation, this bitch. Mao Li Qiu clenched its teeth fiercely. When the beam of light suddenly changed abruptly, it started to rotate and got faster and faster, forming circles of whirling currents on its surface. Inside Imperfection Regret Pavilion, a surprised look appeared on Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's face. With a loud sound, the beam exploded, splitting into hundreds of enormous yellow chi currents that plunged into Bing Sai Chuan, Mao Li Qiu, and the other Northern Plains experts. Mao Li Qiu was dumbfounded. It had already been prepared for death, but after this yellow chi current moved through its limbs and bones, all its injuries were healed, and immortal essence was condensing within its immortal aperture out of nowhere. A golden-white halo appeared on Longevity Heaven's members, giving them a huge amplification. This amplification was several times stronger than heroes among people. After the light pillar got obstructed by the starlight web, it transformed into another effect and helped Longevity Heaven's members instead. Duke Long, let's fight again. Bing Sai Chuan shouted, having recovered to his peak condition. Calamity Luck Alter was also shrouded in a layer of radiance, and under Bing Sai Chuan's control, it flew out. Duke Long did not dodge, but faced Calamity Luck Alter head-on. Calamity Luck Alter's momentum was blocked, but Duke Long was sent flying like a cannonball. He smashed through 5 to 6 thick walls before being stopped by the chi wall. GUH. Duke Long's face turned pale as he spat out large mouthfuls of blood. His chest had caved in, and almost all his ribs were broken. 1. Chapter 1736. Northern Plains Upper Hand Heavenly Court Battlefield. Kill. Deafening battle roars resounded. The morale of the Northern Plains Immortals soared to an unprecedented height. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable had made his move. It had extraordinary meaning. His descendants all felt a huge rise in their morale along with great increase in their strength. How can this be? A Heavenly Court Immortal suddenly stiffened in the air, unable to move. Before him, a famous expert of Northern Plains, Wisdom Path Gu Immortal Lu Hui, let out a breath of air. I was almost killed by you. You were really so close. It is such a pity. Cold sweat dripped down the Heavenly Court Gu Immortal's forehead. Your killer move was clearly unable to bind me. Humph. The amazing one is Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. You take no credit in this. Lu Hui sneered. Then what about earlier when our side was suppressed by fate? Moreover, who cares about who the credit belongs to? Life or death, victory or defeat. These are the only important things. Go die. He waved his hand lightly, taking the enemy's life. His eyes were narrow and his gaze was chilling as he sized up his surroundings with ill intentions. Who should be next? You cannot break my defense. Don't waste your effort. A Heavenly Court Gu Immortal stood steadfast and unmoved, his whole body covered in an extremely tough barrier. Northern Plains Gu Immortal Yu Yangzi took in a deep breath. He felt the vast new strength in his body. His dejectedness from earlier vanished as his confidence soared. The current me is not the same as before. Immortal Killer Move, Decomposition. Yu Yangzi's original name was Yi Lui Hua, and he cultivated Rule Path. After becoming a Gu Immortal, he achieved remarkable feats repeatedly, but Yi Lui tribe did not give him the treatment he deserved. In a fit of anger, he defected from the tribe and became a demonic path Gu Immortal. In his later years, Yi Lui tribe was jointly pushed aside and suppressed by many Huangjin tribes. Yi Lui Hua, who had become rank 8, was welcomed back to become Yi Lui tribe's first supreme elder in a grand manner and returned to the righteous path. He relied on his own strength to achieve feats that was unattainable for ordinary Gu Immortals, making the entire tribe lower its head and admit its past mistake. Yi Lui Hua's life history was painted with legendary tales that stimulated countless future generations. But even after returning to Yi Lui tribe and taking the position of first supreme elder, he did not use his original name and still went by Yu Yangzi. How can this be? The Heavenly Court Gu Immortal was pale from shock. The defense that he prided himself on continued to break apart before disintegrating completely. With the help of Giant Sun Immortal Venerable, Yu Yangzi directly reversed the position of the strong and weak. The Heavenly Court Gu Immortal fighting against him soon died a miserable death. Chink chink chink. 3 Heavenly Court Immortals were fighting Yuan Ben. Yuan Ben was a rank 8 Gu Immortal who primarily cultivated Bone Path and had shocking battle strength. While he was alive, he was considered the #1 battle strength in Northern Plains Gu Immortal world. Even the other 4 regions often heard of his famous name. His physique was not strong-built. Instead, he was slightly on the bony side. But his whole body was covered in extremely tough, white bone armor. He held a white bone spear in his right hand which created a storm when he waved it. In his left hand, he held a bone sword. The sword light it gave off was cold and dark. Yuan Ben roared loudly when he received a portion of the yellow light. His armor suddenly shot out countless bone spikes. One Heavenly Court Gu Immortal who was surrounding him could not dodge in time and died miserably after being pierced by hundreds of spikes. Yuan Ben took the chance to rush forward and pierced the second Gu Immortal's heart with his spear while slicing off the third Gu Immortal's head with his sword. But he did not feel any excitement or joy. Instead, he looked slightly sad. It is unfortunate you did not have all your Gu worms and could not display your full strength. Furthermore, I obtained ancestors' help. This battle, there is no honor in winning. Boom. With a loud bang, Duke Long was sent flying like a cannonball. Dragon roars resounded as Duke Long quickly stabilized himself. Suddenly, an enormous shadow shrouded over him. Duke Long quickly raised his head and saw Calamity Luck altar pressing down like a mountain. Duke Long gave a cold grunt and clenched his fists with no intention to dodge. Lord Duke Long, let me lend you a hand. Heavenly Court Gu Immortal Wu Shuang activated a killer move against Duke Long. Immortal Killer Move, Peerless. Duke Long took a deep breath and punched at Calamity Luck altar. Immortal Killer Move, Chaotic Dragon Fist. Peerless, Chaotic Dragon Fist. Fist shadows flew and set off a violent gale. Calamity Luck altar swayed unsteadily as it was struck by tens of millions of fist shadows. This Duke Long is still so absurdly strong. Bing Sai Chuan gritted his teeth. Calamity Luck altar had also received Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's amplification. Its strength had risen by several times, but was still unable to suppress Duke Long. But right at this time, a giant flew over and joined the battlefield. It was 7 Extreme Desolation. Die Duke Long. The 7 Extreme Desolation giant roared as it spat out countless pitch-black needles that shot towards Duke Long. Damn it. Heavenly Court Gu Immortal Wu Shuang stared with a furious expression. He wanted to help, but was blocked by other Northern Plains Gu Immortals. Northern Plains Gu Immortals had rich battle experiences, and these Gu Immortals summoned by call of the ancient were experts of their eras. After fighting for so long, they were already able to tacitly coordinate. Duke Long was using Chaotic Dragon Fist to block Calamity Luck altar, but suffered from 7 Extreme Desolation's attack at the same time. These pitch-black needles were extremely powerful and had explosive momentum. Duke Long felt a chilling sensation of pain before they even touched him. A sharp light flashed past Duke Long's eyes. Immortal Killer Move, Clear Dragon Vision. With the activation of the investigative killer move, he immediately saw through many details of the pitch black needles and knew this move contained the essence of Dark Path and was used to counter defensive methods. If he only used his dragon scales or 9 dragons protection, he would probably have countless holes in his body and be heavily injured. Then let's use offense against offense. Duke Long opened his mouth and breathed out heavily. Chi currents surged as they instantly formed an immortal killer move. Immortal killer move, Chi current scissors. Countless white Chi currents charged towards the pitch black needles. Chi currents cut through the air like sharp blades, cutting apart all the black needles in their path. Chi current scissors collided with pitch black needles, each side dissipated by more than half of their original quantity. But there were some that escaped the collision and flew towards Duke Long and 7 Extreme Desolation. Almost at the same time, Duke Long gave a muffled grunt after being pierced by over 10 pitch black needles, while several bones and muscles of 7 Extreme Desolation's body were cut by Chi current scissors. These injuries were shared by the 7 Big Dipper Immortals inside 7 Extreme Desolation. They endured the pain as they coordinated their efforts in activating 7 Extreme Desolation to directly go after Duke Long. Duke Long's side. He could only retreat. Since the battle started, this was the first time he had retreated on his own initiative. The enemy's momentum was so strong that Duke Long had no choice but to retreat. His killer move Heavenly Dragon's Last Stand could indeed let him be tyrannical among rank 8s, especially during the last moments of his life. He would have complete dominance over rank 8 Gu Immortals. But, in front of a rank 9 killer move, Heavenly Dragon's Last Stand paled greatly, losing much significance. Besides the might of the killer move itself, there was also a mysterious and profound change that was occurring. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's attack had been an offensive killer move which originated from Northern Plains and struck Central Continent's Heavenly Court. It crossed 2 regions without any decrease in its power. Heavenly Court's own defense was extremely strong, but it was not a match against Giant Sun's attack. Fortunately, during the critical moment, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable made a move and blocked Giant Sun's attack. But after being blocked, Giant Sun's attack changed its nature and transformed into an amplification method which overturned the whole battle situation. There were 4 main kinds of special techniques regarding the usage of killer moves: consecutive moves, variation moves, attached moves, and split moves. The so-called variation move used a certain killer move as the base and added in new attributes to achieve a different effect. For instance, Fang Yuan's Myriad Self killer move was the base for Strength Path Giant Hand. But if Fang Yuan activated the killer move, Myriad Self absolutely would not transform into Strength Path Giant Hand. These two had their own differences. In contrast, Giant Sun's attack seemed to be able to transform at will. One moment, it was an offensive killer move, while immediately after, it became an amplification method. The attainment that Giant Sun Immortal Venerable possessed in using the variation move technique had already surpassed Duke Long's level of understanding. My strength seems to be dissipating. Looks like Ancestor Giant Sun's amplification cannot be maintained for long. We need to stop focusing on fighting, and while the amplification still exists, we need to break through the enemy's defense line and seize fake Gu. As time passed, the Northern Plains Gu Immortals gradually realized something. Giant Sun's attack transformed and became a powerful amplification method, but this strength was quickly dissipating. Giant Sun's attack was much more explosive than Heroes Among People. But looking at the duration and area of coverage, Heroes Among People undoubtedly covered a larger area and could last for a longer time. Duke Long's expression changed. He was barely able to match both Calamity Luck Altar and 7 Extreme Desolation. Now that Northern Plains Immortals were all attacking the Refinement Path formation, he was simply unable to defend it. Heavenly Court Gu Immortals gathered and formed a defensive line in front of the damaged Refinement formation. But under the berserk rush of the Northern Plains Gu Immortals, the defensive line was on the verge of breaking. All kinds of immortal killer moves collided. Gu Immortal corpses fell from the sky from time to time. Both sides staked their lives against each other. Gu Immortal deaths rose steeply around the thin defensive line. Northern Plains side was betting it all in this one fight, while Heavenly Court members were defending with all their strength. Both sides gained constant reinforcements. Gu Immortals awakened from Heavenly Court Immortal Graveyard and rushed to the battlefield to reinforce the defensive line. While from the phantom image of the River of Time, Northern Plains experts stepped out and went to fight without saying a word. The defensive line was teetering on the edge of collapsing. Fairy Z-Wei had already joined the battlefield and was using all her might to resist the Northern Plains Immortals' offense. Suddenly, a faint shadow appeared beside Fairy Z-Wei. Northern Plains Gu Immortal expert Lu. This person was a rank 8 expert, but did not have a good reputation. When he was alive, he was the only rank 8 Gu Immortal in Lu tribe, and according to the customs, he should have inherited the first Supreme Elder's position. But from a young age, Lu had never fought openly and only bullied the weak while fearing the strong. All his attacks were usually sneak attacks. His reputation was so bad that others could not bring themselves to respect or trust him. If he took the position and became Lu tribe's first supreme elder, it would instead burden the whole of Lu tribe and affect Lu tribe's image and reputation instead. Lu was an anomaly and a unique existence in the history of Northern Plains. But because of this nature, he was still alive in this battlefield now. Chapter 1737. Heavenly Court's foundation. Lu had set foot in the battlefield very early, but within his batch of Northern Plains experts, the others were already killed, and only he remained. This battle was too dangerous and fierce. It was very common to see the sacrifice of rank 8 Gu immortals. Lu's achievements in this battle were brilliant, having killed at least 8 Heavenly Court members. With his plentiful battle experiences, he had long been paying attention to Fairy Ziwei and had already deduced that she was a crucial key in this battle. Now he suddenly sneak attacked, but this attack had been prepared for a long time. At that very instance, Fairy Ziwei's hair stood on end. She was suffocated with a feeling of fatal danger that filled her mind. Fairy Ziwei was well aware that she was simply unable to block the enemy with just her defensive methods. But she did not have the time to activate other defensive measures at this point. Right as Fairy Ziwei was about to die, at the crucial moment, a Heavenly Court Gu Immortal rushed out from the side. It was Wu Shuang, who had reinforced Duke Long earlier. Swish! With a muffled noise, Lu's killer move that was like a gray knife pierced through Wu Shuang and even stabbed into Fairy Ziwei's shoulder. Damn it, this guy blocked most of the attack. Lu's expression rapidly changed as he quickly disappeared on the spot. Fairy Ziwei was heavily injured, but Wu Shuang was dead. Lu disappeared without a trace. Who knew whose life would be gone the next time he appeared? Boom. Airwaves surged. Duke Long was sent flying hundreds of steps before he barely stabilized himself. He finally blocked 7 Extreme Desolation's killer move, but the price he paid were his 2 hands and the dragon scales in front of his chest. His hands drooped down powerlessly, his dragon scales were completely destroyed, and blood had already dyed his chest. Duke Long immediately activated healing methods, but the dark path down marks in his hands were extremely dense. Moreover, they were arranged in a mystical way, which greatly hindered the healing effect. Ha! Duke Long. You have been struck by our snake lure and dark life entanglement. You still want to recover your injuries in such a short period? Keep dreaming. A voice from within 7 Extreme Desolation sneered. Next, Calamity Luck Altar changed its battle style as it suddenly drilled down into the ground and sneak attacked Duke Long from below. An Immortal killer move was activated and struck Duke Long. A giant golden light sphere appeared and trapped Duke Long within it. The light sphere was constantly shrinking, diminishing the space that Duke Long had. His bones were making creaking noises, his dragon scales were falling off continuously, and his dragon horns showed evident cracks. Bing Sichuan let out a huge breath of relief after seeing Duke Long trapped. Duke Long's speed was too shocking, while this killer move Calamity Luck Altar used was rather slow and would have been difficult for it to land on him. Fortunately, Northern Plains Gu Immortals were highly adept in fighting. Because they focused on his weaknesses, Duke Long's attention was drawn to them, and he could only defend passively. The coordination with 7 Extreme Desolation was also growing increasingly. Thus it created an opportunity for the killer move to strike Duke Long. Crack! A large part of Duke Long's dragon horns fell off. A huge amount of purple hair scattered in the air. The 9 Dragon Phantoms of 9 Dragons protection killer move that coiled around Duke Long's body was barely resisting the huge pressure from the surroundings. Duke Long, your dominance has passed. Fate Gu will belong to my longevity heaven. As for you, death awaits. Bing Sichuan's voice spread throughout the battlefield. He could only entrap Duke Long within this short period and could not take his life, but it did not matter. He could use this to lower Heavenly Court's morale. Sure enough, many Heavenly Court members were shaken when they saw Duke Long being trapped. Duke Long suddenly laughed loudly. Even if I die here, so what? You Northern Plains Gu Immortals are not afraid of death. Do you think Heavenly Court members fear death? With just a few words, Heavenly Court's Immortals cheered, and their morale surged. We went to hibernate because of our responsibilities. It was not because we feared death. What a joke. Would we fear death? We are members of Heavenly Court. We defend the glory of humanity. We have never feared sacrifices since the remote antiquity era. The Heavenly Court Gu Immortals began to counterattack, not hesitating to use their physical bodies to block the killer moves of Northern Plains Gu Immortals. Once there was a chance, the Heavenly Court Gu Immortals would disregard their own bodies to attack fiercely and try to take the Northern Plains experts down together with them. Northern Plains Gu Immortals were valiant, but Heavenly Court Gu Immortals started to go crazy. Damn it! Bing Sichuan realized the situation. He had intended to lower Heavenly Court's morale, but Duke Long's words actually destroyed his plan. Bing Sichuan sneered, his voice spreading throughout the battlefield once again, laughable. Your sacrifice is meaningless. No matter how many Gu Immortals are sacrificed on our side, they are only formed by the killer move of Red Lotus Demon Venerable. They were never alive to begin with. Using these dead people to exchange for your lives, we are definitely the ones winning here. How much foundation does your Heavenly Court have? How long can this go on? Foundation? Duke Long sneered. We have more than enough. He began to retaliate. He was unable to use his two hands, but his aura started to inflate as it covered him like a sturdy wall. Duke Long looked at Calamity Luck Altar with a gaze of disdain. Your longevity heaven was founded in the medieval antiquity era, and it has only been about 300,000 years. As for our Heavenly Court, it has already been 3,879,687. 3,879,687 years. Calculate it yourself. How many times longer it is compared to your longevity heaven. Don't try to estimate my Heavenly Court's foundation. Humph. You can never imagine it in your wildest dreams. Bing Sichuan. Take a look at the Immortal Graveyard, and then look at your laughable phantom river of time. Bing Sichuan's expression sank, but he was silent. He did not need to look. He had all along been observing these two areas. There were fewer and fewer Northern Plains Gu Immortals coming out from the phantom river of time. But groups of Gu Immortals were still awakening from Heavenly Court constantly. Heavenly Court's foundation was truly unfathomable. Duke Long continued. How many people can a tribe have? How many geniuses will rise from a tribe? Bing Sichuan, look at our central continent. We chose all kinds of geniuses from all the mortals in central continent. Even if a tribe has a genius, can they truly nurture them? The tribe's blood and familial relations will become obstacles. This phenomenon of familial relations is much weaker in our sections. Moreover, the sex competitions are more fair and transparent. Even if a genius appears in the family of a tribe's higher-ups, how much effort can a tribe's Gu Immortal spend to cultivate this genius junior? Gu Immortals also have many things to do and are extremely busy. But in sects, a genius junior will receive guidance from many people. From the moment they start cultivating until they become a Gu Immortal, they will receive appropriate guidance. There are many missions in sects which provide ample benefits for guiding juniors. Let me ask, how many tribes can do this? Duke Long's voice became louder and was filled with arrogance and pride. Immortals of Northern Plains, you are truly courageous to dare to invade Heavenly Court. Unfortunately, your understanding is bound by your tribal system. You have really underestimated Heavenly Court's foundation. Bing Sichuan was silent. He wanted to retort, but there were no words he could say. Because the truth was right here in full view. There was a constant flow of Gu Immortals awakening from Heavenly Court's Immortal Graveyard. Over 3 million years ago, remote antiquity era, Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable looked at the surrounding human Gu Immortals and nodded slightly. All of Central Continent's Gu Immortals have gathered here. There are also a few friends from the other 4 regions. Lord Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable, we hurried here after receiving your call. We will listen to your instructions and teachings. Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable smiled and expressed his suggestion. From today onwards, Central Continent will establish sects and take in disciples to impart our skills to the future generation. What? Abolishing the clan system? I had already heard of this rumor, but Lord Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable, you really want to do this? Isn't this too? The human Gu Immortals discussed and showed reluctant expressions. Someone tried persuading in a careful tone. Lord Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable, you are the only rank 9 Gu Immortal of the current world. If you want to establish your own clan, it will definitely be the #1 superforce in the whole world. Your children will inherit your glory and skills. All of our clans will definitely accept your clan's leadership. Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable shook his head slightly. He looked at the persuading Gu Immortal with a tranquil gaze. Clan? I would like to ask you, in history, have there been any long-lasting clans? Once a clan develops, the ties of blood relationship will become thin. When I had yet to be an Immortal Venerable, we fought with other variant human forces. Besides our unity, it was because we made use of their internal conflicts. I want to create sects, an organization that does not rely on blood relations. The human Gu Immortals kept silent for a while before someone gave a forceful smile. Lord Immortal Venerable, you are correct. Once a clan dominates, it is easy for their unity to become loose. But you are different. You are the first Gu Immortal to cultivate to rank 9. There might not even be a rank 9 Immortal Venerable in the future. As long as you are there in the clan, which member will dare to drift away? With your existence, this will be the clan with the strongest unity. Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable nodded. You are right. But what if I am not there? How much longer can I live? The human Gu Immortals were dazed. Someone said, Lord Immortal Venerable, you are at your prime right now. Another person said, we will constantly search for lifespan Gu. You will definitely be the Gu Immortal who will live the longest in history. Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable smiled, saying with a tranquil tone, but I will still die. Who can live forever in this world? He shook his head and sighed, replying to himself, no one. The Gu Immortals were silent. Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable continued, besides lifespan Gu, other lifespan extension methods all have flaws. But even if we gather lifespan Gu, we all know that lifespan Gu will keep on decreasing in production, isn't that so? The human Gu Immortals remained silent. This is heaven's will. Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable raised his head, his gaze seemingly piercing through the cave walls, directly observing the clouds and heavens. The way of heaven takes away surpluses while replenishing deficits. There has never been a supreme existence with eternal life. The tallest tree will suffer the greatest damage from the wind. A tall pile of sand will crumble from the rushing tides. New variant human experts will emerge to replace the old. Our human race is also the same. I might be invincible in the world, but it is only temporary. I will die one day. This involves the heavenly Tao, fate, as well as rules and regulations. They are all recorded in the Legends of Rinzhu. Chapter 1738, Primordial Origin Heavenly Court. The atmosphere in the cave became increasingly repressed. A young Gu Immortal gave a forced smile. Lord Immortal Venerable, you are only a few hundred years old now. You still have thousands of years, and even more than 10,000 years of life left. Isn't it too early to consider this? Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable's expression turned solemn. He looked at the young Gu Immortal with a calm gaze. The latter could not even last for a few breaths, and quickly lowered his head. Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable spoke with a serious tone. He who gives no thought to far-flung problems will soon find suffering nearby. If we don't consider this early on and take precautions, after I die, all of our sacrifices will become meaningless. Our hard-earned achievements from countless battles will also crumble and disintegrate. Ignoring anything else, once I die, who among you will be able to take on the responsibility as leader once the variant humans retaliate? Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable asked. The Gu Immortals looked at each other. No one spoke. Although humans had risen, they had relied on Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable alone. The others, no matter what ranks they were, or even comparing quantity, were far from matching the variant human races. Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable heaved a deep sigh. Central Continent is too big. How many human Gu Immortals are there? And how many variant human Gu Immortals are there? What about mortals? What is the population of the entire human race? And what is the population of the variant humans? Our difference is enormous. Even if we can rule Central Continent in our lifetimes and unite this region, what about the other 4 regions? Currently, my strength has been exposed. Variant humans are deeply aware they cannot fight me, so they have already gone into hiding. We don't have any effective methods to find their accurate locations, especially those variant human Gu Immortals' grotto heavens and blessed lands. If they put them outside, we won't be able to notice them even if we are right in front of them. The Immortals fully understood the intention of Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable now. Even if the human race rose, it was by relying on Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable alone. And Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable's lifespan was limited. He would die one day. Moreover, even right now when he was still alive, it would be very difficult for the human race to unite Central Continent. Variant humans were too difficult to find. They could hide and still continue to thrive. Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable was invincible, but he did not have an effective method to dig out their locations. A certain elderly man among the Gu Immortals said with a heavy voice, so, based on Lord Immortal Venerable's words, the way for humanity to rule in the long term is to give up our clan system and establish sects. Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable nodded solemnly. Yes. How can we win against variant humans and provide a bright future for the whole of humanity? This is not possible with just me alone. Variant humans can hide away in the worst-case scenario. Even if I am invincible, I can only lead Central Continent's humans to independence and make them gain a stable footing in the world. If we truly want humanity to rise, we must rely on ourselves. We must expand our population and also nurture as many Gu Immortals as we can. As long as our human race has stronger and many more Gu Immortals than the variant humans, humanity's future will be bright. If we use the clan system, what difference is there from the variant humans? We are already extremely behind. If we keep on using this clan system, we will never be able to surpass them. Establishing sects and actively looking and excavating geniuses is the only way. Not worrying about the costs and abandoning prejudices to nurture them. Only then will we have the hope of surpassing these variant human races. Primordial origin immortal venerable words sent the Gu immortals into silence once again. Many had already regained their calm. They knew primordial origin immortal venerables' words were reasonable, but there were still some Gu immortals who frowned, unable to accept this. A Gu immortal asked, "Can the sect system allow us to cooperate sincerely? Will we really be able to become meritocratic? Does this mean there won't be internal conflict or suppression?" Of course not. Primordial origin immortal venerable shook his head. An organization run by people will definitely have selfishness and conflict over personal gains. A clan bases its foundation on blood or marriage relations, while a sect decides based on abilities and talent. The latter is naturally more open and transparent. The limited cultivation resources will go to the more suitable people, which is more beneficial to the overall situation. That person opened his mouth but was unable to criticize the advantage of sects. He could only approach this from another angle. Does this mean clans are unable to find talents? Clans also have the system of absorbing external talents through marriages or adopting children. You are right. Primordial origin immortal venerable nodded. But how many marriages can you have? Even if you adopt many children, they will probably be ostracized and suppressed when compared to those blood-related descendants of the clansmen, right? The human Gu immortals finally had nothing to say. Primordial origin immortal venerable continued in an earnest voice. I know that the sect system will not truly be accepted at first. We painstakingly seek the way of Gu immortal cultivation. We paid an immeasurable price to obtain success. It is okay if we leave it to our own descendants. But a sect means that we need to give them to outsiders. But the truth is, establishing sects does not mean you are going to casually impart the profundities of your immortal cultivation to others. But you will be choosing geniuses. These geniuses must not only have great innate talent, but also have upright moral virtues. And most importantly, they must be loyal to their sect. Furthermore, even if we don't have clans, will that mean your descendants cannot receive your help? Of course not. When these people enter the respective sects, they will naturally receive your care. But I hope you keep these actions quiet and not violate the sect rules openly. As long as we defend the sect rules, our descendants, disciples, and children will also actively abide by the sect rules. As long as we create sects and be united, I believe humanity can truly rise up in the future. My influence cannot extend to the 4 regions far away, but in Central Continent, I hope that everyone will create sects and give up on the clan system. For the sake of humanity, I must emphasize this one point. Every Central Continent Gu immortal needs to create or join a sect. You cannot establish a clan. Any future Gu immortal will also follow this rule. If anyone breaks the rule, they will face judgment from me personally, as well as the collective force of all other Gu immortals. The human Gu immortals did not utter a single word. When Primordial origin immortal venerable showed a tough stance, they simply could not go against him. But what made them thankful was that Primordial origin immortal venerable did not blindly forbid the clan system. The sect system only applied to Gu immortals. That was to say, mortals and Gu masters could use the clan system to continue living. Moreover, even if Gu immortals established sects, they could still take care of their descendants and friends. This could be considered as Primordial origin immortal venerable's compromise towards reality, but this also showed his wisdom and foresight. Primordial origin immortal venerable continued. As your leader, I shall set the example. I hereby take an oath that I will create sects and not clans. I will take in disciples and impart my life's learnings to them without holding back anything. Moreover, when I die in the future, my immortal aperture will also be contributed to be the foundation of the sect, and it will not be left to my bloodline descendants. Lord Primordial origin immortal venerable. You. The human Gu immortals were all shaken. At this moment, they looked towards Primordial origin immortal venerable's calm expression and sensed his resolution to make sacrifices for the sake of the big picture. If even Primordial origin immortal venerable was doing this, what reason did they have to not follow him? Lord Primordial origin immortal venerable, you are correct. I will follow your orders. From today onwards, we will create sects and not clans. The existence of Lord Immortal Venerable is truly the blessing of humanity. Following Lord is definitely the best decision I'll make in my life. Lord Immortal Venerable, I still have some things I don't understand about the sect establishment. Do speak. Primordial origin Immortal Venerable said. What kind of sect do you want to create? Where should we build our sects? What rules does a sect have? What are the key factors in establishing a sect? Primordial origin Immortal Venerable took a deep breath. I have already envisioned the concept of sects for a long time. This plan will involve all the possible aspects we can consider. Take me as an example. First, my sect will be named Heavenly Court. A long time past. Primordial origin Immortal Venerable answered the questions of all the immortals. They no longer had any doubts. He then looked at the immortals. Next, it will depend on you. I believe as long as we widely establish sects and progress, even if I die, humanity will become more prosperous. And if variant humans don't make any changes, they will definitely perish. Please have faith in me. Don't think that our sects are merely a concept and not reality. I believe as long as we go on with our plan, sects will gradually let out dazzling radiance in the long course of history. Heavenly Court and our sects will become renowned throughout the world, and we will become existences that our enemies fear. 3,817,687 years later. 1. Heavenly Court Battlefield. The fierce battle continued. Longevity Heaven, which had obtained Giant Sun's help, occupied the upper hand. However, Heavenly Court members continued to awaken from the Immortal graveyard. Who is it? Who has the guts to invade Heavenly Court? This is the fruit of our ancestors' labor. I won't allow you to destroy it. Many people have given up their blood and lives. Longevity Heaven, which operates on a mere tribal system, wants to defeat Heavenly Court? Oomph, wishful thinking. Longevity Heaven, you are despicable. For your personal gains, you incited an internal battle among humans. Our Heavenly Court is the sacred land of humanity, the sanctuary of humanity, the rightful leader of humanity. We represent the fighting spirit of humanity. It has not changed since millions of years ago. I will follow Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, and Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable. I will defend our Heavenly Court with my life. Loud shouts resounded as old-looking, young-looking, male, and female Gu Immortals walked out of the Immortal graveyard to join the battle. Like what Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable said 3 million years ago, his Heavenly Court had become an enormous monster that loomed over the world. His spirit continued to be inherited and had never changed. Countless geniuses were found and nurtured by sects, following after the first Venerable who had died long ago and upholding his spirit and ideology. The Northern Plains Gu Immortals were incomparably valiant, but the Heavenly Court Immortals were showing an aura of madness, even if they did not have their Immortal Gu. Even if they perished together with the enemy, their faces did not show perplexity or fear. Instead, their faces seemed to shine with brightness, the glory of those who defended their beliefs. It was so dazzling and brilliant. Why? We are clearly stronger. Why are we being suppressed by Heavenly Court's momentum? Bing Sai Chuan gritted his teeth, his face turned ashen. Chapter 1739. Heavenly Court's Sacrifice. Heavenly Court Battlefield. The Battle of Rank 8 Gu Immortals had already become extremely tragic. Longevity Heaven, your performance truly disappoints all of us. Heavenly Court's members really like to brag shamelessly. You have become used to being the leader for too long. Watch now as I wipe the floor with all of you. You and I both belong to the human race. Our internal conflict has actually reached such a state. Northern Plains Immortals, you are courageous, but you don't have any beliefs. You will never understand our beliefs. Northern Plains Gu Immortals perished constantly, but the death of every Northern Plains expert was accompanied by the lives of several Heavenly Court Gu Immortals. Northern Plains. Longevity Heaven. Duke Long was extremely furious. Despite being equally matched, the Grand Heavenly Court has actually been forced to such a miserable state. Unforgivable. Boom. Duke Long suddenly raised his arms, finally breaking the sphere that trapped him. But Calamity, Luck, Alter, and 7 Extreme Desolation quickly responded. The three tussled continuously. The situation fell into a stalemate. Quick. All right, the refinement path formation has finally been repaired. Yuan Xiongdu, it all depends on you now. We will protect you, and unless we die, no one will disturb this refinement path formation. Several Heavenly Court Gu Immortals called out as they defended 4 directions, forming a firm defensive line. Because Heavenly Court Gu Immortals defended selflessly, the refinement path formation was repaired and the defensive line was re-established. Bing Sichuan saw this and quickly got away from Duke Long, trying to destroy Heavenly Court. Don't even think about it. Duke Long gave a loud shout as he used all his strength to hold back Calamity, Luck, Alter, and 7 Extreme Desolation without any regards to his injuries. Bing Sichuan was unable to break free, so he quickly mobilized his forces. The Northern Plains Immortals attacked once again. The Heavenly Court Gu Immortals suffered heavy casualties, but with Gu Immortals constantly awakening from the Immortal graveyard and filling up the gaps, the defensive line instead became more firm than before. Good, now is the time. Lu wanted to quietly sneak in, but his expression soon changed as his concealment was gone and his true body was revealed. A Heavenly Court Gu Immortal, with a large amount of jade pearls floating around him, flew towards him with killing intent. You are the one? The culprit who is stained with the blood of many of my Heavenly Court friends. Your crimes shall end here. Is that Senior Yu Zhu? Yuan Xiongdu, who was just about to enter the formation, saw this scene by chance and was extremely happy. In history, rank 8 Gu Immortal Yu Zi was most proficient at exposing concealment. From the amount of jade pearls floating around him, he no doubt had most of his immortal Gu. As such, Lu was restrained by him. We can win. With so many Heavenly Court seniors here, we can definitely win. No, more accurately saying, victory will inevitably and naturally belong to my Heavenly Court. Yuan Xiongdu's eyes flashed with resolution. He entered the Gu formation once again and had just taken control of it when he pleasantly discovered this refinement path formation was much superior than the previous one. So that's it. To restore Fate Gu, our seniors have added in so many immortal Gu. Tears appeared in Yuan Xiongdu's eyes. The more immortal Gu used in this refinement path formation, the fewer immortal Gu the Gu Immortals would have. They were more likely to die in the battlefield. This was their sacrifice. A willing sacrifice. I need to continue repairing Fate Gu. Yuan Xiongdu sat cross-legged. His expression was tranquil, but a fire was burning in his heart. It was blazing. A deep memory surfaced within the fire. His master was standing before him. Little Du, you are sleeping at the back of the mountain again. It is not good if you are so lazy all the time. The young Yuan Xiongdu woke up with a resentful expression. Master, he mumbled and said angrily. Master, why don't you transfer me back? I like Fire Path. A true man should choose Fire Path. But Little Du, your talent in Refinement Path is extremely shocking. So Master made you cultivate Refinement Path. In comparison, your Fire Path talent is too ordinary. But I like Fire Path. It looks so cool and awesome in fights. As for Refinement Path, I have to constantly stay in a secret room and endlessly refine Gu. Not to mention there is high cost. Gu refinement fails frequently and all the effort will be wasted. More importantly, there is a huge danger in refining Gu just like in battle. Rather than dying from depression from refining Gu, I would rather use Fire Path and die grandly in the battlefield. His master sighed helplessly and said in a serious tone, Little Du, you have to choose Refinement Path not because you like it, but because it is your responsibility. Our Refinement Path faction really needs a genius like you to invigorate it. Don't let your temperament get the better of you. Little Du, you are already a man. You should accept your responsibility, understood? Young Yuan Xiongdu flung his head back indignantly. Tisk, understood. If this is master's order, I will obey it. His master sighed again. It is not an order, it is your responsibility. Moreover, cultivating Refinement Path is quite delightful as well. You will feel this delight one day. So, take on the responsibility and refine Gu happily. How can that ever happen? The lazy me has never experienced a moment when such a heavy responsibility weighs down on my shoulders. Right. There is also another feeling, joy. Ha. Yuan Xiongdu curled his lips up as he laughed in his head. Tears were overflowing on his face. Master, I finally understand your words. Your disciple did not disappoint you in the end. There is simply no need to divert my attention to protect myself with these comrades here. I do not need to worry. Let's make a push for it. When Fate Gu is completely repaired, I will have completed my responsibility and will not have let down everyone's expectations. After that, I shall happily embrace death. Yuan Xiongdu smiled as he activated a forbidden move. Once this move was used, whether the Gu refinement succeeds or fails, his death would be certain. But so what if that was the case? Some things were much more important than an individual's life. Hidden Dragon Cave Battlefield. 4 Eastern Sea Gu Immortals were surrounding Dragon Palace and attacking madly. The 4 dragon generals were suppressed and could only rely on Dragon Palace to defend themselves. It seems that becoming a dragon man is not without a cost. Come out, didn't you want to trap us? Now, you are hiding inside the Immortal Gu house. A bunch of cowards. You really underestimated us. Song Chi Yuan, Qing Yuan and the rest were furious as they activated powerful killer moves one after the other, firmly suppressing the other side. Even a kind person gets angry at times, let alone these 4 Eastern Sea rank 8 Gu Immortals. Duke Long's scheme and the betrayal of Zhang Yin's group thoroughly infuriated them. They erupted with an extremely powerful battle strength. When comparing the temperament of people in the 5 regions, Eastern Sea was the most gentle and compromising. But such an unmoving and calm sea also had the side of torrential waves and tsunamis. When Eastern Sea people were truly angered, their enemies would comprehend what terror truly was. Suddenly, the attacks of Song Chi Yuan's group slowed down. Someone is here. Who is it? It is clearly Heavenly Court's reinforcements. Song Chi Yuan's group of 4 quickly changed their tactics. 2 continued to attack Dragon Palace while the other 2 flew out to fight off enemy reinforcements. I can only send you all here. An old Heavenly Court Gu Immortal smiled as his body turned into light specks and dissipated. His lifespan was exhausted. Qin Song, you can go peacefully. It is our turn now. These were a number of Heavenly Court Gu Immortals that were carefully chosen by Fairy Ziwei. Laughable. Coming over so eagerly. You old-timers want us to observe your deaths? Fang Yuan and Shen Sheng charge forward. Eastern Sea scoundrels, don't even dream about getting Dragon Palace. Old-timer who has a leg in his coffin already. Why don't you just die obediently? Boom, boom, boom. Both sides fought immediately. Infallible blessed land battlefield. Roar. Countless dragon roars resounded throughout the whole battlefield. Immortal killer move. Myriad ghost sword dragon. This compound killer move that comprised ancient sword dragon transformation, Myriad self, Yama child, Emperor Yama, and familiar face, was activated once again. He is Fang Yuan. Quick, protect the formation, we can't let him succeed. Fang Yuan, you have such guts. Fang Yuan sneered. You want to stop me now? Too late. Thanks to Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's attack that had attracted the attention of Central Continent's Gu Immortals, Fang Yuan was able to activate his killer move smoothly. Myriad Ghost Sword Dragon was extraordinary. Not only did it have huge power, it was also difficult to get rid of. After all, this move expended Fang Yuan's soul path down marks. It was similar to Wu Yang's unlimited wind. The 9-9 consecutive unceasing formation might be powerful, but its inner core was still weak. After Fang Yuan's countless ghost dragons wreaked havoc, it was already showing signs of collapsing. Fang Yuan turned into Emperor Yama. Myriad dragons roared around him, and his cold eyes looked at the Central Continent Gu Immortals who were helpless to do anything. The 9-9 consecutive unceasing formation started to crumble at its core, from inside to outside. The formation's collapse inflicted powerful backlash to the Central Continent Gu Immortals. Without Fang Yuan having to attack, many were heavily injured and on the verge of dying. Fang Yuan really succeeded. Wu Yong mumbled with a complicated expression. Quick, attack them. Yao Huang shouted. His aged and listless attitude was gone as he led the charge heroically. Let me deal with Prince Fengxian. All of you leave. Hairy Foot Mountain, the location of infallible blessed land, was exposed. You want to repair fate, Gu? Humph, wishful thinking. Although it is a slight pity to destroy infallible blessed land, let's end this here. Fang Yuan laughed malevolently as he pointed like an emperor. Countless sword dragons charged down like his fearless soldiers. With me here, don't even think about it, Fang Yuan. At the crucial moment, a figure appeared and blocked the countless ghost dragons. Rank 8 Fire Path Expert, Li Huang. Immortal killer move, Verdant Sun Flame Cloak. Countless ghost dragons were filled with drunkenness before they even neared and combusted spontaneously. With me, Li Huang. Here, none of you shall move forward. Li Huang shouted. Is that so? Then I will let you have a taste of the consecutive move of Myriad Ghost Sword Dragon. Fang Yuan's eyes shined with cold light. Immortal killer move, Myriad Fusion Ghost Dragon Sword. Within a few breaths of time, countless ghost dragons gathered into one, forming an enormous pitch-black dragon-marked soul sword. The soul sword floated in the air. Its tip was pointing towards Li Huang, but it did not move. Immortal killer move, Luo Pasil. Fang Yuan struck the soul sword with Luo Pasil. At the next moment, the soul sword quickly stabbed forward. Li Huang hesitated for a moment. The soul sword's speed was astonishing, but he could still dodge with his speed. But right now, he could not dodge. He had to face it. Head on. The soul sword quietly pierced through Li Huang. The flames subsided. Li Huang's face became as pale as a dead man's. His eyes were wide open in disbelief. His body collapsed like a kite with its string cut. You dared to face the combined power of both my moves? It was a valiant effort, but you could not be any more foolish. Fang Yuan glanced indifferently. Li Huang was dead. Chapter 1740. Karma Relocation, Lord Li Huang. Oh heavens, how could this happen? Good job. In infallible blessed land battlefield, Li Huang's corpse fell, shocking countless people. Fang Yuan laughed malevolently as he continued to charge towards Hairy Foot Mountain while projecting his icy voice throughout the whole battlefield. Anyone who dares to block me will face this ending. In an instant, his awe-inspiring demonic might shocked everyone. Central Continent's morale fell greatly. A dark light flashed past Wu Yong's eyes, while Yao Huang's group was greatly stunned. Chu Du's expression was slightly complicated. Back when Fang Yuan was undergoing tribulation while rank 6, he had fought with Fang Yuan. Who could have thought that in just a few years, Fang Yuan had already become a person whom he had to look up to? Counting the first time I used Myriad Ghost Sword Dragon. This time's Myriad Sword Ghost Dragon usage, as well as Myriad Fusion Ghost Dragon Sword. About 10,000 of my soul path down marks have been expended. Fang Yuan analyzed in his head. Myriad Ghost Sword Dragon was powerful, but it permanently expended Fang Yuan's soul path down marks. One activation of Myriad Ghost Sword Dragon expended 4,000 soul path down marks. After killing Li Huang, Fang Yuan's soul path down marks had been shaved off by 10,000. Naturally, Fang Yuan did not have so many soul path down marks yet. He was substituting them with transformation path down marks. In short, Myriad Fusion Ghost Dragon Sword was a powerful move that could kill Li Huang, who possessed Verdant Sunflame Cloak, but the cost was extremely high as well. The significance of Dao marks was obvious to a Gu Immortal. Permanently expending Dao marks was directly reducing one's foundation. It could not be used easily unless absolutely necessary. Moreover, this move had a flaw. The Soul Sword speed was not outstanding and could be dodged easily. Fang Yuan knew that Li Huang was protecting Hairy Foot Mountain and could not casually dodge the attack, so he used this move. Hairy Foot Mountain. Looking at Hairy Foot Mountain that was getting closer in his vision, Fang Yuan gave a moved sigh. Who could have thought the majestic and renowned infallible blessed land would be on Hairy Foot Mountain? From the outside, this mountain was extremely ordinary. It was like an inconspicuous hill. But in truth, it was one of the most important areas to Heavenly Court in order to repair Fate Gu, and now had become an area to determine victory or defeat in this arduous battle. Fang Yuan. At the next moment, another figure appeared and blocked Fang Yuan's path. It was Chen Yi. Wu Yong did not kill you. Then let me end your life instead. Fang Yuan called out as he prepared Myriad Fusion Ghost Dragon Sword once again. Chen Yi's face turned solemn. Even Li Huang had perished. He did not have any confidence in facing Myriad Fusion Ghost Dragon Sword. This is... At the crucial moment, Chen Yi suddenly felt his chest burning as if a hot iron was pressed on his flesh. A powerful and mysterious force circulated and permeated his body. Following the surging of this strength, Chen Yi's clothes were ripped apart, revealing his chest. There was a painting on his chest, the painting of a tall tree wavering in the wind. Ah! Chen Yi cried out in shock. Isn't this painting the one which was engraved on my body when I inherited Genesis Lotus True Inheritance many years ago? At the same time, information was directly transmitted to his mind. This is Lord Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's arrangement. Chen Yi was surprised and happy. He quickly activated the strongest ability according to this information. Immortal Killer Move, Karma Divine Tree. Immediately, green smoke rose from Chen Yi's body. The smoke gathered 6 feet above his head, gradually slowing down to a stop and circulating within itself, forming into the shape of a tree. The tree was thick and sturdy with dense amounts of branches and lush leaves, and there were dozens of fruits hanging on it. But these fruits were very weird. They were in all kinds of shapes, colors, and sizes. Some were like black peaches, some were pink but large like a basin, some had spikes on them, some had transparent skin, the flesh and core could be seen from the outside. Karma Divine Tree formed quickly, and the power within the painting transferred to Karma Divine Tree. Chen Yi seemed to have heard Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's voice. Look closely. This is the consecutive move built upon Karma Divine Tree. Karma Relocation. The killer move activated, as if intense winds were blowing. The green smoke flickered as Karma Divine Tree started to sway and dance in the wind. Myriad Fusion Ghost Dragon Sword attacked like a meteoric thunderbolt. But just when it neared Karma Divine Tree, with a whoosh, Myriad Fusion Ghost Dragon Sword suddenly disappeared. What? Fang Yuan was shocked. At that instant, he sensed that his connection to his killer move Myriad Fusion Ghost Dragon Sword became negligible, as if Myriad Fusion Ghost Dragon Sword was suddenly worlds apart from him. What method is this? It seems like instant transportation. Fang Yuan immediately narrowed his eyes as sharp light flashed past them. The connection between Immortal Killer moves and Gu Immortals had a certain limit in range. When it surpassed this limit, the Immortal Killer move would usually break apart. Fang Yuan's Myriad Fusion Ghost Dragon Sword was based on the killer move Myriad Ghost Sword Dragon and carried the trait of Enslavement Path. Thus he could still maintain a trace of connection even if it was teleported over 10,000 li away. But this connection was extremely faint. If it surpassed this distance even a little, the killer move would collapse by itself. If that happened, Fang Yuan would suffer the backlash of killer move failure. Myriad Fusion Ghost Dragon Sword was so powerful, its backlash absolutely would not be weak and would definitely make him cough out blood. It can forcibly teleport killer moves? Wu Yong obtained the information from Fang Yuan. Then let me see how you deal with my farewell friend Wind. Wu Yong sneered. His figure appeared behind Chen Yi. Immortal Killer Move, Farewell Friend Wind. But Wu Yong had just touched Chen Yi's shoulder when his vision changed. In an instant, he was teleported away from infallible blessed land, returning to southern border. Wu Yong was dumbfounded as he stood at the peak of the mountain. Soon afterwards, he came to his senses. His face was extremely dark as he quickly sent the information. Even rank 8 Gu Immortals can be forcibly sent away. What killer move is this? Karma Divine Tree still had such a mysterious ability? The southern border and northern plains Immortals were shaken, while central continent's morale rose again. We will continue defending like this. Chen Yi was exulted, but Fang Yuan's voice made him solemn once more. Fang Yuan shouted, I found it. His teleportation ability seems to be unstoppable, but there is a limit in the amount of times he can use it, because after using it twice, 2 fruits were consumed. It was discovered so quickly. Chen Yi smiled bitterly. Let me try. Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu flew over. His body shook slightly as he split into countless clones and charged forward like a giant wave. This was a classic enslavement path battle tactic, a battle of attrition style. Karma Divine Tree swayed with the wind. A fruit suddenly disappeared. Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu's main body disappeared. Fang Yuan's group received his message shortly afterwards. He was teleported to Eastern Sea. The Immortals were in a clamor. Fang Yuan sank into deep thought. This time, Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu's main body was directly teleported away. The enslavement path battle tactic has failed. According to conventional reasoning, shouldn't it be teleporting each clone? It actually directly affected the main body. This time, Yao Huang's group charged over. Slow down, Brother Chu, you guys attack first. Fang Yuan instructed. Chu Du attacked. He used a long-range attack on Chen Yi, but he quickly disappeared on the spot. He was teleported back to Northern Plains, ending up in the Northern Icy Plain. Moreover, because the distance was too long, he lost connection with the killer move he used. The killer move broke apart, and he suffered the backlash. Several people attacked next, but they were all teleported away. Fang Yuan suddenly came to a realization. It seems that my main body is not influenced by this killer move, because I am a complete otherworldly demon. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan started a fierce wave of offense. However, Karma Divine Tree might be unable to influence him, but it could affect his killer moves. Fang Yuan's methods were all teleported away. The range was either far or short. Some were teleported to some place in Central Continent, some were sent to other 4 regions, and some were even teleported to Black Heaven and White Heaven. Naturally, Chen Yi also did not have a good time. It did not take long before he began to bleed from his 7 orifices, and his face was getting increasingly pale. The burden to sustain such a wondrous killer move was clearly huge. Damn it, Hairy Foot Mountain is clearly in front of us, but because of Chen Yi alone, Yao Huang clenched his teeth in helplessness. Qing Yi and the rest quickly arrived and fought against the Northern Plains and Southern Border Immortals. Fang Yuan dodged the attack of Wind-Sweeping Building and sent many myriad ghost sword dragons to attack Chen Yi. Karma Divine Tree was constantly shaking. Countless myriad ghost sword dragons disappeared, teleported to random locations. It was okay for those that were teleported nearby, but those that were teleported far away broke apart immediately, inflicting backlash on Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan felt that this situation was troublesome. Weak killer moves cannot expend Karma Divine Tree's fruits, even if they are teleported away. A strong killer move can expend 1 fruit, but if it is teleported beyond the distance I can control, I will have to endure the backlash, and might even be heavily injured if I am unlucky. Fang Yuan did not dare to use Myriad Fusion Ghost Dragon Sword. He currently did not have Winter Coat or Reverse Flow Protection Seal to rely on. His defensive methods were weaker than Li Huang's. If Myriad Fusion Ghost Dragon Sword failed, he would be in great trouble from the backlash. Fang Yuan's luck was quite good, as the previous Myriad Fusion Ghost Dragon Sword did not inflict backlash on him. What do I do now? Fang Yuan was anxious. Bing Sai Chuan had been transmitting the situation in Heavenly Court to him. Fang Yuan knew that the repair of Fate Gu had started again. This is a wood path method. I don't have much attainment in this path and won't be able to decipher it within a short period of time. Looks like I can only use a crude method. We will compete in a battle of attrition. By Ning Bing, you all can go ahead and fight now. Fang Yuan's eyes shined sharply as he sent the command resolutely. Bai Ning Bing and other rank 7 Gu Immortals charged towards Hairy Foot Mountain. Karma Divine Tree activated. Every time it teleported a rank 7 Gu Immortal, a fruit was expended. Fang Yuan actually found the best countermeasure so quickly. Chen Yi felt anxious. His eyes were filled with blood, and he was in a very weak condition. A large number of rank 7 Gu Immortals were teleported away. Finally, Karma Divine Tree's fruits were all spent. Karma Divine Tree, without any fruits, faded away with the wind. Chen Yi lowered his head. His aura had fallen to an extreme point of weakness. You dare to block my way, Dai. Fang Yuan charged fiercely. Chapter 1741, War Banner of Humanity. Fang Yuan's charge was fatally ferocious, and he was using Myriad Fusion Ghost Dragon Sword, which raised his demonic might to another level. Chen Yi looked at the sky as Fang Yuan approached with such momentum. His entire body shivered as he felt like the sky itself was falling towards him. It was unstoppable and unavoidable. In that case, there is no need to block it or evade it. Chen Yi, who was already a spent force, had his chest standing firm as he faced his death nonchalantly. Lord Chen Yi, Bai Tsang Shui, and other Gu Immortals shouted, wanting to come over to rescue him. But Chi Chu Yu, Yihao Fang and others followed behind Fang Yuan and quickly blocked these reinforcements. The enormous soul sword pierced through Chun Yi's body and struck Hairy Foot Mountain with its remaining force. At the next moment, Hairy Foot Mountain disintegrated while Chun Yi's corpse fell powerlessly. Chun Yi is also dead. The southern border and northern plains immortals were shaken. Fang Yuan had successively killed 2 Heavenly Court experts. His demonic might was now ingrained in people's minds. However, Hairy Foot Mountain is destroyed, but Infallible Blessed Land is still standing. Fang Yuan frowned as he looked at the pile of mountain rubble under him. Heavenly Court had detected the precise location of Infallible Blessed Land, but had never invaded it in their countless years of existence. Instead, they used human path methods to borrow the strength of Infallible Blessed Land and draw out success down marks. At this urgent moment, Fang Yuan was unable to damage Infallible Blessed Land, let alone destroy it. Not long after Chun Yi died, another Gu Immortal died in Heavenly Court as well. Yuan Xiongdu. He was sitting cross-legged on the ground, dying with a smile on his face. Following his death, Heaven Overseeing Tower's peak began to let out a vigorous aura. This is a rank 9 Immortal Gu's aura. Fake Gu. Fried Yuan Xiongdu sacrificed himself. Does this mean? This aura's appearance froze the whole of the Heavenly Court battlefield. Longevity Heaven's members' expression changed greatly, while the Heavenly Court Immortals' eyes shined brightly, and their faces were filled with joy. Damn it. We failed. Bing Sai Chuan clenched his teeth. Retreat. 7 Extreme Desolation remained behind as Calamity Luck Altar began to retreat. What's going on? Why do I have this feeling of emptiness? In Infallible Blessed Land battlefield, Fang Yuan immediately felt something. Ha! Duke Long laughed heartily. He did not obstruct Calamity Luck Altar. He arrived inside Heaven Overseeing Tower and moved to the peak. Fake Gu, Fake Gu. Duke Long mumbled as tears flowed down his eyes. He was too happy, too excited. He was personally looking at a complete Fake Gu right in front of his very eyes. Many years of anticipation and desire, many years of longing had finally come to fruition at this moment. The meaning behind repairing Fake Gu was much more important and complicated to Duke Long than the other Heavenly Court members. Because back then, it was his own disciple who had injured Fake Gu. Hong Ting, Master has atoned for your mistake. I did not let down Heavenly Court. I did not let down humanity. Ha 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 ha. Duke Long's loud voice resounded in Heavenly Court from the top of Heaven Overseeing Tower. After over 1,000,000 years, Heavenly Court has regained a complete rank 9 Fate Gu once again. Swoosh. At the next moment, the Heavenly Court Gu Immortals shouted in joy. Some were red from their excitement, some cried, and some passed away in full satisfaction. Heavenly Court's morale surged to an extreme point, while Longevity Heaven's Bing Sai Chuan and others were pale as they quickly retreated. The die was cast. There was nothing they could do now. Longevity Heaven was decisive in invading Heavenly Court and was also decisive in retreating. Over 3,000,000 years ago, Central Continent, Chi Breath Peak. This peak was not a mountain, or more accurately speaking, it was only a mountain peak. The peak contained a dense amount of Chi path down marks. It was extremely mystical. The peak could breathe out air just like the breathing of a human. Every few decades or centuries, it would fly away and move to other places, continuing to breathe different air and then continuing this cycle. Chi Breath Peaks were few in number. Most had owners, and so did this Chi Breath Peak. Its owner was Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable, but right now, he was only a rank 7 Gu Immortal. Gu Immortal Primordial Origin was cultivating in Chi Breath Peak, using the ability of Chi Breath Peak to breathe in different kinds of Chi and comprehend the profundities of Chi Path. On this day, he slowly opened his eyes within a secret cave. Immortal Gu Master had barged into his Chi Breath Peak. He was slightly surprised. He was a person who fully concentrated on cultivation. He was free and unrestrained. He only wanted to comprehend the great Tao and did not want to be disturbed by external affairs. Thus, he had set up many arrangements not only on Chi Breath Peak, but also around the surrounding mountains. Not to mention mortal Gu Masters. Even if many Gu Immortals came here, they might not be able to find his existence. They might even turn a blind eye to the mystical Chi Breath Peak. A mortal Gu Master has actually barged in today. Interesting. Primordial Origin felt interested and appeared in front of this Gu Master. But before he even spoke, that mortal Gu Master kowtowed. Gu Master Ug pays respects to Immortal Primordial Origin. Oh, you actually know my name? Speak. Who instructed you and helped you to pass through my obstacles with just a Gu Master's ability? Primordial Origin immediately turned solemn. How could a mortal Gu Master possess such an ability? He firmly believed that there was definitely a Gu Immortal helping the Gu Master. But Gu Master Ug shook his head. Immortal Primordial Origin, I did not receive any Gu Immortal's help, but relied on the guidance of Fake Gu. Fake Gu? Don't talk nonsense. This Gu is a rank 9 Gu. It is protected in the Rockman Imperial Court and is watched by multiple rank 8 Rockman Gu immortals all year round. You. Primordial Origin had yet to finish speaking when his eyes suddenly opened wide. The mortal Gu Master Yu presented a Gu worm with both hands. Rank 9 aura overflowed. What else could it be but Fate Gu? Primordial Origin was instantly taken aback. His tranquil heart was greatly disturbed. He forced himself to remain calm. Yu, stand up. How did you steal this Fate Gu and how did you bring this Gu here from such a faraway place? Also, you said you received Fate Gu's guidance? But according to what I know, no Gu immortal can use Fate Gu. Only the Heavenly Tao can use this Gu. How can you have the ability to use Fate Gu? Yu spoke in detail. I am a slave of the beloved grandson of the first supreme elder in the Rockman tribe. I had been secretly working in place of master to clean the Rockman sacred hall and maintain the cleanliness of Fate Gu's surroundings. I forgot which day it was, but I discovered that as long as I got near to Fate Gu, I could sense Fate's arrangements in the path of every living being's life. I received Fate Gu's guidance like this and learned of many future events and also realized my mission. Afterwards, when Featherman Gu immortals infiltrated Rockman's sacred hall and were discovered, I took Fate Gu away amidst the chaos. I escaped using a hidden tunnel in the Rockman sacred hall. I had Fate Gu, but it restrained its aura by its own will. Although there were many dangers in my journey, be they Gu immortals or any methods that obstructed me, I had ample time to prepare and successfully escape after receiving Fate Gu's premonitions. Thus, there were dangerous situations in my journey, but never fatal threats. Eventually, I made my way here. Primordial Origin could not help but evaluate Gu Master Yu internally after hearing all this. Yu spoke lightly, but looking at his scars, it was clear he had faced a lot of difficulties and suffering on this journey. You don't need to be modest. Although you had the help of Fate Gu, it is your bravery and planning that allowed you to achieve all these as a mortal Gu Master. Primordial Origin praised. His expression became warm. He asked again, so why did you steal Fate Gu and travel so far to bring it to me? Yu said, it was not I who stole Fate Gu, but Fate Gu itself wanted to be brought to you. Lord Immortal, you are Fate Gu's master. I have already seen it through Fate Gu. Not only this, Lord Immortal, you are. You should experience this personally. Yu then lowered his head while raising his hands, offering Fate Gu to Primordial Origin. Primordial Origin was not fully convinced, but the moment he held Fate Gu, countless images flashed past his eyes and endless information was transmitted to his mind. He immediately understood. Everything was clear now. So it was not Yu who could use Fate Gu, but Fate Gu itself let him see the changes in the world and the path of all beings' lives. According to Fate, variant human races, who have been dominating the 5 regions, will decline. Humanity will replace them to become the leading figures of the world. We will trample on every variant human race and become the new overlord of the world. Humanity will reign supreme. And myself, as well as this Gu Master Yu, will lead the rise of the human race. We will be the crucial characters to take on the challenges of variant human experts and suppress the situation. After understanding everything, Primordial Origin was shaken as well as happy. He could not help but feel happiness, because he was a member of the human race. Although he had become a Gu immortal, the status of humans was very low. Most humans were slaves sold and bought wantonly by variant humans. They were humiliated and oppressed. Not only human mortals and Gu masters, even human Gu immortals had low status in the Gu immortal world. Many human Gu immortals were even slaves of variant humans. Human Gu immortals, like Primordial Origin, who lived freely might be besieged by many variant human Gu immortals any day. If they were unlucky enough to be taken as a prisoner, they might become slaves of the variant humans. I really wanted to resist them, but even after becoming a rank 7 Gu immortal, I cannot match the battle strength of many variant human Gu immortals. That's why I had been cultivating endlessly and wanted to create a path that belonged solely to us humans. Now that Fate Gu has shown me the way, the future belongs to us humans. I will even become the leader of the human Gu immortals in the future. I will create Chi Path and lead humanity to prosperity. Humanity will reign supreme. This is heaven's will. This is the trend of the future. This is the heart of the people. Primordial Origin was extremely excited as he laughed loudly while holding Fate Gu. He was so happy that tears fell. Yu also grinned happily. He was also a human after all. Humanity had been oppressed and suffered under the hands of variant human races for too long. After taking a long breath, Primordial Origin calmed his feelings and took a deep look at Fate Gu. Yu, you are a hero of our human race. A great hero. You brought Fate Gu to me, even though we cannot activate it at will. This is the greatest banner we can hold. I won't hide it from you. I already had thoughts of resisting the variant humans. But there are too few of us human Gu immortals, and even more troubling is that many human Gu immortals are slaves. They are treated like ants with not even a bit of respect, and they also do not dare to offend their masters. Because they know how tiny they are when compared to the variant humans. They know how weak we humans are. But now, with this fate Gu, we can show the world. We can let every human Gu immortal know. The future belongs to us. Humanity will reign supreme. Fate Gu will summon their lost courage, ignite their hope, and spur on their fighting spirit to resist. Moreover, we can unite all of the humans with this. This is a banner. This is the war banner of humanity to rise and rule the world. Inside Heaven Overseeing Tower, Duke Long softly caressed Fate Gu with tears silently flowing down his face. One Fate Gu looked like a spider, colored in black and white. Its aura had been weak. There was a scarlet wound on its body that almost cut it in two. This was the injury caused by Red Lotus Demon Venerable. But now, the scarlet wound was gone without a trace. The complete and intact Fate Gu was lying down quietly with a vigorous aura. Life or death is decreed by fate. Success or failure is up to heaven. All things in the world followed their own fixed trail, which could not be changed. This was fate. Fate Gu was a representation of many things in Heavenly Court. Relying on Fate Gu, they changed the hearts of the people. Primordial origin Immortal Venerable led humanity to rise up. He established Heavenly Court. Relying on Fate Gu, Star Constellation made arrangements, and Heavenly Court resisted 3 demon venerables. Relying on Fate Gu, Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable inherited his predecessor's ambitions and progressed. Heavenly Court continued to hold onto the throne of the #1 Gu immortal force in the world. Fate Gu was not just a rank 9 Gu to Heavenly Court. It was the spirit and banner that had always throbbed in the hearts of countless generations of Heavenly Court Gu immortals. So many years, after so many years, Duke Long mumbled. The turbulent waves in his heart gradually calmed down. Duke Long's body no longer trembled from agitation, as if he was released from a heavy burden. Indeed, he felt released from a heavy burden. Differing from most Heavenly Court Gu immortals, repairing Fate Gu had much deeper meaning to Duke Long. Because the one who injured Fate Gu was none other than his proudest disciple. In other words, he was one of the culprits who injured Fate Gu. All these years, Duke Long blamed himself for this. To repair Fate Gu and repent for his sins, he did not hesitate in sacrificing his own life by activating Heavenly Dragon's last stand. Even when he was hibernating, he had been uneasy and terrified. Can I really succeed in repairing Fate Gu? I must succeed in repairing it. I must. Otherwise, how can I face the other 2 dukes? How can I face the common people? How can I face the later generations of Heavenly Court members? How I face the whole of humanity? This was the voice that lingered in Duke Long's mind every day. And now, he had finally accomplished it. It was not just because of me. This was the accomplishment of all my comrades. All our sacrifices were worth it. Duke Long smiled in satisfaction. Right now, his hair was disheveled and his dragon horns were already broken. His whole body was bathed in blood. His injuries were extremely severe, but the more terrifying thing was that his lifespan was at its end. He was about to die completely without leaving behind even a trace of his soul. At the final moment of his life, although it was not his most blissful moment, it was absolutely his most free and relaxed moment. So naturally, he felt fatigue. Tired. Too tired. Both his body and mind were exhausted. The torment and burden he had endured all these years was entirely let go of. The intense battle as well as his injuries made him extremely tired. I really want to rest well. Duke Long's breathing slowed down. His dragon eyes were like the sea, which contained incomparably complex and profound emotions. He slowly took back his hand and gave one last look at Fate Gu before slowly turning around. His gaze moved past Heaven Overseeing Tower and swept through the battlefield. Although the battle was still going on intensely, Calamity Luck Altar had already retreated far away. It is time to end everything. This battle. Duke Long took a deep breath and spoke loudly, his voice spreading throughout the whole Heavenly Court. Longevity Heaven, you want to leave so easily? Hee, aren't you too naive in thinking so? Duke Long controlled Heaven Overseeing Tower to fly into the air. This Immortal Gu house, which was renowned throughout the world, had returned to being a genuine rank 9 Immortal Gu house now. Under Heavenly Court Immortal's gaze, Heaven Overseeing Tower began to let out dazzling light, as if a deity had descended upon the battlefield. Heaven Overseeing Tower, Heaven Overseeing Tower. It monitored the world, followed the will of heaven, and upheld justice for heaven. This is the true Heaven Overseeing Tower. It has been so long. It has finally reappeared. I am really fortunate. I could see such a scene in my final moments. Countless gazes of Heavenly Court Gu immortals turned blurry. Many of them were at the end of their lives, but they had satisfied smiles on their faces. Retreat. Bing Sichuan's voice was so loud that it turned hoarse. Even the valiant Longevity Heaven looked scared right now as they retreated. It is pointless, Duke Long said softly from inside Heaven Overseeing Tower. His squinted eyes shined with a trace of pride. Heaven Overseeing Tower suddenly let out an intense light. Immortal killer move, Fate Vanquish. Light. Light was everywhere. White light, filling the world from all directions. This was a true rank 9 killer move. An attack decreed by fate that could not be dodged no matter which method was used. If fate wants you to lose, you will lose no matter what. This was an unavoidable attack. Light dispersed. The Heavenly Court Immortals were all standing proudly in the battlefield, while the many past experts of Northern Plains looked shaken or in disbelief. Some had bitter smiles as they disintegrated. The phantom river of time also slowly disappeared. Calamity Luck Altar was in a highly ruined state, like a mortal hut that had suffered from a hurricane. Inside Calamity Luck Altar, Bing Sichuan, Bull Demon, and 5 Elements Grandmaster were heavily injured and coughed out mouthfuls of blood. Leave. Bing Sichuan gasped as he controlled the half-damaged Calamity Luck Altar. Yellow light shined once again in the air. This was a backup plan prepared by Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. It paved out a road to retreat. Calamity Luck Altar entered the yellow light successfully. You want to leave? Where can you escape to? Heavenly Court Immortals charged together. Leave quickly. Mao Liqiu clenched its teeth. It forcibly stood up with its dying body and blocked Heavenly Court's Immortals with a resolute expression. Everyone, please step back. Duke Long sent out the command. Heavenly Court's Immortals were surprised. Fairy Ziwei, Lord Duke Long. Duke Long sighed. Preserve some foundation for Heavenly Court. The Immortals were silent. Heavenly Court had suffered a disastrous loss in this battle. It was truly a huge ordeal. As a result of lacking Immortal Gu, many rank 8 Gu Immortals had to use their own bodies to block Longevity Heaven's attacks. As such, many were sacrificed. In Heavenly Court's situation, because of the Immortal Graveyard, they had many rank 8 Gu Immortals, but insufficient Immortal Gu. Duke Long still remembered how star constellations had appeared, and specially instructed him to have many rank 8 Gu Immortals in hibernation. There undoubtedly were deeper reasons behind this, but in this battle, too many rank 8 Gu Immortals had awakened in Heavenly Court's Immortal Graveyard, and many of them were sacrificed. Not only were there no new rank 8 Gu Immortals in hibernation, it instead caused them to lose many existing ones. Although Fate Gu was successfully restored, Duke Long still felt uneasy because of this. Heavenly Court has now completely restored rank 9 Fate Gu, including myself. Who can go against us? Even if it is a rank 9 venerable method, I can fight against it using Heaven Overseeing Tower. Everyone, please return to the Immortal Graveyard. I will call for you if the need arises. Duke Long urged. Since it is so, all right, with Fate Gu and Lord Duke Long here, which enemy can stop us? Then let's go back to hibernating. Most of the Gu Immortals returned to the Immortal Graveyard, but few remained. These people were already at the end of their lifespan like Duke Long. There was not much meaning for them to hibernate again. Duke Long left behind Fairy Ziwei and others to clean up the battlefield and guard Heavenly Court, while he led a small group to chase after Longevity Heaven with Heaven Overseeing Tower. Calamity Luck Altar brought the defeated forces of Longevity Heaven and escaped Heavenly Court. But so what? Their speed could never compare to Heaven Overseeing Towers, and furthermore, they were in Central Continent. Duke Long wanted to retain these people, whether it be killing them or taking them as prisoners. Both would showcase the awe-inspiring might of Heavenly Court and let the other 4 regions Gu Immortals understand the price for offending Heavenly Court. What? Longevity Heaven is retreating in defeat. Heavenly Court repaired Fate Gu completely. Sigh, this battle is our defeat. Let's retreat. Escape. Heaven Overseeing Tower with Fate Gu is the #1 Immortal Gu house in the current world. Be it Duke Long or Heaven Overseeing Tower, we are not their match. After getting this news, the battle situation in infallible Blessed Land immediately underwent a complete change. Southern Border and Northern Plains Immortals had the intentions to retreat. Even Fang Yuan was the same. He felt a huge pity regarding this, but he could do nothing about it. Except, he could not imagine that at the next moment, he saw the arrival of the devastated Calamity Luck Altar, as well as the Heavenly Court forces chasing them closely. For some reason, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable had created the retreat route for Longevity Heaven above Hairy Foot Mountain, and it had not been discovered by anyone. Good. Then I will take you all out at once. Duke Long laughed heartily. Chapter 1743, Final Chance. It is already too late to retreat now. Everyone, please cooperate to counterattack Heavenly Court. They have already used Fate Vanquish once. They won't be able to use it again in a short period of time. This is our final chance. Bing Sichuan shouted. The Gu Immortals immediately reacted as they charged forward with clenched teeth. Bing Sichuan was right. Heaven Overseeing Tower was extremely fast. They would not be able to escape. Naturally, it was not that some did not think of using other Gu Immortals to stall for time while they escaped. But the crucial thing was Central Continent was too large while they were now deep in Central Continent. Even if each of them escaped in different directions, Heaven Overseeing Tower had enough time to eradicate them. Every southern border and northern plains Immortal was in a desperate situation and could only stay and fight. This battle turned all the surroundings into a dark and gloomy state. The northern plains and southern border Immortals knew how perilous their situation was. None of them held back and used everything they had to fight back. Heavenly Court's pursuing group had chased with overwhelming momentum, but after contacting the allied forces of southern border and northern plains, facing their counterattack, they instead fell into disadvantage. Fairy Ziwei, has the news of Fate Gu's restoration been announced to the world? Duke Long sat inside Heaven Overseeing Tower and contacted Fairy Ziwei. Shortly afterwards, Fairy Ziwei responded. The news has already been disseminated in Treasure Yellow Heaven. Not only this, Lord Duke Long, your current battle scenes are being broadcasted everywhere through human path methods. Since Rank 9 Fate Gu was restored completely, Heavenly Court naturally was going to publicize this news to raise their side's morale and intimidate their enemies. With this, Heavenly Court could gain the support of the people, even directly persuading those Gu Immortals who were still making chaos and plundering resources in Central Continent to retreat. Duke Long's previous command had only been to spread the news of Fate Gu, but Fairy Ziwei took it a step further and was broadcasting the battle in infallible Blessed Land. In an instant, countless mortals, Gu Masters, and Gu Immortals learned of the battle. Heavenly Court's action showed their confidence in winning. It was also quite clear that Heavenly Court, possessing Rank 9 Fate Gu, had huge dominance in the battlefield. Fairy Ziwei wanted to take this chance to showcase Heavenly Court's battle strength by capturing all these elites of Southern Border and Northern Plains in one fell swoop, to raise the prestige of Central Continent and Heavenly Court to an all-time peak. Duke Long understood Fairy Ziwei's thoughts, but he frowned lightly. These Southern and Northern Immortals are in a perilous situation. They are like cornered beasts with the will of dying soldiers that caused our side to be at a disadvantage. Although this is only temporary, Duke Long realized Fairy Ziwei's deeper intentions. Although it was slightly abrupt, since she had already done it, he had to actively cooperate. They had to showcase Heavenly Court's power to the greatest extent. This would not only announce the news of Fate Gu's successful restoration, it would also display powerful strength that could cause others to shake in fear and not dare to oppose Heavenly Court. The other four regions had intervened in this refinement path convention. They wreaked havoc in Central Continent and plundered cultivation resources, greatly harming Heavenly Court's prestige. Now, to raise their prestige again, Heavenly Court had to display absolute strength by dealing with all these Southern and Northern Immortals. They would gain the people's support and make the other four regions fearful of offending them again. Fate Vanquish was no doubt the best choice. It was a Rank 9 killer move, and because Fate Gu was restored completely, its might was even more terrifying and absolute. But Fate Vanquish could not be activated frequently and needed some time to be used again. Looks like I have to make a move personally. Otherwise, with this battle being broadcasted everywhere and Heavenly Court Immortals being suppressed, our performance would not look good. Duke Long arranged for several Gu Immortals to take control of Heaven Overseeing Tower while he personally floated out. Duke Long has come out. Be extremely careful of him. Bing Sichuan was deeply aware of Duke Long's terrifying power, quickly reminding the others. We will attack together, Yao Huang shouted. Fang Yuan and others quickly responded. Clear jade, dripping wind, tiny bamboo building, and other immortal Gu houses protected these Rank 8 Gu Immortals. Duke Long had just come out when he was besieged by Fang Yuan and the rest joined attacks. Several Rank 8 killer moves were unleashed, shocking the world with their might. Be careful. Despicable. Dodge it. All over Central Continent, especially in the 10 great ancient sects, a large number of Gu Immortals shouted in shock. They saw Duke Long being besieged through the video scenes. They were worried and furious. Bam bam bam. Loud explosions resounded again and again, causing dust clouds to appear everywhere. Inside the dust clouds, Duke Long's giant body, however, remained unmoved. The 9 phantom dragons around his body opened their mouths and breathed out strong wind, instantly dispersing the dust clouds. Duke Long was still hovering at the same place with a calm expression. His dragon pupils glanced around him indifferently. Are you trying to scratch my itch with these tricks? Strong. So strong. Yao Huang and the rest who had fought Duke Long for the first time felt their hearts shaken, despite them having already received first-hand information about the battle in Heavenly Court. Bing Sichuan gritted his teeth, his eyes slightly dazed. He is several times stronger than before. We don't have 7 extreme desolation now. We can't be his match with just the half-ruined Calamity luck altar. What should I do? Immortal killer move, Myriad Ghost Sword Dragon. Immortal killer move, Centipede Scar. Fang Yuan and Heavenly Lord by Zeus sent out their killer moves at the same time. On one side, Sword Chi rampaged and ghost dragons filled the sky. On the other side, countless grayish centipedes flew, seemingly illusion and seemingly real. The two killer moves drowned Duke Long from all directions. Countless viewers in Central Continent let out a cry of shock, feeling worried for Duke Long. From amidst the sea of dragons and centipedes, Duke Long's carefree voice sounded out. Good moves, but they are not enough. Immortal killer move, Chi Current Scissors. Boom. A huge explosion rose a terrifying wave in the sea of dragons and centipedes. Chi Current Scissors flew everywhere, cutting apart dragons like paper. The centipedes were in an even more miserable state. They were smashed into fragments that scattered in the air. Seeing Duke Long safe and sound, the whole of Central Continent rejoiced. Mother, that dragonhorn person is our Central Continent's immortal? Duke Long, he is the master of the legendary Red Lotus Demon Venerable. He has such overwhelming strength. Heavenly Court has made its move. It is better for me to retreat. I have already plundered many resources. I should leave here before deciding anything else. Just like Duke Long and Fairy Ziwei predicted, the invading Gu immortals began to retreat. Central Continent's morale soared continuously. Everyone's hearts had merged together. Our attrition battle tactic was completely ineffective. Heavenly Lord by Zeus' face was ashen. It's my turn now, Duke Long said lightly. Dragon-shaped chi suddenly flashed, and he vanished on the spot. So fast. Where did he go? Yi Haofeng's mind suddenly let out intense warning signals. He quickly raised his head and saw Duke Long above him. One dragon claws smashed down. Yi Haofeng only had the time to raise his hands to block them. Boom. Yi Haofeng was sent crashing down from the height of 500 feet. He created a huge pit on the ground. GUH. Yi Haofeng's expression was filled with terror as he coughed out a mouthful of blood. The strike just now had not only broken his defense, it had even inflicted heavy injuries upon him. Dragon-shaped chi flashed, and Duke Long appeared before Yi Haofeng once again. But immediately afterwards, Five Elements Grandmaster and Chi Chuyu appeared on the left and right of Duke Long. Although they could not see Duke Long's image and keep up with his speed, they had plentiful battle experiences and had calculated Duke Long would continue attacking Yi Haofeng. After all, as the saying goes, injuring all 10 of a man's fingers was not as crippling as chopping one off. Duke Long, you fell for it. You can stay trapped here. Two great formation path Gu immortals, one southern and one northern, laid out a formation instantly. A tiny formation dares to trap me? Duke Long scoffed. His large body shook as he let out his strength. The formation shattered like glass. Chi Chuyu and Five Elements Grandmaster both let out a muffled grunt from the backlash. But Duke Long was also stopped for a moment and missed the chance to kill Yi Haofeng. Yi Haofeng had already left the pit and was healing himself while feeling icy cold inside. Duke Long's power was beyond imagination. Yi Haofeng was a famous rank 8 expert of the present-age southern border. He was actually almost killed by Duke Long in less than 3 moves. Such power, probably only a venerable can suppress him. Be it defense, offense, or movement, Duke Long is superior in every aspect. Even if we besiege him, he can still retaliate with ease. Who can stop such a person? All the southern and northern immortals were shaking in fear, and many more were at a loss. Duke Long was unstoppable, not to mention there was still the rank 9 heaven overseeing tower with a complete fake Gu. What should they do? As if answering the doubts of the immortals, rumbling sounds spread and earth started to crack. A huge rift spread across the whole battlefield. Boom. At the next moment, the ground burst open and endless soil and stones flew out like a dark tsunami. A giant dragon that was the size of a mountain flew out from the rift. The dragon opened its mouth. Its mouth was filled with uneven teeth that were sharp like spears and caused people to feel fear. Duke Long, I will crush you to pieces. The giant dragon roared. Legendary immemorial desolate beast, Di Zong Sheng. A strange expression flashed past Duke Long's face as he snorted and charged head-on without dodging. An immortal and a beast started fighting, but their fight was a stalemate. When did Di Zong Sheng become so powerful? Heavenly Court Gu immortals were stunned. The 5 regions are merging and the earth veins are uniting. Countless lives were sacrificed in this large battle, which incited fury of Central Continent's people. All these raised Di Zong Sheng's strength sharply. But wasn't Di Zong Sheng trapped in Hidden Dragon Cave? How could it suddenly appear here? The immortals were shocked and puzzled. But they all knew that back then Duke Long had personally suppressed Di Zong Sheng. So Di Zong Sheng coming to find trouble with Duke Long personally was also natural. Just like Duke Long had said in Heavenly Court, Di Zongsheng's battle strength would rise to become comparable to Duke Long himself. If this is not handled properly, Di Zongsheng will become the strongest legendary immemorial desolate beast of the current world. This is amazing, truly. There is always a way out of predicaments. Let's take this chance to quickly retreat. We can't retreat. Fang Yuan, however, shouted. This is the perfect opportunity to attack. The arrogant Duke Long is stalled by Di Zongsheng. Now, we can go to Heaven Overseeing Tower and destroy Fake Gu. Saying so, Fang Yuan took the lead to charge towards Heaven Overseeing Tower. Bing Sichuan was the first to react. He called out to the Northern Plains Immortals and followed closely behind. The Southern Border Immortals also went into a frenzy and attacked furiously a moment later. You dare! Duke Long was anxious but was firmly held back by Di Zongsheng. He could only look as Fang Yuan and the rest charged forward. Central Continent, Thunder Peak Mountain Range. Boom. A loud explosion resounded through tens of li. 3 Gu Immortals were in the midst of a battle. Leave behind the electrolytic iron starflower, otherwise, even if I die, I won't let you two get off easy. Central Continent Gu Immortal Mi Lan Guang shouted furiously. He had two opponents. One was a middle-aged man dressed in a scholar's attire with large sleeves. The other was a short young man who had quite a lecherous appearance. The former was an Eastern Sea Gu Immortal, Great Treasury Immortal. He had rank 7 cultivation and cultivated information path. The latter was a Central Continent Gu Immortal, rank 6, Jian Yisheng. Great Treasury Immortal frowned. His eyes hid fury and his tone sounded irritated. Mi Lan Guang. You chased me for so long just for an electrolytic iron starflower? Yes, I admit. This information path and lightning path immortal material was personally grown by you and is something that had never appeared before. My interest was roused, and since I cultivate information path like you, I stole one flower to research it. I will tell you honestly, if you continue to chase me for a rank 7 immortal material, I will fight with you to death. I will make you realize that Eastern Sea Gu Immortals are not so easily bullied. Jian Yisheng immediately added flattery. Senior Great Treasury Immortal, your words are extremely reasonable. We should have already gotten rid of this Mi Lan Guang. Otherwise, if we let him tail behind us, we won't be able to do any transactions. The current situation is an extremely rare opportunity. Great Treasury Immortal took a glance at Jian Yisheng and nodded. I suppose we have to. Although Great Treasury Immortal had rank 7 cultivation and Jian Yisheng only had rank 6, the latter was a well-known lone immortal of Central Continent. He was proficient in the killer move Sword Escape and was extremely mobile. He was well-informed and familiar with the local territories. One, it was because he had told Great Treasury Immortal of Mi Lan Guang's treasury that Great Treasury Immortal learned of such a special rank 7 immortal material like electrolytic iron starflower. Great Treasury Immortal cultivated information path, so he was very interested. He moved with Jian Yisheng and used the chaos in Central Continent to steal an electrolytic iron starflower. But in this process, he was discovered by Mi Lan Guang. Great Treasury Immortal's action was exposed. He could not help but show a weak stance and did not want to attack, thus getting chased all the way by Mi Lan Guang. Mi Lan Guang looked at Great Treasury Immortal and then looked at Jian Yisheng, laughing coldly. So, it was like this. Next, he said something that stunned Great Treasury Immortal. Great Treasury Immortal. Although you are an Eastern Sea Gu Immortal and are also a famous information path expert whose name I have heard long ago, you have been deceived by Jian Yisheng. There are 13 electrolytic iron starflowers in my valley. You stole one, and Jian Yisheng plucked 3, but the rest were destroyed by him using sword path methods. What? Jian Yisheng laughed. Mi Lan Guang, isn't your method of sowing discord a bit too poor? But at the next moment, Great Treasury Immortal turned around to glare at him. Jian Yisheng, how dare you? Jian Yisheng's heart immediately skipped a beat. Not good. They are both information path Gu Immortals. I cannot sense their secret conversation. Great Treasury Immortal might have already received evidence. Jian Yisheng was resolute. Since he could not fool Great Treasury Immortal anymore, he gave a villainous laugh as his body turned into a sword and escaped. Great Treasury Immortal and Mi Lan Guang were both stunned. This Jian Yisheng has already advanced to rank 7. Is this his true speed? So fast. Great Treasury Immortal was shocked and furious. He was actually duped by Jian Yisheng and treated as his tool. Now Jian Yisheng had seized away more benefits than him and even left him to obstruct Mi Lan Guang. Brother Mi, I will immediately return that electrolytic iron starflower to you. Don't worry, I dug it out along with its roots. It will be convenient for you to plant it again. Moreover, I will also compensate you with resources of equivalent value. Great Treasury Immortal took a deep breath before saying solemnly. Mi Lan Guang mumbled before raising his brows. Your condition is? Great Treasury Immortal snorted. We will ally to deal with Jian Yisheng. He really hated Jian Yisheng. Mi Longguang was also the same. He gave a clear smile and extended his hands. It is my honor to work with you, friend from Eastern Sea. The two immediately set an agreement and chased after Jian Yisheng. What made them furious was that although Jian Yisheng escaped, he had actually not gone far. Clearly, he wanted Mi Longguang and Great Treasury Immortal to have a fierce battle. Then he could charge back at an appropriate timing and reap all the benefits. Right now, when he saw Mi Longguang and Great Treasury Immortal collaborating, Jian Yisheng was surprised and irked, but not panicked. He even scoffed. Even when I was rank 6, my sword escape method left many rank 7 Gu Immortals without options. Now that I have advanced this move to rank 7, you will probably only catch me in your next life. Saying so, Jian Yisheng activated the killer move Sword Escape and swaggered off. Mi Longguang and Great Treasury Immortal cursed loudly, but could only look as Jian Yisheng escaped. However, after a short while, it was Jian Yisheng's turn to complain. Damn it. Although my sword escape method is fast, it can't be maintained for long. And these two happen to be Information Path Gu Immortals. They are proficient at gathering information and clues. They can track me down. Mi Longguang and Great Treasury Immortal hated Jian Yisheng and were closely chasing after him. At every dangerous moment, Jian Yisheng activated Sword Escape Killer move to run away. But not long later, Mi Longguang and Great Treasury Immortal would catch up once again. One Jian Yisheng shouted, "Is there any meaning in chasing me like this? You will be wasting all your accumulated immortal essence, and you both will lose a lot when that happens." Mi Longguang sneered. "Among the three of us, you have only advanced to rank 7 recently. How much immortal essence reserve do you have? Even if we expend it all, we will get rid of you this time." Great Treasury Immortal nodded and added, "Right. I will let you know Eastern Sea Gu Immortals are not easily hoodwinked." Two Jian Yisheng cursed in anxiousness. Mi Longguang, regardless of what happened, we are both Central Continent Gu Immortals. You are actually siding with someone from another region now. Are you a traitor? Mi Longguang laughed coldly. "Don't you try to intimidate me. You offended me today. Your death is certain." One Jian Yisheng could only use Sword Escape to fly away once again. Both sides kept on chasing and halting. Great Treasury Immortal suddenly said, "Oh no, he has stopped at one place. It looks like he discovered the tracking method I planted on him." He lost his connection to Jian Yisheng. Soon, he and Mi Longguang arrived at a mountain pass and discovered Jian Yisheng's right arm. Jian Yisheng was resolute. After realizing something wrong, he directly cut off his right arm. Great Treasury Immortal's face was dark as he looked at Mi Longguang. "It will depend on you now. Relax." Mi Longguang smiled. This way, the two continued to chase. After several rounds of chasing, Jian Yisheng's face was pale and had no strength to curse as he felt the pressure of death. Gradually, his immortal essence reserve was emptied. "I am going to die, but I am not resigned. I broke Great Treasury Immortal's method. But what method did you, Mi Longguang, use to chase after me? I dared to offend you because I had some understanding of your methods and could handle them all. But right now, I cannot even discover what method you used. Can you tell me the truth before I die?" Mi Longguang sneered. "Don't even think about it. Depart to the afterlife as an ignorant ghost." But at the next moment, Jian Yisheng gave a strange screech and used Sword Escape Killer move to escape once again. This guy is really too crafty. Great Treasury Immortal gritted his teeth. "Don't worry, unless he escapes Central Continent, he won't be able to escape my detection," Mi Longguang said confidently. Great Treasury Immortal's gaze was filled with surprise as he said, "I am in admiration of Brother Mi's method. Let alone Jian Yisheng. Even I have yet to discover your method. It is truly amazing." Mi Longguang laughed and waved his hand. "You misunderstood. This is not my method. It is Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's arrangement." "What do you mean?" "Heavenly Court has extremely deep secrets. But I know some information about this move in particular. Let's continue chasing. I will explain on the way." Great Treasury Immortal nodded and was fully concentrated in listening. He knew Mi Longguang was originally a Lightning Path Gu Immortal of Wind Cloud Manor, a subsidiary force of Heavenly Court. But later, he broke some sect rules. His cultivation was crippled, and he was kicked out of the sect. After that, he cultivated Information Path and advanced to become a rank 7 Gu Immortal once again. It was not strange for Mi Longguang to know of some secrets regarding Heavenly Court with this background. Mi Longguang continued. "This move is called Everybody's Vision. It is a human path killer move created by Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable. This move uses the foundation of people's united hearts and can let Central Continent's mortals, Gu Masters, and Gu Immortals share their vision. As long as someone sees Jian Yisheng's movement light, or even discover a trace of his tracks, I can directly obtain the information through Everybody's Vision and catch him." Great Treasury Immortal realized. So it was like this. Everybody's vision. This move is truly profound. Naturally, people's united hearts is even more so. It can actually let people know each other's intentions and determine enemies and allies, removing the factor of hidden traitors. Wait a moment. Great Treasury Immortal suddenly stopped and looked at Milong Guang with a horrified gaze. Since Milong Guang could use everybody's vision killer move, he was definitely under the effect of people's united hearts. He belonged to Central Continent's righteous path. He absolutely would not cooperate with someone who invaded Central Continent. Then the only possibility was, ha ha ha, Great Treasury Immortal, you fell for our trap. Jian Yisheng revealed himself, laughing heartily. Along with him, many Central Continent lone immortals also appeared. A formation suddenly activated and trapped Great Treasury Immortal. Everything had been a conspiracy. Milong Guang's electrolytic iron starflower was the bait to lure out Great Treasury Immortal, the huge fish. At the same time, Heavenly Court battlefield. This long battle finally reached its climax. Fang Yuan and the rest charged towards Heaven Overseeing Tower, while Duke Long was being held back by Di Zongsheng. If Fang Yuan and the rest broke into Heaven Overseeing Tower, and Fang Yuan destroyed Fate Gu, Heavenly Court's plan would fail completely. But if Fang Yuan could not destroy Fate Gu, the Southern and Northern Immortals would be in a very bad position. They would be besieged by Heavenly Court's Gu Immortals from every direction. This is the final opportunity. I must. Fang Yuan was resolute. At the next moment, Heaven Overseeing Tower let out a dazzling white light. Rank 9 Immortal Killer Move, Fate Vanquish. The time required for Fate Vanquish to be used again has been shortened to such an extent. Fang Yuan was greatly shocked. Almost at the same time, the white light completely disappeared. An astonishing change occurred in the battlefield. Several Immortal Gu houses on Fang Yuan's side were completely destroyed along with all the Gu Immortals inside. Of the two rank 8 Gu Immortals who were right behind Fang Yuan, one was on the verge of death, and the other had lost consciousness. All the other Immortals were badly injured. Fate Vanquish's power is actually so terrifying. It clearly did not have this power during Southern Borders battle. Terrifying. A complete rank 9 Fate Gu is too terrifying. This is Heaven Overseeing Tower's true power. It is completely unstoppable. Southern Border and Northern Plains Gu Immortals felt deep despair. They lost all of their morale. On the contrary, the Heavenly Court Gu Immortals, as well as countless viewers in Central Continent, cheered in joy at this sight. Heavenly Court is powerful. Kill these invaders. Make them pay with their blood. With such a method, Central Continent's victory is certain. With the killer move, everybody's vision, Central Continent's people saw this scene and were rejoicing with great morale. Heavenly Court's divine might was etched deeply into everyone's hearts. Mother, why did that person not fall? All the demons except him have fallen. A young girl shook her mother's hand and asked in confusion. Even mortals could observe the battle. Unfortunately, the girl's mother was only a mortal. She shook her head. Mother also doesn't know. But don't worry, our Central Continent is protected by Gu Immortals. We won't lose. Fang Yuan. Right. He is an otherworldly demon. He is not an ordinary otherworldly demon. He is a complete otherworldly demon. Fate Vanquish is simply like harmless light to him. After being dazed for a while, the Southern and Northern Immortals gradually reacted. Right now, Heavenly Court's Gu Immortals had flown out of Heaven Overseeing Tower and were holding Fang Yuan back, not letting him get close to Heaven Overseeing Tower. However, Fang Yuan's existence was like a spark that lighted up the hearts of the Southern and Northern Immortals. In an instant, an inextinguishable fire burned once again. He's our only hope left. Yes, we still have Fang Yuan. Although I really hate him, but the Southern and Northern Immortals' eyes shined with brilliance. Their morale had actually risen. The Heavenly Court Gu Immortals were astonished. Quick, kill Fang Yuan. Duke Long had just sent the command when he was bitten by Di Zongsheng. But no matter how Di Zongsheng ground its teeth, they only left behind several scars while producing sparks as they dug into Duke Long's body. At the same time, Wu Yang's command arrived through Treasure Yellow Heaven. Southern Alliance Immortals, hear my command. Use all your strength to help Fang Yuan breach Heaven Overseeing Tower and destroy Fate Gu. Bing Sai Chuan also reacted. Help Fang Yuan. This is our final charge. If it does not succeed, we will all die. Everyone kill these guys. Fang Yuan, who was being held back, felt the vigor behind him, and his eyes instantly shined. Killing intense sword. He laughed heartily, his voice resounding throughout the battlefield. Good. From now on, you can all try to stop me. Either you die or I perish. Infallible blessed land battlefield. At this instant, Fang Yuan along with the Southern and Northern Immortals dashed forward without hesitating. Fang Yuan was at the frontmost position, acting as the sharpest tip of the spear. He had become the only hope of the Southern and Northern Immortals. He was shouldering their expectations. How ironic, how pitiful. This battle has reached such a state where we are actually staking our hopes on our enemy. The southern and northern immortals had complicated feelings. Associating with Fang Yuan, they are indeed a bunch of evil demons. The Heavenly Court Gu immortals shouted with despise as they rushed forward. What else was there to say? Everything was for benefits, everything was for survival, everything was for victory. Fang Yuan, stop right there. A Heavenly Court Gu immortal pounced on Fang Yuan. I will block him. Fang Yuan, continue to charge forward. Heavenly Lord Baizu called out while moving ahead. Two Immortal Gu houses came charging over. These two southern and northern Immortal Gu houses inclined to the side, protecting Fang Yuan in the middle like they were guarding their emperor. In the battle of rank 8 Gu immortals, Immortal Gu houses seemed like brutes that could only attack by colliding with each other. A sharp light flashed past Fang Yuan's eyes. This was an unprecedented experience for him. He had never expected that there would be such a peculiar scene. He had actually obtained the selfless and sacrificial help of the southern and northern immortals. We will retreat. Quick, quick, pull apart some distance. Heaven Overseeing Tower began to retreat. Fang Yuan and others' final charge was too overwhelming. Their momentum was like a crazed tiger. At the crucial moment, even though Heavenly Court's members were mostly guarding the back, few could actually come over to help defend Heaven Overseeing Tower. Duke Long lifted his hands with some difficulty, and as he pushed apart Di Zongsheng's teeth inch by inch. Although his back was facing Fang Yuan and Heaven Overseeing Tower, he was aware of the battle situation through everybody's vision killer move. Fang Yuan is their only hope. As long as we can kill him, these southern and northern immortals' morale will fall to the depths. They might even surrender because of their hope being extinguished. Not only this, Fang Yuan has Spring Autumn Cicada and is also Red Lotus' final hope. At this instant, a memory surfaced in Duke Long's mind. Red Lotus was bathed in blood and on the verge of death. He used all his remaining strength to stand in front of Duke Long. Duke Long looked at him quietly and said with a slightly hoarse voice, Hong Ting, you have no hope left already. Give up, surrender. I will give you the chance to turn over a new leaf. Even at this stage, you are still not willing to give up on me, Master? Hee. Red Lotus Demon Venerable laughed. But unfortunately, Master, my hope has not been extinguished yet. 3-inch, what hope do you still have? What are you relying on? My hope is not here, Master. I left it to the Great Era. When the Great Era is about to descend, you will see him. He will be like me, carving his way to Heavenly Court in battle. Duke Long sighed and said with an unshakable tone, Then I shall stop him, just like how I stopped you today. You are my disciple. Master will atone for the mistake you made. Regarding your hope, Master shall personally kill it. One roar. Duke Long gave a furious roar and exerted strength in his hands. He pried open Di Zongsheng's teeth and disappeared. Clang. At the next moment, Di Zongsheng's teeth snapped together fiercely and produced dazzling sparks. But Duke Long had already appeared behind Fang Yuan. His large hand grabbed towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan immediately felt an incomparable force pulling at him firmly. A vast aura of danger came from behind him like a tsunami and wanted to drown him completely. Duke Long. Fang Yuan clenched his teeth as he suddenly turned around and used a killer move to fight Duke Long. I will kill you. Duke Long's amber-like dragon eyes reflected Fang Yuan's appearance, his tone filled with killing intent. But an Immortal Gu house inserted itself in between the two. Fang Yuan, go. Many southern and northern immortals shouted together. Fang Yuan snorted coldly as he turned around and chased after Heaven Overseeing Tower. Duke Long was blocked. He gave a loud shout as he activated his killer move and slashed with his claws. The incomparably tough Immortal Gu house tore apart like it was paper. Duke Long continued to give chase, but he had just moved a few steps when Heavenly Lord Baizu appeared before him. Duke Long grabbed and smashed at Heavenly Lord Baizu. But Heavenly Lord Baizu charged over once again. He didn't die? Duke Long was astonished. He had clearly activated his investigative killer move to sense Heavenly Lord Baizu's main body. But the Heavenly Lord Baizu before him gave off the same feeling as the main body. Duke Long's thoughts moved as he immediately realized. Is it a killer move that can allow the main body to immediately switch position with his clones? It was exactly so. Heavenly Lord Baizu was once a famous rank 8 lone cultivator of Northern Plains, and later he obtained He Tribe's territory, creating Baizu Tribe and joining Northern Plains' righteous path. Longevity Heaven actively roped in all the Northern Plains Gu immortals for the big picture. Heavenly Lord Baizu was among the first to be roped in. One of Heavenly Lord Baizu's conditions to join them was one immortal killer move in Longevity Heaven's treasury. With this move, he could switch the positions of his clone and main body. Heavenly Lord Baizu had specially asked for this because of his repeated failures when he invaded He Fan Grotto Heaven before. It was because of this that after Heavenly Lord Baizu was teleported to Eastern Sea by the killer move Karma Relocation, he was able to quickly switch positions with a clone and return to infallible Blessed Land. Annoying fly. Duke Long frowned slightly. Heavenly Lord Baizu obstructed him repeatedly, although he could not last even one move. In the time of danger, he would switch position with a clone. His performance was extremely shocking. He actually stalled Duke Long. But soon, other Heavenly Court Gu immortals targeted Heavenly Lord Baizu. Heavenly Lord Baizu fell into danger and was busy taking care of himself. Duke Long caught up to Fang Yuan once again, but Five Elements Grandmaster was already protecting Fang Yuan from behind. Come. Five Elements Grandmaster used his strongest defensive method, Five Elements Ring. This was an immortal formation condensed into a 5-colored ring. If nothing else, I can at least hold on for a few breaths of time. Five Elements Grandmaster gritted his teeth. But Duke Long was not even stalled for a moment. He directly broke the Five Elements ring and chased after Fang Yuan. Five Elements Grandmaster suffered a heavy backlash from having his defensive killer move destroyed. But he quickly swallowed the blood that surged up and chased after Duke Long without any regards for his own health. Duke Long casually threw a dragon-shaped purple-gold chi without even looking back. This was a chi path killer move. Five Elements Grandmaster looked on with wide and furious eyes as he was struck by the purple-gold dragon chi. With a loud sound, he burst into countless pieces, dying on the spot. Five Elements Grandmaster's death did not deter the Southern and Northern Immortals. Soon, Yihao Fang attacked without any regard for himself as he tried to stop Duke Long. Duke Long was held back for a few breaths of time, but he soon killed Yihao Fang. I don't have much time left. Duke Long did not show it on the surface, but his heart was gradually becoming anxious. Heavenly Dragon's last stand killer move made him so powerful that he could kill rank 8 Gu immortals like killing birds, but his lifespan was about to reach its end. Under the Southern and Northern Immortals' suicidal obstruction, Fang Yuan finally caught up to Heaven Overseeing Tower. Heaven Overseeing Tower was being held back by Bing Sai, Chuan, using Calamity Luck Altar. Immortal killer move, Great Thief Ghost Hand. Fang Yuan's luck was good. He grabbed a rank 7 Immortal Gu as well as a large amount of Mortal Gu. But this was nothing much to Heaven Overseeing Tower, especially when Fang Yuan was clearly aware that although Great Thief Ghost Hand relied on ghostly concealment, it was not a genuine rank 9 killer move and had no effect on Fake Gu. The only effective method is still Dream Path killer moves. Fang Yuan did not have offensive Dream Path killer moves and could only use pure Dream Reality Seeker physique bodies to self-detonate. But Heaven Overseeing Tower was already prepared against such a crude offensive method. Fang Yuan had to look for a perfect opportunity, otherwise he would only waste his resources without any gains. Fang Yuan's battle tactic was to use Great Thief Ghost Hand to constantly force back Heaven Overseeing Tower and create a chance to detonate pure Dream Reality Seeker physique bodies. He did not know how long the Southern and Northern Immortals could hold on for, but this was currently his best tactic. But when Fang Yuan used the second Great Thief Ghost Hand, a rank 8 Gu immortal suddenly appeared and easily blocked his Great Thief Ghost Hand. Lu Weiyin, what are you doing? The Southern and Northern Gu immortals immediately shouted out this person's name in surprise and anger. Lu Weiyin pointed towards Fang Yuan. My disciple Yi Fan died in your hands. Fang Yuan, you shall die here. Lu Weiyin, you are Paradise Earth's inheritor. You are a Southern Border Gu immortal. Even if you want to take revenge for your disciple, why do you need to do it at this time? Step aside now. Join hands with us to defeat Heavenly Court. Or else, the Southern and Northern Gu immortals berated agitatedly. Lu Weiyin, however, shook his head. Everything is too late. Heavenly Court's fate has been repaired. The situation is set in stone. Relying on this demon Fang Yuan will only increase casualties. It will not change our defeat. Everyone, you have to face reality. Stop trying to go against the tide. We need to avoid even more death and suffering among the people. Chapter 1746. By Ning Bing's betrayal to Lu Weiyin might have no offensive killer moves. He was extremely powerful in other aspects. He easily blocked the Southern and Northern Immortals' furious attacks. Even Fang Yuan was unable to do anything to him. Indeed worthy of being Paradise Earth's inheritor. Many Heavenly Court Gu immortals observed with their full attention. In just a short period of time, Lu Weiyin had actually blocked the Southern and Northern Immortals' crazed attacks by himself. Almost none of Heavenly Court Gu immortals present now could achieve this. Only now were the Southern and Northern Immortals aware of Lu Weiyin's power. Despite Lu Weiyin having no offensive methods, his comprehensive strength was still above Li Huang and Chen Yi. The Southern and Northern Immortals were full of hatred towards Lu Weiyin. This hatred was many times stronger than their hatred towards Fang Yuan. It was because Lu Weiyin's appearance had destroyed their last hope. Fang Yuan and the rest attacked madly, but all the attacks were blocked by him alone. Ha ha! Duke Long laughed loudly. He was currently entangled with Di Zongsheng. Lu Weiyin had salvaged the situation in his place. Duke Long was much happier to be receiving Lu Weiyin's help than him taking action personally, because this meant that Paradise Earth's faction had submitted to them. This is the heart of the people. Back then, when Fake Gu appeared, Primordial origin Immortal Venerable relied on it to change the minds of many human Gu immortals and awaken the spirit to resist our common enemy. The same thing is happening now. An injured Fate Gu was not worthy of being revered, but a complete Fate Gu was a banner just like the records in history. Its significance to humanity far surpassed its own abilities. It represented the support of the people. This was the trend of the future. Human hearts were difficult to change, but Heavenly Court had Fate Gu and could make countless enemy Gu immortals dispel any thought of confrontation and even make them betray their side and surrender. With this, Heavenly Court and Central Continent would save an immense amount of effort and trouble. Duke Long could not help but be thankful towards Fairy Ziwei's choice. Using everybody's vision, all these scenes were disseminated to every part of Central Continent, and even throughout the other 4 regions and 2 heavens. Lu Weiyin's stance was a sign. He was the start of the trend where large numbers of Gu immortals would surrender and bow their heads to Heavenly Court in the future. The impact of a pioneer was limitless, especially when it was Lu Weiyin, Paradise Earth's inheritor. In the future, when many Gu immortals hesitate whether to surrender or not, they would think, even Lu Weiyin, this Paradise Earth inheritor, changed sides, so what if I do the same? Thus, they would get past this mental obstacle. Lu Weiyin's action was like a formless storm, and its influence would spread to all parts of Central Continent. The other region's Gu immortals who were already preparing to leave, they retreated even faster now. At the same time, in the headquarters of Spirit Affinity House, Zhao Lianyan looked like she was ready to move out. Fairy Lianyan, where are you going? It is extremely dangerous outside. Bu Zhenzi persuaded. Zhao Lianyan smiled. I have Love Gu's protection, and the enemies are currently fleeing in fear. If we want to make some contributions, isn't this the perfect time? Zhao Lianyan's wish was soon approved by several supreme elders of Spirit Affinity House. In the previous chaotic battle in Central Continent, all kinds of monsters and demons appeared and fought, creating chaos and disorder. For the restoration plan, Heavenly Court had mobilized a large amount of Gu immortals from Central Continent's 10 great ancient sections. Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects became weak. They could only give up many of their territories and resources, wisely choosing to go on the defensive. Right now, through everybody's vision killer move, the Gu immortals who were guarding various areas realized the change in the situation. Many experienced ones understood this was the time to counterattack. Kill these thieves who dared to invade my Central Continent. Beat them. Beat these despicable fellows till they are scared out of their wits. Ah, this stifling anger inside me. I shall vent it all on you. With Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects at the lead, waves of counterattack started. The remnant righteous path, demonic path, and lone immortals in various parts of Central Continent made their move and quickly recovered the lost territories, while also attacking the 4 regions Gu immortals who were still in Central Continent. The 4 regions Gu immortals were beaten back step by step, some even died. These battle scenes were all seen by the Central Continent Gu immortals in infallible blessed land. Their morale immediately rose. Fang Yuan and the rest got into an increasingly perilous situation. Duke Long was very pleased. This was the scene he wanted to see. Using the banner called Fate Gu, almost all the Gu immortals of Central Continent were roused and united. This unified force was terrifying. This was already proven by the rise of humanity in Heavenly Court's historical records. At this moment, Duke Long could feel it very deeply. Every generation of Heavenly Court members placed so much focus on Fate Gu intentionally to establish the meaning behind this banner. This was a signal from the depths of the soul. It was an intense and irresistible call of duty. 3 Fate Gu itself was only a rank 9 Immortal Gu and could not even be used directly. But in Heavenly Court's hands, it was given a spirit and significance that far surpassed itself, and this influence was further magnified countless times using the history of the human race. Looking at it, wasn't it an incredible situation? Fate Gu's practicality was far lower than other rank 9 Immortal Gu like Wisdom Gu. But when it was used by Heavenly Court, it could change people's hearts, unite the scattered forces, and merge everyone's will into one. Lu Weiyin's betrayal. Lone Immortal Jian Yisheng and Milan Guang, who was expelled from his sect, both took the initiative to ally and ambush Great Treasury Immortal. With Zhao Lianyan as the representative, Central Continent's Gu immortals counterattacked. The other 4 regions Gu immortals retreated with an all-time low morale. It was impossible for an immortal killer move to achieve all these changes. even if it was the rank 9 killer move people's united hearts. But now, Duke Long relied on just fate Gu to achieve these. Gu Master and Gu Immortals nurtured, used, and refined Gu. Not mentioning the other two aspects, just based on using Gu. Heavenly Court's usage of fate Gu had already broken free of its limitations. They far surpassed the Gu's limits. They reached an unprecedented and supreme level. If one considered this kind of move carefully, it was shocking. The Heavenly Court Immortals attacked from all directions, clearing their old debts. The Southern and Northern Immortals were trapped and surrounded. Some screamed, some were bleeding, some were panicking, and some looked upon death calmly. Fang Yuan's heart was also shrouded by a dense shadow. He was unable to break Lu Wei Yin's defense, and Heaven Overseeing Tower had already stabilized itself. Duke Long had intentionally led Di Zongsheng far away to fight. The enemy's chances have already been sealed off. Almost all the Heavenly Court Gu Immortals had this thought. Ha ha ha. In the end, it is still up to me to turn the tides around. Right at this time, a voice familiar to Fang Yuan spread throughout the battlefield. At the same time, Immortal Gu House Dragon Palace appeared behind Heaven Overseeing Tower. By Ning Bing, how did she get control of Dragon Palace? Fang Yuan was astonished. The other Gu Immortals were even more shocked. By Ning Bing had already prepared her sneak attack for a long time. While all the Immortals were stunned, Dragon Palace shot out a dense smoke that floated towards Heaven Overseeing Tower. It was like Heaven Overseeing Tower had fallen into a swamp. At the crucial moment, the Gu Immortals inside activated their method. Immortal Killer Move, Invincible Phantom Tower. In an instant, Heaven Overseeing Tower went into phantom form and became virtually untouchable. Going into phantom form, hee. By Ning Bing sneered. You are underestimating me too much. Dragon Spirit. A boy stood beside her, he laughed. Master, watch me. The dense smoke covered Heaven Overseeing Tower. Heaven Overseeing Tower had turned phantom, but was still unable to stop the dense smoke from invading it. This is Dream Path Offensive Killer Move. Fang Yuan's side was stunned and happy, while Heavenly Court's Immortals were stunned and furious. What is going on? Both sides were bewildered. Rewinding time back by a little bit. Central Continent, Hidden Dragon Cave. The battle had already reached the moment of victory and defeat. Heavenly Court's reinforcements greatly improved the situation of the 4 dragon generals. But these reinforcements were already expected and responded to by Eastern Sea's rank 8 Gu Immortals. They fought fiercely, making the battle even more heated. The 4 dragon generals were still curling up inside Dragon Palace, and Heavenly Court's reinforcements would not get past the Eastern Sea Gu Immortals within a short period. But right at this moment, a figure appeared at the edge of the battlefield. It was by Ning Bing. Chen had used Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's arrangement to use Immortal Killer Move Karma Relocation to block the attack of the Immortals. Fang Yuan had quickly found the best method to deal with this. Bai Ning Bing attacked under Fang Yuan's command and was transported by Karma Relocation. Bai Ning Bing looked at the place she was transported to and realized she was in a dangerous situation. This was a rank 8 level battlefield, and it was so intense that it was not something she could be involved in. Bai Ning Bing wanted to retreat, but be it Eastern Sea or the Heavenly Court Gu Immortals, they both attacked her immediately. The Heavenly Court Gu Immortals saw Bai Ning Bing as an enemy. They naturally wanted to eliminate her. Meanwhile, the Eastern Sea Gu Immortals did not want Bai Ning Bing to leave and expose the secret here, so they were going to kill the eyewitness. At once, Bai Ning Bing fell into a life and death crisis. This is trouble. She was deeply aware of it. Even if she transformed into Bai Xiang form, it would be of no use against killer moves of rank 8 Gu Immortals. As death descended upon her, she was not afraid at all. She was only dissatisfied and felt pity as she mumbled, "Is this as far as I go?" "No, master." At this crucial moment, she suddenly heard an innocent and clear voice. Dragon Palace shook as it directly teleported Bai Ning Bing to the deepest part of Dragon Palace. This scene stunned all the rank 8 Gu Immortals in the battlefield. The battle even paused for a moment. "Who are you?" Bai Ning Bing discovered that a peculiar life form was standing before her inside Dragon Palace. It had the appearance of a young boy, but it had horns on its head and a tail behind its back. Its eyes shined brightly. It looked cute and adorable. It looked at Bai Ning Bing and spoke. "A blessed land has a land spirit. A grotto heaven has a heavenly spirit, while Dragon Court has me, Dragon Spirit." "Dragon Court? But isn't this Immortal Gu House Dragon Palace? Also, why are you calling me master?" Bai Ning Bing naturally knew of Dragon Palace, so she felt very puzzled. Dragon Spirit laughed. Back then, Dragon Man Gu Immortals created Dragon Court, but Duke Long did not allow it, and changed its name to Dragon Palace. As for acknowledging you as master, it is my only choice now. Because you are a Dragon Man who had escaped fate and is opposing Heavenly Court, you are the only candidate suitable to be my master currently. Master, I have been waiting for you. Duke Long does not know about my existence. I have been hiding and making him have the false impression that he had successfully refined Dragon Court. Heavenly Court is too powerful. I implore Master to make a move to solve this present danger. In the future, we will lead the Dragon Man race to follow the decree of heaven. We will defeat the human race and make Dragon Men the rulers of this world. What do you mean? By Ning Bing frowned, feeling inconceivable. I am only a rank 7 Gu immortal. Even if I have future self, I do not have rank 8 battle strength. Let alone in the current situation, even rank 8 Gu immortals are unable to resolve this predicament. Master, you need to have confidence. Fate Gu had shown the revelation long ago. Humanity will fall and Dragon Men will reign supreme. Our Dragon Man race will be the next leaders of this world, and us Dragon Men are destined to expel humanity and unite the world. That scoundrel Duke Long is not worthy of being the Dragon Man ancestor. He is our race's biggest traitor. 2. Dragon Court's power has not been displayed fully because it lacked a true master. Of course, Dragon Court is only a rank 8 Immortal Gu house right now. Even if it uses all its might, it will be difficult to make a breakthrough. So I request Master to subdue Di Zongsheng. Bai Ning Bing was surprised. Di Zongsheng can be subdued by me? Dragon Spirit gave a confident smile. Master, you don't need to be excessively humble. Dragon Men will reign supreme. The divine beast shall pave the path for us. Di Zongsheng was created by the heavenly Tao. It has innate hatred towards the human race. It is actually our Dragon Man race's divine beast. Dragon Court was unable to subdue it because it was only an Immortal Gu house and lacked a true master. But with you, all the conditions have been fulfilled. Bai Ning Bing blinked her eyes repeatedly, coming to her senses only after a long while. She had many doubts, for example the statement that Dragon Men would reign supreme. Wasn't it humanity who would reign supreme? If Fate Gu decreed that, why would Heavenly Court still try everything in their power to repair Fate Gu? One by Ning Bing suppressed all the doubts in her mind as excitement emerged in her heart. This is really interesting. I never thought that right before my death, there would be such a twist of events. Heavenly Court still seems to contain many secrets. Although I was a human, I transformed into a Dragon Man using a special method. But leading the Dragon Man race to rise and overturn humanity's rule, this matter truly makes my heart pound when I think about it. 1. It is interesting to resist Heavenly Court, but it is even more exciting to lead the rise of the Dragon Man race. Haha, interesting. Bai Ning Bing's eyes shined brightly as she laughed heartily and said to Dragon Spirit, no matter what you are or what plans you have, I don't care. Anyway, if you had not saved me, I would have already died. Your goal is truly interesting. I accept it. What should I do? Bai Ning Bing was different from others. She was a true demon and based her decisions on what she liked. She did whatever felt more exciting to her. The so-called human identity would never bind her. Lu Wei-yin had betrayed Southern Border, while she had betrayed humanity itself. Dragon Spirit was exalted. Master, with you making a move, Di Zongsheng's allegiance is an easy matter. Dragon Spirit was so excited that his tears fell. This is great. I had almost given up in despair, but Master, your appearance means that my wait was not in vain. The current heavens will has been influenced by Star Constellation's will, which changed the revelation of Fate Gu. But this doesn't matter. A large number of hibernating Gu immortals have died in Heavenly Court. Star Constellation's will has lost her reinforcements. The will of the Heavenly Tao has started to suppress her. The fact that you appeared here proves this. 1. Now, we will first subdue Di Zongsheng and fight our way back to the battlefield. Be it Heavenly Court or the Southern-Northern Allied forces, they are at conflict with each other. Although I wish that they would all die, this is an extremely rare opportunity to seize Fate Gu. Comment, as long as we come into contact with Fate Gu, the revelation of Dragon Man supremacy will appear, and we can imitate what primordial origin Immortal Venerable did back then. With this banner in our hands, we will change the hearts of people. The Dragon Man race's rise will be unstoppable. Chapter 1747. Star Constellation's sacrifice. Even Heaven Overseeing Tower with rank 9 Fate Gu was unable to stop the invasion of the Dream Path killer move. Dragon Palace was a rank 8 Immortal Gu house with rank 8 Immortal Gu Dream token. The rank 8 Dream Path killer move that was created from this was probably the #1 Dream Path killer move in the present world. One as the saying went, one skill to dominate the world. Heaven Overseeing Tower did not have any Dream Path defensive methods. Thus Dragon Spirit's action immediately showed effect. If this goes on, Heaven Overseeing Tower will no longer exist. This move is not just pure erosion using the Dream Realm. It is a Dream Path killer move, and Heavenly Court can't do anything to it even with pure Dream Reality Seeker transformation. In an instant, Yao Huang and the rest saw the hope of victory. Who could have thought that at this final juncture, it would be by Ning Bing who would turn the situation around. We have to hold on. Everyone, defend Dragon Palace. The southern and northern immortals actively cooperated. Heavenly Court's Gu immortals were pale in shock. Their confident expressions were non-existent as they began to attack nervously. Something is wrong. Fang Yuan had been paying attention to Duke Long and quickly realized something wrong. Duke Long, who was entangled with Dizong Shang, was not panicking at all. His expression was calm, and his gaze even showed a trace of nostalgia. Over 1,000,000 years ago, in the depths of Heavenly Court, Hong Ting, you still dare to come to Heavenly Court. You will not be able to escape anymore. The secret of your rebirth has already been exposed. You actually dared to go against fate and defy heaven's will to attempt to resurrect dead people. You have truly disappointed me. Duke Long looked at Red Lotus. His expression was dark and his gaze was burning with fury. Red Lotus Demon Venerable smiled. Master, since I have come here, I have already resolved myself to die. Furthermore, I am not here to destroy Fate Gu, so you don't have to be so anxious, Master. Oh, then what are you trying to do? Red Lotus Demon Venerable took a deep glance at Duke Long. I want to persuade Master to help me destroy Fate Gu. Duke Long was stunned before laughing loudly. He then slowly stopped laughing and looked at Red Lotus with his unfathomable dragon pupils. Then tell me, Master will listen properly. Red Lotus smiled. Having been reborn tens of thousands of times, I found clues by chance and used more than 10 rebirths to understand them clearly. Fate Gu has already abandoned humanity. Its current revelation have 4 words. 2 he had yet to finish speaking when Duke Long finished his sentence. Dragon men will reign supreme. Red Lotus was dazed before laughing. Master, you knew about it indeed. Are you protecting Fate Gu to ensure the rise of the Dragon Man race? After all, the biggest group of dragon men in existence currently are your own bloodline descendants. Of course not. Duke Long shook his head and said in a deep voice, Hong Ting, you don't know the whole situation. Master was the first to discover the secret of Dragon Man supremacy and was also the first to report it. Although I turned myself into a Dragon Man and became the Dragon Man ancestor, my true heart has always been on humanity's side. Whether you believe it or not, this is the truth. I believe you. Red Lotus showed no hesitation. I believe in Master's heart. Oh Master, the extent to which you understand me is also how much I understand you. You will never betray humanity for your own self-interest. Just then, I was afraid you would deny my words and was intentionally agitating you. Humph, little brat. Duke Long snorted, but a gratified emotion rose in his heart as he continued. Master created the Dragon Man lifespan extension method so I could continue teaching you, to help you lead Heavenly Court and the whole of the human race, but I had never imagined Fate Gu would give a revelation of Dragon Man's supremacy. However, after the initial shock and fright, Master gradually realized that Fate Gu is a Heaven Path Gu worm. The way of heaven always takes away surpluses while replenishing deficits. Humanity has prospered, uniting the 5 regions and 2 heavens. We are flourishing much more than the variant human races of the past. This will naturally cause the heavenly Tao to take away surpluses while replenishing deficits. This is the same situation as when Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable obtained Fate Gu and caused humanity to reign supreme. However, Master still continues to defend Fate Gu. Do you know why? Red Lotus's eyes shined with bright light as he asked, why? Duke Long heaved a deep sigh. Actually, Fate Gu's hidden threat was already raised by Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable in his era. Humanity was united because of Fate Gu. Almost all the humans gained the courage to resist the variant human races after learning who heaven sided with. However, once the fate of humans being supreme vanishes, what will the humans do then? This was no doubt a huge threat, and this issue was not resolved even after Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable passed away. On his deathbed, he handed this heavy responsibility to his disciple. This disciple was the future star Constellation Immortal Venerable. When her lifespan was near its end, she finally thought of a way to resolve this hidden crisis. That was assimilating with the Tao. Red Lotus frowned. Assimilating with the Tao? Indeed. Duke Long continued to explain. Fate Gu can only be controlled directly by the heavenly Tao. Human or variant human Gu immortals can at most observe a thing or two and obtain some revelations. Maybe in the future, with the development of new paths that contest against each other, there may be a way to use Fate Gu, but it is impossible for now. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable thought. Since she could not do anything to Fate Gu, she might as well target the source itself. Thus, she sacrificed herself, and by assimilating with the Tao, she used her own will to participate in the operations of the heavenly Tao, interfering and influencing heaven's will. Because heaven's will was influenced, Fate Gu could be grasped by Heavenly Court indefinitely. So that's what happened. Red Lotus Demon Venerable's heart shook as he came to a realization. Fate Gu's web is called all-encompassing web. Everything in the world is bound by this web, to be arranged and controlled by fate. Star constellation Immortal Venerable directly manipulated heaven's will and is thus able to influence Fate Gu, making humanity reign supreme forever. 1. No wonder Fate Gu is so important to Heavenly Court. No wonder Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's arrangements could stop 3 demon venerables, including myself. No wonder Heavenly Court has stood undefeated, becoming the sacred land of humanity and the #1 superforce in the world. Duke Long nodded. Hong Ting, your intelligence has never disappointed, Master. The trend of the world is that there will be unification after prolonged division and division after prolonged unification. Have you seen any superforce that could last forever? Looking at ourselves, people's hearts are easy to change. They are filled with desires which can hardly be satisfied. Even stronger forces or familial fetters cannot fill the deficiencies of the human heart. Looking at external issues, if a powerful Gu Immortal is offended, it will usually result in the superforce facing huge problems. If this Gu Immortal cultivated to rank 8, they quite likely could even completely exterminate a superforce. In this world, individual strength can easily surpass a group. There will rarely be a superforce that can last for a great number of years. But our Heavenly Court is an exception. Why is it? Because we have Fate Gu. Under the arrangements of fate, we have always been the sacred land of humanity. Our internal affairs have always been harmonious. Even if there are conflicts, they will be smoothly resolved through all kinds of coincidences and fated encounters. Our enemies usually cannot grow completely. Even if there are rank 8 enemies, they would gradually decline, and there won't even be a need for Heavenly Court to make a move personally before the enemies die or even surrender because of all kinds of events. All these miracles were brought about through Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's sacrifice. Without her rank 9 wisdom path cultivation, there is simply no way to interfere and alter the operations of the Heavenly Tao. However, even if it was Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, her will was often disadvantaged when contesting against Heaven's will. Red Lotus realized, like the revelation of Dragon Man's supremacy? Yes, I was also shocked back then, but when I knew of this ancient secret, I chose to wait. Sure enough, not long later, Fate Gu's revelation changed once again. Dragon Men will reign supreme vanished. It went back to humanity will reign supreme. Duke Long smiled. Later, I went through Heavenly Court secret records and discovered such cases had occurred many times. Dragon Men will reign supreme is only the most recent one. The revelation of Dragon Men reigning supreme is not reliable. Red Lotus's heart sank continuously. Since his master Duke Long already knew of this, then why did he listen to his questions? He suddenly realized it was not him who had infiltrated Heavenly Court, but Duke Long who had been waiting for him to make inquiries and then tell him Heavenly Court's ancient secret. Red Lotus stopped thinking about it as he looked at Duke Long. Duke Long smiled. Hong Ting, Master waited for you to tell you this and make you repent. You created Spring Autumn Cicada and can rebirth. This is truly a demonic behavior. It looks like you have hope of changing the past, but do you really? No, Duke Long shook his head and said in a resolute tone. Because above you, there is heaven, there is the Heavenly Tao, there is Star Constellation's will, there is Fate Gu's revelation. How can you overturn heaven? How can you change the past? So what if you have the strength of a rank 9 demon venerable? Limitless and Reckless Savage are the best examples. How long can a venerable live? The longest living one was Lord Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable, but it was still only 25,000 years. In Heavenly Court, it has millions of years of history and accumulations. It has the sacrifice and protection of more than one Immortal Venerable. It has Fate Gu. This is the big picture. Can you topple such a deep foundation? Especially since you have been reborn, you are only using future self to gain rank 9 battle strength. You are not yet a true rank 9 venerable. Red Lotus was silent. Even the powerful him felt constant helplessness against Heavenly Court. He could destroy Heavenly Court, but what use would that be? As long as Fate Gu existed, Heavenly Court could be easily recreated. And because Star Constellation's will was influencing Heaven's will, Fate Gu would always decree that humanity reign supreme. Heavenly Court would also be the sacred land of humanity and would always be the #1 force. Under Fate's control, all sorts of fortuitous encounters would be arranged and countless talents would actively side with or surrender to Heavenly Court. Heavenly Court was not the crucial point. Star Constellation's will and Fate Gu were the most important elements. Star Constellation's will. First of all, Red Lotus was not a wisdom path rank 9. He had no methods to deal with Star Constellation's will which had assimilated with the Tao. Secondly, he did not want to deal with Star Constellation's will. After all, Star Constellation's will interfered with Heaven's will and protected the status of the human race, making humanity prosper eternally. Red Lotus only wanted to revive his family and loved ones. He never wanted to betray or harm his own race. So, there was only one answer left for Red Lotus Demon Venerable. That was to destroy Fate Gu. Chapter 1748. Duke Long's sacrifice destroying Fate Gu would be harmful to humanity, but the five-region situation would still remain the same because of Star Constellation's will. Without Fate Gu, neither Heavenly Court nor the Heavenly Tao would be able to use it. In a situation where both sides were equal, the humans would have a huge advantage. Why would they watch as other races got stronger? But Red Lotus was not an otherworldly demon. How would he be able to destroy Fate Gu completely? Even after being reborn countless times, Red Lotus could not find a method which could destroy Fate Gu completely. Thus, in this rebirth, he came to persuade Duke Long to make him come over to his side and work together. But who could have expected Heavenly Court to have this kind of secret? Red Lotus' plan failed. Experience was still the deciding factor. Red Lotus wanted to persuade Duke Long, and Duke Long was also waiting for this chance to persuade his favored disciple. Hong Ting, stop now. Duke Long spoke earnestly. I said all this so that you will come back. The righteous path is not only about glory and reputation, it is often accompanied by sacrifices. For humanity, for Heavenly Court, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable sacrificed herself. And you? Your parents and wife died in order to pave the road to Immortal Venerable for you. Their sacrifices were necessary and valuable. Do you still not understand it? Hong Ting, stop this now. No, I won't stop. Red Lotus's gaze was firm. Forgive me, Master. I have disappointed you again and again. But this is the path that I want to walk on. Duke Long shook his head with a bitter expression and said, I am not disappointed. I would be suspicious if you agreed instead. I know your will cannot be shaken easily. This was already within my estimation. So now, let your master use himself as an example to teach you. What do you mean? Just as Red Lotus was confused, Duke Long activated an arrangement he had already prepared. Immortal Killer Move, Dragon Man Extermination. Red Lotus's bewildered expression was soon replaced by shock when he sensed this killer move's nature and effect. Red Lotus shouted in shock, Master, you actually killed all the dragon men in the world? Your children and grandchildren are among them. If I recall correctly, all your children and bloodline descendants should have already turned into dragon men. Too, that's right. Duke Long's body trembled. His voice was slightly shaky. I am the ancestor of dragon men, the first dragon man in the world. When I had created the method of dragon man transformation, I had already made this arrangement which allows me to use my identity as the ancestor to easily eliminate all other dragon men. When the Dragon Men Reign Supreme revelation appeared, I had thought of using this method. At that time, however, Star Constellations will manifested and instructed me to let the dragon men live for the time being and use them in the future. I hesitated again and again. Hong Ting, you have also seen my children, grandchildren, and descendants. It was the greatest happiness for me to enjoy my old age with my grandchildren and family. Sigh, I am already old. Master, Red Lotus wanted to speak, but stopped. Not knowing what to say to comfort Duke Long, Duke Long's eyes reddened and were filled with tears. Red Lotus had never seen this side of Duke Long. He said while choking with tears, I understand it clearly. Even without the Dragon Men Reign Supreme revelation, the Dragon Man race will always be a hidden threat to Heavenly Court and the human race. Because the Dragon Man race is different from the other variant human races, it was created by me. The members were originally human. It is like a blood-sucking leech that has attached itself to humanity, strengthening itself while sucking on the blood of humans. The Dragon Man lifespan extension method is only secondary to lifespan Gu for extending life. Lifespan Gu are few, but how many billions of people want to extend their lifespan? The Dragon Man population will continue to increase while humans will become fewer and fewer. More terrifyingly, dragon men are born from humans, naturally lowering the vigilance of humans. And with my reputation and the protection of being a venerable's master, who can suppress or disturb the dragon men? If this goes on, the dragon men will suppress humanity someday in the future. If a mishap happens again and Fate Gu reveals the revelation of dragon men reigning supreme again, the consequences will be unimaginable. Duke Long then looked deeply at Red Lotus. When you entered Heavenly Court this time and tried to persuade me, I suddenly realized that this was the timing that Star Constellations will predicted. The Dragon Man race should not exist, but its extermination also needs to have value. This value is to persuade you, my disciple Hong Ting. Master wants to teach you the spirit of sacrifice. I will show you the spirit of the righteous path of humanity. Red Lotus. Master. Duke Long's body shook as he could not hold back his tears any longer. He had personally killed his children and descendants. His heart was filled with sorrow and pain like it had been cut by a knife. But there was not even a trace of regret. His voice suddenly rose as he shouted towards Red Lotus. Hong Ting, my disciple, your path is a dead end. You cannot win against Heavenly Court. Because Heavenly Court's power is not just its superficial foundation or even fake Gu. Its power comes from the generations of Gu immortals who do not hesitate to sacrifice themselves. They protect humanity and righteousness with each generation carrying on this will and moving forward. Without these sacrifices, humanity might still be trampled and enslaved by the variant human races. We would not have such a good life like now. Hong Ting, Master taught you. Heavenly Court cultivated you. What you enjoyed were the fruits of the dedication and sacrifice of our predecessors from ancient times until now. So come back, Hong Ting. Follow the arrangements of fate. 1 Red Lotus. Infallible blessed land battlefield. Duke Long's memory passed by in an instant, his gaze regaining its sharpness once again. He looked at the distant dragon palace and sneered. Such a pity. Dragon spirit, your existence was already deduced by Fairy Z-Wei. We are only playing you at your own game. At the next moment, he activated an immortal killer move. He had once used this immortal killer move to persuade Red Lotus, but it did not succeed. But now, it was more than enough to kill by Ning Bing. Immortal killer move, Dragon Man extermination. In an instant, Ning Bing's body shook violently. Her heart felt like it was clenched by someone as she fell on the ground, while coughing large mouthfuls of blood. Dragon Spirit cried out in shock. What happened? It did not know the secret of the past. In truth, it had only taken birth long after the Dragon Man race was exterminated by Duke Long. Under Dragon Spirit's frightened gaze, Ning Bing quickly died. Her corpse that was gradually losing heat was lying in the large dragon palace. 3. Heavenly Court. Fairy Z-Wei walked out of the large formation that was imprisoning Spectral Soul. Heavenly Court's battlefield was not cleared up yet. Fairy Z-Wei came to Spectral Soul's prison to give a quick check. I worried too much. Even if Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was savage and powerful, the current Spectral Soul is only a remnant soul with no Gu worms or immortal essence. How can it do anything, let alone escaping this imprisonment? Oh, Dragon Spirit is also exposed. Everything is going according to plan. Fairy Z-Wei smiled when she observed this. She had deduced Dragon Spirit's existence as she had doubts about it. An ownerless dragon palace was actually able to capture the 4 dragon generals. It was extraordinary. After she deduced Dragon Spirit's existence, when Dragon Spirit tried to hoodwink Duke Long and create a false impression that Duke Long had refined Dragon Palace, Heavenly Court was aware of it. Duke Long consulted Fairy Z-Wei. Fairy Z-Wei played Dragon Spirit at its own game, laying a trap that was hidden Dragon Cave. This trap not only targeted the Eastern Sea Gu immortals, it also was a plot against Dragon Spirit and Di Zongsheng. Without such a strategy, how would Fairy Z-Wei dare to use the killer move Everybody's Vision and broadcast the battle in infallible blessed land everywhere? Fairy Z-Wei entered an Immortal Gu house, which held Benevolence Gu. She thought to herself, now, it is time to deal with Fang Yuan's Spring Autumn Cicada. 1 infallible blessed land battlefield. Boom. Dragon Palace was sent flying away while Dragon Spirit screamed in panic. The Dream Path offensive killer move was broken. Heaven Overseeing Tower was restored back to its previous state and turned back to solid form. The Heavenly Court Gu immortals inside the tower laughed heartily. Their plan to bait the enemy was a great success. Damn it. So this was all Heavenly Court's scheme. The battle had never left their control. Fang Yuan's expression was heavy as he admitted, we have lost this battle. Bing Sichuan realized this as well, but he still sent Gu immortals to attack Heaven Overseeing Tower. Heaven Overseeing Tower retreated extremely quickly, making the southern and northern immortals feel even more despair. Time to retreat. Fang Yuan's gaze turned. He had a rank 8 killer move that used fixed immortal travel as the core, which could give him the chance to leave if used properly. However, at this time, a group of Heavenly Court Gu immortals with Lu Wei-yin at the lead surrounded Fang Yuan and the rest. Fang Yuan's side was like a cornered beast that counterattacked wildly. Lu Wei-yin saw the situation and used an immortal killer move, 8-point Sanctum. This move was a defensive killer move. It not only protected the user, it could also affect others. 8 points Sanctum instantly formed a sand sphere that covered the Gu immortals and blocked every immortal killer move. It even blocked Calamity Luck Alter's killer moves. Everyone, both enemies and allies, was astonished. Lu Wei-yin's strength had far surpassed their expectations. Lu Wei-yin's display completely threw the southern and northern immortals into the abyss of despair. On the other side, Duke Long got free from Di Zongsheng and charged towards Dragon Palace. Di Zongsheng wanted to chase him, but was held back by Heaven Overseeing Tower and other immortal Gu houses. Duke Long, the greatest traitor of our people. Dragon Spirit screamed as it hid in the depths of Dragon Palace. Duke Long would not be able to find it within a short period of time. He poured in his immortal essence without any regard for the expenditure, forcibly refining Dragon Palace once again. He laughed. I have to thank you for resolving this troublesome Dizongsheng for us. Now, as long as I gain complete control of Dragon Palace, Dizongsheng will also submit to me. Heavenly Court will obtain the strongest immemorial desolate beast in history. Dragon Spirit shouted in anger, cursing Duke Long for being despicable and sinister while using all its effort to block Duke Long's forceful refinement as it hurriedly called for Dizongsheng. Dizongsheng roared repeatedly and attempted to break away from the obstruction. Heavenly Court's defensive line was on the verge of breaking, but at the crucial moment, Heaven Overseeing Tower displayed its might again, activating Fate Vanquish. Dizongsheng bore the full brunt of the killer move and was suppressed fiercely. Over half of the Gu Immortals on Fang Yuan's side were instantly killed by Fate Vanquish. The rank 9 killer move's power was truly too terrifying. Only Fang Yuan alone was immune to Fate Vanquish's power. Fang Yuan, don't think you will survive. You cannot escape. These immortal killer moves were specially prepared for you. Have a taste. Close to 10 rank 8 Gu Immortals surrounded Fang Yuan, and a large amount of killer moves assaulted him from all directions, making it difficult for him to use Gu worms at the moment. Trying to target my spring Autumn Cicada? Damn it. Fang Yuan clenched his teeth as he exerted all his efforts in trying to activate his killer moves. He did not hesitate to expend his down marks. Myriad sword ghost dragons flew out, but were suppressed by Heavenly Court Gu Immortals, let alone breaking past the defensive line. Suddenly, a dragon roar resounded throughout the battlefield. Dizongsheng's enormous head collided into the encirclement that surrounded Fang Yuan. This legendary immemorial desolate beast was also in a hurry. It disregarded everything and endured countless killer moves to go reinforce Dragon Palace. Ha ha ha, too late. Duke Long laughed loudly. He had already refined Dragon Palace for most part and was about to grasp Dragon Spirit as well. Dragon Spirit shouted, even if I die, I won't let you have your wish. Boom. Dragon Palace self-detonated. Countless fragments shot everywhere. The majestic Dragon Palace only had a small foundational floor and several pillars left. This is the time. Taking advantage of this chaos, Fang Yuan finally got free from some obstacles, and his clone activated an immortal killer move, Spring Autumn Success. The demon wants to counterattack. I will protect you all. Lu Weiyin shouted while activating 8-point Sanctum again, protecting countless Gu Immortals. Now is the time. At the exact same moment, Fairy Ziwei quickly activated an immortal killer move, Benevolent Equality. Duke Long directly tore the 8-point Sanctum that was protecting him and carried the remnant Dragon Palace while charging towards Fang Yuan. He ran into Dizongsheng on the way, but Dizongsheng actually lowered its head and showed submission. Fang Yuan, you should also go and die. Duke Long appeared before Fang Yuan like he had teleported. At the moment of life and death, Fang Yuan quickly activated every killer move he could, but they were all blocked or restrained by the other Heavenly Court Gu Immortals. Bam! A muffled sound echoed. He was directly hit by Duke Long. His blood, flesh and bone fragments splattered everywhere as his soul dissipated completely. He was dead. Fang Yuan was dead. The final hope was also gone. 4 Bing Sai Chuan and the rest were like defeated soldiers as they stood dazed on the spot. Some took the initiative to surrender, while Bing Sai Chuan and some others gave a loud shout and attacked Duke Long. Duke Long sneered as he grabbed and punched, killing Bing Sai Chuan and the rest. After a while, there were either dead or surrendered southern and northern immortals. This long war had finally ended. We won. Heavenly Court is mighty. Duke Long is mighty. Many immortals rejoiced, and Central Continent was even filled with cheers and scenes of jubilation. Duke Long swept his gaze around calmly before fixing it on Lu Weiyin. Lu Weiyin bowed. What instructions does Lord Duke Long have? Duke Long chuckled, saying with a deep meaning, we owe you for lending benevolence Gu and siding with us in this battle. Heavenly Court won't stint on your rewards. Lu Weiyin quickly thanked him. One Duke Long secretly transmitted to Fairy Ziwei. Did that killer move work? Fairy Ziwei. Yes, do we attack Lu Weiyin now? Duke Long secretly replied, leave him be. If we harm him, who will dare to side with us later? That killer move is only an insurance, whether Fang Yuan rebirths or not, as long as I am around. What harm is there in repeating this again? Duke Long took a heavy breath and said, our plan has finally been achieved. Fairy Ziwei's voice was choking with emotions. That's right. Using the plan of repairing Fate Gu, we lured the other 4 regions to invade and stimulated Central Continent's people to have a common hatred for the enemy and eliminated internal spies. The Great Era is coming. Our Central Continent is united. Our Heavenly Court's commands will be obeyed and implemented sincerely. She knew Duke Long was about to die. Duke Long laughed heartily. He did not care about his death as he encouraged Fairy Ziwei. With you here, I can rest at ease. Wisdom Path Gu Immortals would not fight on the front lines. They were more useful when making plans for the big picture. Master. Right at this time, under Feng Jiuji's protection, Feng Jin Huang arrived before Duke Long and wept. She also knew this was the final moment of Duke Long's life. Duke Long stroked Feng Jin Huang's head and said, "People have to die one day. Fallen leaves return to their roots. How can a new generation emerge without the departure of the old? Disciple, don't be sad." At the same time, Duke Long secretly transmitted his voice and instructed, "O Huang heir, become an immortal venerable and lead heavenly court towards the peak. Our central continent is right in between the other 4 regions, and it has no geographical advantage. But we have our own superiority. We possess the sect system, which is long-lasting. Previously, even with central continent's 10 great ancient sects, we could only barely stabilize and maintain the situation. Countless sects, lone and demonic immortals were dissatisfied towards my heavenly court occupying so many cultivation resources. But after this battle, there are no internal threats left. The people's hearts have changed. They will have merged, and they want to take revenge. Heavenly Court is the place where the hearts of the people will be entrusted to. In terms of favorable condition, geographical advantage, and unity, Heavenly Court has existed for millions of years and possesses Fate Gu. We already have favorable conditions. After this battle, we also have the strongest unity among the 5 regions. Go conquer them and unite humanity. Establish an unprecedented supremacy that will last for all eternity. Master can only do this much for you." After saying this, Duke Long looked longingly towards the horizon. The setting sun dyed the clouds red in the horizon. The dying sunlight shone on Duke Long's body. His dragon horns were broken, but it made them look even more malevolent and domineering. His shining dragon eyes still had battle intent in them. His scales were scarred and broken, blood dyed them red. His dragon claws had taken the lives of countless rank 8s. The Heavenly Court immortals surrounded him in the air, looking at him silently. No one spoke. Dizongsheng lowered its head, unmoving like a giant statue. Earth shook as it produced waves of deep, rumbling noises. At this moment, the regional walls that separated the 5 regions had completely disappeared. The earth veins were connected as the 5 separate regions merged into one. Without the obstruction of the regional walls, people could freely move through the 5 regions with no obstructions. At the same time, the differences in heaven and earth chi also disappeared gradually. Duke Long smiled, saying with anticipation for the future, "The great era has arrived." This was his final sentence. He closed his eyes slowly. Heavenly Dragon's last stand. His time was up. Like this setting sun, the legend of a generation had passed away. But his invincible figure was deeply imprinted in the eyes of the countless people of Central Continent. His sacrifices and contributions were like a spiritual fire that burned in the hearts of countless people. Duke Long, Duke Long. 1. Chapter 1749. Clones Rebirth. Surrounded by pitch-black space, there was a boundless river. It was flowing fast without stopping. Its start and end could not be seen. Secluded domain of heaven and earth, river of time. Water of the river of time was pale white and colorless, but countless ripples were colliding and creating beautiful colors at all times. Every ripple was a story, an event that occurred in the past. Innumerable droplets of water splashed and collided. The whole river of time was like a river of fireworks that shined with dazzling and brilliant lights. A small goo worm appeared which was covered in an emerald green light. It dove into the water of the river of time. This goo worm's head and stomach were brown and yellow. There were tree bark rings like marks on its surface which seemed to be a testament to its long life and dignity. The wings on its back were huge. They were translucent and resembled 2 overlapping tree leaves. The small goo worm was inconspicuous in the large river of time. It was smaller than an ant. After the goo worm dove into the water, it displayed great determination as it went against the flow, moving upstream. Treasure, Yellow Heaven. There was a commotion. Gu immortals were discussing with each other. This commotion was caused by 3 rib bones along with a video of a battle. 1. Unimaginable. This demon Fang Yuan already has such battle strength. Sigh. His growth is too fast. He is already a demonic path overlord of this generation. Fang Yuan is an otherworldly demon and has used spring Autumn Cicada to rebirth. He naturally has an enormous advantage in cultivation. I recognize her. This is Heavenly Court's Gu Immortal Thunder Ghost True Monarch. Who could have thought she would actually be suppressed by Fang Yuan? Thunder Ghost True Monarch Jinglan. This is an old senior. She is still alive? So much for Central Continent's Heavenly Court being regarded as the #1 human force. They have been trying to capture Fang Yuan all along, and even sent a rank 8 Gu Immortal. But look at this, Fang Yuan actually beat her up so miserably. Inside Heavenly Court, Chun Yi's expression looked unsightly, and Fairy Zi Wei's body trembled from anger. Fang Yuan, this scoundrel is simply too sly. Fairy Ziwei said with gritted teeth. This was because the video in Treasure Yellow Heaven only contained the part where Fang Yuan successfully counterattacked and pummeled Jinglan. Chen asked with a frown. Lady Ziwei, do we report this to Thunder Ghost True Monarch? Thunder Ghost True Monarch Jinglan was the most recently awakened expert of Heavenly Court. One Jinglan chased after Fang Yuan, but a moment of carelessness led to her being counterattacked by Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan used myriad dragons and directional confusion fog to delay her while he entered the depths of the regional wall. When Jinglan chased after him again, Fang Yuan was already far away from her. Fairy Ziwei could not deduce Fang Yuan's exact location, so Jinglan had lost her way in the regional wall. Ziwei, where is that demon Fang Yuan? Jinglan transmitted her voice. She was burning with rage, so her tone was very blunt. What should have been an easy prey actually caused her to land in such an extremely miserable situation with serious injuries. How could the proud Jinglan accept this fact? She gritted her teeth, desperately wanting to kill Fang Yuan and erase her shame. Fairy Ziwei was silent for a moment before slowly informing Jinglan. What? Even you lost him? Jinglan was furious and discontented. Fang Yuan's wisdom path attainment is already no longer the same as before. But he will go to Langya Blessed Land no matter what. We have already made some arrangements there. Although we failed to capture this scoundrel, we have also made huge gains. Not only did we waste a large amount of his immortal essence, we also forced him to reveal many trump cards. How could a Gu immortal like him be dealt with in one battle? Fairy Ziwei gently persuaded Jinglan. Jinglan was silent, standing on the spot. After a while, she heaved a long sigh. Her anger had dissipated. I underestimated him. This person is astonishingly talented. He is indeed worthy of being the person chosen by Heaven's will and Shadow Sect. Next time we fight, I won't make the same mistake. Compared to Fang Yuan, there is an even more troublesome matter. Fairy Ziwei tactfully informed Jinglan of the matter in Treasure Yellow Heaven. The calm mood Jinglan had just regained was immediately overthrown by waves of anger. What? This guy actually dared to sell my rib bones? Outrageous, simply outrageous. Jinglan immediately connected to Treasure Yellow Heaven, and sure enough, saw her own rib bones being put for sale. Anger surged to her head, and her eyes turned bloodshot. Soon after, when Jinglan saw the projection of the scenes where Fang Yuan pummeled her, she almost crushed her teeth. Damn that guy. When he ends up in my hands later, I will tear off his skin, pull out his tendons, and grind his bones till they turn to dust. One Fang Yuan retreated while paying close attention to Treasure Yellow Heaven. He sneered inwardly. Although he lost the battle against Jinglan, being able to achieve such a battle result against a rank 8 with his rank 7 cultivation was truly a glorious loss. 3 rib bones and that video were actually Fang Yuan's glorious flaunting of his battle strength. Victory or defeat is secondary in a battle. The more important thing are the gains and losses. Although I lost this battle, the things I gained are what I need. Fang Yuan had tried to regain his upper extreme Heavenly Eagle, but was obstructed by Lu Weiyin. Feng Jiuge had invaded Langya Blessed Land and discovered Wisdom Gu. He even took away Guyu Fangzheng and Dang Hun Mountain. Fang Yuan detonated Dang Hun Mountain, causing Thunder Ghost True Monarch to awaken. At the same time, Chun Yi's Karma Divine Tree could display its ability, which Fairy Ziwei used to deduce his location. Thunder Ghost True Monarch thus accurately ambushed Fang Yuan, but Fang Yuan was able to escape due to all kinds of factors. Heavenly Court discovered and invaded Langya Blessed Land. They will absolutely attack again. Langya Blessed Land is extremely important to me. I cannot lose it. 1. I must gather every force that can be used to fight Heavenly Court's next invasion. The 4 Races Alliance can be used. My reputation has increased greatly after this battle. I will have even more power to express my opinion in the 4 Races Alliance, and even be regarded as the hope of fighting rank 8 by these variant human Gu immortals. While escaping quickly, there were Gu immortals in Treasure Yellow Heaven who inquired about the price of Thunder Ghost True Monarch's rib bones. But why would Fang Yuan sell them? This was the best opportunity to damage Heavenly Court's reputation, and it was the opportunity for him to raise his own reputation. He was not going to be greedy over some profits and sell these 3 rib bones away. I must grab every opportunity to damage and weaken Heavenly Court's prestige, while also raising other Gu immortals' courage. When the crucial moment comes in the future, there will be even more Gu immortals who will dare to oppose Heavenly Court. Furthermore, would there not be Heavenly Court's members among these buyers? There must be. There is even a huge possibility of Thunder Ghost True Monarch being among them. Hee. Fang Yuan chuckled. He was being optimistic in these tough times, but his mood was still heavy. Heavenly Court had discovered Langya Blessed Land. Who knew when they would attack again? This made Langya Blessed Land a dangerous place. Once Langya Blessed Land's defense failed, It would be a heavy blow to Fang Yuan. Since long ago, Fang Yuan had been deepening his cooperation with Langya sect and had received huge help at many crucial times. Langya blessed land could be considered an immense support to him, but it was not easy to resist Heavenly Court. With just him, Langya blessed land and the Four Races Alliance, was there really hope? It is not the time to give up yet. When I return to Langya blessed land, I will absorb the long hair, true meaning. Even if Langya blessed land's defense fails, I will try to extract every possible benefit from Langya's sect. Just as he was thinking of this, Fang Yuan's body suddenly shook and an immensely shocked expression appeared on his face. He was a demonic overlord who wore a constant poker face and was extremely shrewd. Why would he turn so pale? Just a moment ago, Fang Yuan's clone had told him extremely valuable information. My clone was reborn. Spring Autumn Cicada brought the will of my future clone and returned to my time path clone. So my attempt had failed and Heavenly Court still managed to repair Fate Gu completely. Fang Yuan's expression soon calmed down and the raging waves in his heart were also quickly pacified. Fang Yuan's gaze was deep and dark like the abyss. When he gave Spring Autumn Cicada to his time path clone, he had expected a possibility of such a situation, so he was able to quickly accept this fact. Heavenly Court's strength made him feel like he was pressed down by an entire mountain range. But isn't this more interesting? Fang Yuan's eyes revealed a smile, but it was filled with coldness and mania. Fear? What was that? Even if he failed 10,000 times, 1,000,000 times, or hundreds of billions of times, as long as there was a chance, Fang Yuan would never give up. Chapter 1750. Obtaining Steel Life, Immortal Gu Langya Blessed Land. A large group of variant human Gu immortals were waiting in front of teleportation Gu formation with anticipation. Suddenly, the immortal formation began to activate and let out a dazzling light. Standing in front of the variant human Gu immortals was black-haired land spirit who was immediately happy as he shouted, "He is back! He is back!" Behind him were the Snowman, Rockman, and Inkman Gu immortals who all had complicated expressions. Langya Blessed Land had just been invaded by Heavenly Court, and due to the Four Races Alliance agreement, these three variant human tribes had the responsibility to help the hairy men and protect Langya Blessed Land from Heavenly Court. When Langya Land Spirit requested their help, these three variant human tribes' leaders were unwilling. They were filled with bitterness and regret towards the alliance agreement. But what use was their regret? They could not go against the alliance agreement. Even if they successfully violated the alliance agreement by some way, so what? At present, humanity was the ruler of the 5 regions, an undeniable overlord. The survival space for variant human tribes was extremely small. They could only live by allying with each other. This strategy was not wrong. It was just that the 3 variant human tribes had not thought Langya sect would actually attract Heavenly Court. What kind of existence was Heavenly Court? This was the #1 human force, a colossal organization that had existed for millions of years. Compared to Heavenly Court, the Four Races Alliance was too minuscule and would not even be able to endure any setback. So when Langya Land Spirit requested for help, these 3 races had been unwilling and had been making excuses. Who could have thought that at this time, Fang Yuan would put Thunder Ghost True Monarch's rib bones for sale and treasure Yellow Heaven? This result invaded the variant human Gu immortals' hearts like a hurricane. They saw hope of resisting Heavenly Court. But the more important thing was Langya Blessed Land now possessed rank 8 level battle strength. If they refused Langya Land Spirit's request, besides having to face the backlash from breaking the alliance agreement, the 3 races would also have to face Fang Yuan, a Gu immortal that could fight rank 8. The balance in their hearts had quickly inclined to one side. The Snowmen were the first to change their standpoint, expressing full support for Langya's sect. Following them were the Inkmen and Rockmen. It was truly correct of me to take in Fang Yuan as an external supreme elder. Langya Land Spirit was greatly pleased at achieving his objective. After he got Fang Yuan's message and knew he was returning, he had an inspiration and brought these variant human Gu immortals to welcome Fang Yuan. The light dissipated and Fang Yuan's figure appeared in front of everyone. The variant human Gu immortals looked on with all sorts of expressions as Langya Land Spirit greeted Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan looked around and laughed on the inside. It is the same scene as my previous life. Langya Land Spirit really has some political skills, using me to suppress the other allies. But Fang Yuan did not want to engage in small talk and waste time for no reason. Just like in the previous life, he gave a nod to Shui Air and left. This small action, however, greatly excited the Snowman Gu immortals, while making the Rockmen and Inkmen feel envious. Because of the battle with Thunder Ghost True Monarch, Fang Yuan's status had greatly risen in everyone's hearts, but Fang Yuan's mind was sober at this moment. After the rebirth, his battle strength was once again back to the peak of rank 7. He was simply nothing when compared to Heavenly Court. In fact, even in the previous life when he had peak rank 8 battle strength. So what? Fang Yuan and Lang Yalan Spirit had a private conversation. Lang Yalan Spirit returned Fang Yuan's perceivable Dao Immortal Gu and also told Fang Yuan that Heavenly Court had indeed planted some methods and harmful Dao marks in Langya Blessed Land. Lang Yalan Spirit was extremely worried, because even after trying with all his strength, he could do nothing to these Dao marks. Fang Yuan was well aware that these Dao marks were a portion of Heavenly Court's famous Star Cast killer move and were intentionally left by Feng Jiuge. In his previous life, when Heavenly Court initiated the second invasion, these Dao marks turned into a spiral tunnel that directly transported 4 rank 8 Gu Immortals in. In this battle, Fang Yuan obtained rank 7 fixed immortal travel but exposed his Emperor Yama killer move as well as his Swan Bujin identity, and even lost his ally, Langya Sect. In the end, Fang Yuan retreated. Heavenly Court also had to retreat, while Longevity Heaven became the one who benefited the most. Fang Yuan played dumb and replied to Langya Land Spirit. First Supreme Elder, don't be too anxious. Let me deduce first and plan on how to deal with this situation. Langya Land Spirit heaved a sigh. All right. He found it strange. Fang Yuan actually did not mention even a word about the long hair true meaning. This did not match Fang Yuan's usual personality. However, Langya Land Spirit also would not remind Fang Yuan. After all, although he had agreed to give it to Fang Yuan, he was still extremely unwilling to part with the long hair true meaning. Right now, Wisdom Gu was still in Langya Blessed Land. Fang Yuan arrived before Wisdom Gu and stayed there for 3 days and 3 nights, using his time path clone to deduce continuously. This rebirth was somewhat special compared to the previous ones. The rebirth period was quite long ago, having traveled years into the past. But this was reasonable, because Fang Yuan's clone already had rank 7 cultivation back then, and Spring Autumn Cicada had also been advanced to rank 7. He had also used the killer move Spring Autumn Success. Fang Yuan's main body was killed while the time path clone self-detonated with much deeper foundation than before. Spring Autumn Cicada had more fuel, and the rebirth would naturally go back a lot further in time. As for the first rebirth where Fang Yuan traveled back 500 years with just rank 6 cultivation, it was the work of Heaven's will. It was a special situation. Actually, there is also the killer move Spring Autumn target in Red Lotus True Inheritance, which can go back to a specific time. But this killer move cannot guarantee the success of rebirth, so I chose Spring Autumn Success to remove the possibility of failure. Fang Yuan took a glance at Spring Autumn Cicada. The current Spring Autumn Cicada was not rank 7 like in the previous life. It had returned to rank 6. Moreover, because of the rebirth, its state was not optimal. It looked extremely lethargic and its body was brown like dying leaves. It required time to rest and recover. In Red Lotus True Inheritance, there are many killer moves that can hasten the recovery of Spring Autumn Cicada. Spring Autumn Cicada is indeed worthy of being Red Lotus Demon Venerable's vital Immortal Gu. Its effect is truly too powerful. Fang Yuan sighed internally. He was no longer a Mortal Gu master, so there was no danger of Spring Autumn Cicada bursting his aperture. With the current progress, even without Fang Yuan speeding up Spring Autumn Cicada's recovery, it would recover completely by the time of Central Continent's Refinement Path Convention years later. At that time, Fang Yuan would be able to use Spring Autumn Success once again. But Heavenly Court is so strong. Even if I can rebirth again and again, it would be no use if I don't find a way to win against Heavenly Court. Thinking of his previous life, Fang Yuan felt a mountain pressing down on him. Heavenly Court's foundation was so unfathomable that it shook the world. Fang Yuan was still unable to see how many Gu Immortals there were in the Immortal Graveyard. Duke Long definitely had pseudo-immortal venerable battle strength. Only Bo Qing might have the strength to contend against him. Fang Yuan himself was killed by Duke Long. Duke Long alone turned their strong invasion into an utter failure. Naturally, a venerable was an invincible existence. Even Duke Long would not be able to compete against any of their killer moves. But with this, the exchange of moves between venerables across time and space along with their respective plans made the originally chaotic situation even more complicated. These venerables had arranged countless methods which influenced the whole situation again and again. Fang Yuan felt a headache recalling it. Besides Duke Long, there was also Fairy Ziwei, Chen Yi, Li Huang, Qing Yi, Yuan Xiongdu, and others. These Gu Immortals were elites and could not be looked down upon. Even more terrifying was their sacrificial mindset towards Heavenly Court. They were willing to contribute everything without fearing death. That kind of fanaticism towards Heavenly Court and humanity made Fang Yuan feel a trace of wariness and trepidation. If I can't find a way to win against Heavenly Court, it is useless even if I have the chance to rebirth countless times. To win against Heavenly Court, I have to try my best in this life and not let go of any chance to strengthen myself. I need to plan carefully. Fang Yuan started to make plans. There was no doubt that skill and foresight were required to make use of Rebirth. Although Fang Yuan had the advantage of future knowledge, he only had memories. He was no longer the same as before. He was the #1 rank 7 in the world. His every move had wide-ranging influence. If he changed many things for minuscule profits, the influence would become even greater and cause reality to experience huge changes, sharply lowering Fang Yuan's rebirth advantage. But if he was too hesitant to make changes because of this, then he would not improve enough to become Heavenly Court's match when the time comes. This required a good balance. There was also another crucial thing. He had to prevent other Gu immortals from knowing he had been reborn again. The longer he could preserve this secret, the more beneficial it would be for him. Fang Yuan spent about 16 hours to sort everything out, creating an enormous and meticulous plan. Fang Yuan called Lang Yalan Spirit. How many Immortal Gu do you have? Let me have a look at the list. I thought about it, and felt that refinement path true meaning would not be useful to me. If there are suitable Immortal Gu, I might give up on refinement path true meaning and choose those Immortal Gu. Lang Yalan Spirit cried out in shock and joy. Okay, I will immediately give you the list. As far as Lang Yalan Spirit was concerned, the symbolic meaning of the refinement path true meaning was too huge. It was just like what Fate Gu was to Heavenly Court. Besides its own power, it had emblematic psychological value as well. Previously, Lang Yalan Spirit had lost Fang Yuan's Danghun Mountain, and according to the agreement, he had to compensate Fang Yuan with refinement path true meaning, but he had been very unwilling. Fang Yuan looked at the list and discovered Steel Life Immortal Gu was actually included. In his mind, he nodded in satisfaction. He could see from this that Lang Yalan Spirit did not hide anything. In the past, Fang Yuan had used Spectral Soul's True Inheritance to exchange for Long Hair True Inheritance from Lang Yalan Spirit. Both sides had held back, not exchanging their trump cards. Lang Ya Sect had Long Hair Refinement Path True Meaning, Long Hair Refinement Path Formation, Omnipresent 4 Cs, Refinement Water, Steel Life Immortal Gu, Heavenly Giant Solar, the Agreement with Longevity Heaven, and so on. These would not be taken out to exchange with Fang Yuan. In the previous life, Fang Yuan had obtained Refinement Path True Meaning from Lang Yalan Spirit, raising his Refinement Path attainment level to Quasi-Supreme Grandmaster level. This choice was not wrong, as the Refinement Path attainment level had provided Fang Yuan with a huge help. But now that Fang Yuan had been reborn, his attainment level in Refinement Path was the same as in his previous life. It was still at Quasi-Supreme Grandmaster. So Refinement Path True Meaning was useless to Fang Yuan. This was because the attainment level of Fang Yuan's main body was always shared with the Time Path clone. Unlike Spectral Soul's clones, Fang Yuan's main reason for creating the Time Path clone was to make the Time Path clone bathe in the light of wisdom and help him deduce things. How could this work without shared attainment levels? Now, although it was only the Time Path clone who had reborn, his attainment level was the same as before, so the attainment levels of Fang Yuan's main body naturally rose as well. Thus, Fang Yuan made a different choice in this life. I choose Steel Life Immortal Gu, and also these. Give me all the Time Path Immortal Gu. Lang Yalan Spirit was dazed for a moment before quickly agreeing. Okay,